Really got to the mats bright and early. We're just going down, so we have the game starting now. I'm going to start and look at just the stream health real quick. Wes, do you want to take us off and let us know what you see?
Yeah, we'll get going here. Let's see. We picked yes. Okay, so we had if memory serves. I'm trying to remember how you're ordering this. You've got Conroe's on the bottom of your screen. Yes, that's the Quinlan player.
That is Conroe from Team Secret.
Okay,
and we should be hearing from them shortly.
Okay, you had him on stream yesterday, and at the top of your screen. I think this might actually be the first Sabine player you guys have covered. Have you guys seen Sabine yesterday and I missed it?
We have not seen Sabine. It was the most represented deck, and it was there. But
all right,
it was 2 of the 3 undefeated decks were Sabine.
Yeah, we had some really good Sabine showings yesterday. So we've got a Sabine game here for you at the top of your screen. That is Matthew rocking the giant Star Wars sleeve there on his right arm. Look at that.
Absolutely. I mean,
all right.
For those who don't know, I think actually the kind of head of SWU, Jim Cartwright, has a sleeve of the aspect symbols, tattooed.
Yes,
on his arm,
I've seen that. I love these Team Secret sleeves.
Absolutely, and Team Secret's great. It's a newer team. Hopefully, we'll actually be hearing from Team Secret right after this. We got a bunch of guests today. We got a bunch of commentators. I'm super excited. Couldn't be more. So we are ready to go for the sector qualifier coverage.
Yep. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 9 begins here at the sector qualifier in Richmond, Virginia. Matthew coming in with an R2-D2. Quinlan here at the bottom of your screen. Conroe matching him with an L3 out of set 2, the shielded L3 unit. R2 going to push a little base damage here early. Take a quick glance and throw that away. See how Conroe decides to respond here. Probably, my presumption is he'll just attack in. We'll see what he does. That 1-drop is a nice pickup early for Sabine, being able to dodge some of Quinlan's early shenanigans, but it won't last forever. Both these decks playing on similar curves in terms of pricing. Most of the units in these decks costing between 2 and 6, I would think. Most Quinlan decks top out around Big Boy Han. Sabine probably topping out around, probably Wrecker would be the high end there. There's the Sabine ping coming in from Matthew. Sabine able to kind of stall a little bit here. Come in with a Gorilla, force Quinlan to play first and avoid the ping. Gorilla Soldier coming in for Quinlan. Going to put all that indirect on the base. We're going to see an early ECL with the Sundari Peacekeeper. Very nice pickup there for Matthew. Going to knock the Gorilla Soldier out and restore almost all of the damage that it put onto his base with the indirect. Tarkentown's going to clean up that Peacekeeper. Makes sense. Don't want the restore to linger. It looks like I'm guessing Sabine. No, he already did the Sabine. Yeah, he's just resetting. I think. Yep. So Matthew's on the button here, headed into the next round. That's a very active round 2. Most commonly, round 2 is I attack, you attack, we each play a card, we move on. There was a lot of back and forth. Both bases burned very early here. Playing 2 of the widest.
That's a good thing for Quinlan, because one thing that I think Quinlan has to do is put enough pressure on Sabine that she can't just hold Wrecker for ECL, because Wrecker ECL into Quinlan leader is not a good play pattern for Quinlan by any means.
No, Quinlan doesn't like that. Wrecker just comes in and annihilates things. Quinlan, of course, being a typically ground unit heavy deck. I say typical. Let's say more traditional. A more traditional ground-heavy deck. R2 swings in for 1. Does the quick peek. And we're getting a Spark of Rebellion here. Quinlan going to go after the hand. It looks like I'm seeing a Darksaber, a K2. I believe that's a timely intervention. And I cannot make out that last card. It looks like maybe it's Cassian. Camera's having struggles here.
Cassian, it's K2SO. So K2SO.
No, K2SO is on top. I'm looking at the bottom card.
Oh, okay.
And
Well, he hit.
He got rid of the
K2SO
K2
with the discard.
Yeah, he got rid of the K2. It is Sabine's big coming out party here. We know he's sitting on the Darksaber, but the surprise strike is ready, trading the L2 for the leader. That is a Cassian. Okay, the last card in his hand was a Cassian. Okay. Gonna go ahead and play Cassian normally just to get a unit on the board and move on as Conroe claims initiative here, heading into Quinlan's big coming out party, the 5 resource round. Quinlan doing a really good job of kind of holding Sabine in check at this point. I'd be very surprised if that Darksaber doesn't get resourced going forward.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think that's always a challenge. I mean, if you're Sabine, you're thinking of the Darksaber, go on Cassian just fine. Mm-hmm. You know, that's a lot of health. But it could be Cassian can be waylaid is something that could be in the Quinlan deck. And also, Bamboozle is something that we know we saw from Michael because Bamboozle was
these guys
clutch.
all got that.
Yep, Bamboozle was very important in the game he played against Vader Yellow.
Super flexible utility card in these hero yellow decks, and I think it was also a very well timed spark. I mean, you have to presume that you're sparking Sabine on the 4 resource turn very deliberately. Like, okay, let's find out how I'm about to get hosed here and try and prevent it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you know, but I mean, Quinlan is a deck that I have won significant events with, and I've helped to build. I mean, it can be teched for all kinds of things, but I thought on the games we saw from Michael from Secret, he played very, very tight Quinlan. Mickey D, who is another of the deck's kind of constructors, thought so too. And, I mean, I really want the Quinlan players out there to look at how he's using the discard and when.
Interesting.
Right. So, Hotshot
Blaster. Oh, no, that wasn't out of his hand. That was out of the resource row. Yeah, bringing the Hotshot in on Quinlan. Going to get rid of Cassian before Cassian can swing in.
Though Hotshot from hand has a place sometimes, too. So,
timely intervention. We're gonna ambush in a K2 to get rid of Quinlan.
And that is, you know,
good play here
for those Sabine players that, you know, aren't bringing your timelies right now.
You're missing out.
You're missing out.
I had a really good. I had a game-winning timely intervention last night on Phasma, believe it or not. So yeah, that card is legit even today. Very, very good card.
Right.
So both players coming in with plans for their opponent's leader, not getting big, impactful leader turns. I thought, looking back on that, on how Conroe handled that Sabine leader turn, he pulled the K2 out of hand, and then had a surprise strike ready to kill Sabine. So the Darksaber was functionally useless. So both of the 4 resource cards that Matthew had available for Sabine's flip turn ended up being not very good. But okay. So we're gonna go back to the Frank Courtney way of doing R2. We're gonna load him up. We now have a 5/7 R2D2 in the field.
Yep. But answered with the main deck
fighter getting rid of that.
And main deck Fang. I mean, I think that is a very good tech card for Michael. And I imagine that main deck Fang was added primarily for Han Green, which runs, of course, a lot of pilots in set 4.
Solid card in general, though.
Yep. But it also is a good card into Sabine. And, I mean, we're seeing here for your Quinlans that are struggling, with Sabine, I mean, he's pressuring, but he's also keeping the answers that he knows are coming. And they move the late night initiative token back to Quinlan's side. He's going to be able to crush that A-Wing with his Fang Fighter. Let's see if that's the line he chooses.
It would make sense. That's Matthew's only unit on the board right now, and he's top decking. He has no cards in his hand except what he just picked up. So definitely a good position for Quinlan to be in, especially with the rest of the hand hate, the discard cards are going to be in there. Yep, takes the A-Wing right out. He top decked the Poe. That's a big pull. You know that he's going to have force throws in there. He's going to have more sparks, that sort of thing. 3 to base with Sabine, trying to close the cap here. Both these players on 25 HP bases. So Quinlan behind in the race, but not radically, unrecoverably far. Sabine's going to ping, keep the pressure on while he's ahead.
All right, I got the Oh, and Han
Big boy Han.
answers the pull.
Big boy Han.
He needed that Han bad.
Yeah. That top deck Poe was a great pull, but the Han waiting and ready knocks Poe out. Now, we Sabine pinged, but we didn't put damage on Conroe's base. I'm not sure why. I think they've missed it. That feels kind of bad. They're getting them. The tokens are kind of all over the place over here.
Yeah, and players are playing fast. Now, I mean, what I'd say is I think he actually marked the damage.
Now they've 100% got the damage wrong on Matthew's base.
Right.
Matthew's base has 10 damage on it.
So we'll keep going through.
Or 9. There we go. Okay, now they've got it. Okay, we are correct. There we go.
Got to it there. So we're not going to have to blink the screen for a judge call, which is great.
No, let them. It's nice when the players, handle these things. All right, so we're gonna blow up Han. It looks like. I mean, that's only 5 damage.
Yeah,
I can't ambush. He's just playing it. Okay, I see what he's doing. Okay.
He played it from hand. He's at 6 resources. Now, what? Right? So.
But Han is 6/6. He can just attack into Wrecker and get rid of him, right?
But
am I missing something here?
Well, that's absolutely what he can do. But I mean, you got to play a card. So I think what's going on there is Matthew is saying, "I'm going to play something you have to remove, so I don't take 6 damage to my base."
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable attack on things.
All right, so I have the overlay pretty updated right now. Thanks for joining us, Wes, and commentating with us. Wes is, of course,
absolutely.
from the C-Raptor channel himself, Mr. C-Raptor.
Indeed.
But, always glad to have you and work together, and I'm glad we're able to loop you in on coverage that you didn't have to pay oversized bag fees for. So
I appreciate that. That's been a nice change of pace.
So
they can scoop this up now. This is over. Yep. Quinlan claims game 1.
Yep. So, I when watching a deck, that I pilot myself, I mean, a couple of things that Michael is doing very, very well and did that game is he timed discard well.
Yes.
And he also, I mean, if you look at the end, what was the last card played? It was Force Throw, and it was without a Force unit. And we talked about this in his matches yesterday, but, I mean, it also just says discard the card that's in the other player's hand. I mean, oftentimes, if you have the opponent down to 1 card, Force Throw without a Force unit is fine, particularly if they don't have anything on the board, right? I mean, it doesn't matter if you have the Force to turn on the extra damage if nothing is on the board. So the players are sideboarding. I know both of these matchups pretty well. I was a runner-up at a PQ with Sabine, and then Quinlan I've done very well with. I think for Quinlan, you're trying to get faster. I mean, that said, I mean, the Han unit with this kind of a deck probably does still stay in.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you want to bring in an additional upgrade to you have. If you have any more copies of Bamboozle in your sideboard, you want to bring that in. And, I mean, you want to try to keep control of it.
I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks if I'm Matthew, I'm pulling the Darksabers out, right? And making those dead cards in Quinlan's deck and looking for more units or something.
And I think
I mean, that's probably how I might approach it.
And I think it's white. And also, I mean, Wing Leader is not great into Hero Yellow right now because Bamboozle counters that, still. So, Sabine, any additional smuggle cards you have are going to be, great. Against Quinlan, you're going to get discarded. And we'll see. He's got to find a way. I mean, both of these players are undefeated. We're giving you one of the last undefeated matches. We have a lot of good coverage here. We have a bunch of guests that are going to be coming on between rounds. We have guest commentators from our friend C-Raptor here to Josh from Next Gen Jamie, and I think Bobbysapphire is going to be joining us for a couple rounds today. So we're excited for that. And, it is my sincere hope that we get up over the number from Denver of current viewers for SWU, because this is the biggest tournament to date, and I love seeing the game grow and, more and more people tuning in, as I'm sure you do.
Absolutely. 100%. I mean, there was a lot of chatter yesterday in your early games about, while you were having all of your tech issues, right? About, streaming space in Star Wars Unlimited in general, and a lot of, in my opinion, really bad takes on people's opinions on things. And I know you and I have talked about this, but I was particularly frustrated because it was kind of like, you know, the analogy I try to explain to people. I got a lot of local guys that ask me questions about doing all of this, and I tell them, okay, imagine that you are in a giant open grass field. You have a table, 2 chairs, and a power cord. Now go produce a world class stream, because that's where you're at. Like that's when you go into these venues. That's literally all you're given. That's all you have. And so the fact that we can get anything done at all is frankly amazing, because it happens with partly by sheer stubbornness and partly by the grace of community players local to the event who are willing to take their time and their energy and their, you know, and you're, you know, you ship them stuff and they go to the venue and they set it up and they hook it up and they plug it in and all this stuff. And it's like, it's just not that easy, guys.
Well, when I ship stuff, what happens is it doesn't arrive when
it gets lost,
guaranteed to be, and I get a refund because
it
that
disappears into the
both
ether.
Of these regionals. So, you know, shout out to Just Jack, who actually is 7-1 right now. So Jack Brumel is Just Jack from Golden Dice Podcast.
You know what that is? That's karma, baby. That's karma.
Yeah. So it is the late night. If you help with coverage, you will advance to day 2. You know, so thanks. The tokens that we're using today are Golden Dice podcasts that are produced by Sarah at Laser Gaming, who is a longtime Star Wars fan. You know, Metal Fab was good enough to get us a bunch of the stuff, but you know, it takes a village, you know, so to say, and this is the community's coverage, not just late nights or Take the Initiatives. But we're happy to be bringing it to you, and we're not going to pack it up for those that have, you know, suggested it. That's not what we're going to do, because we want to see
all right
exist.
Here we go. Game 2 underway. Sabine on the button. The victim in game 1, falling to Quinlan, coming in with the same opening, starting with an R2, having a look, leaving it where it's at.
Yep. And to answer the question from the chat, the deck lists are not open. It's there. So, all right.
No, we aren't to top 8 yet. You got 4 more rounds of Swiss, then the deck lists will be open.
All right. And camera froze a little bit that I'm seeing. We'll look into that.
Yep. Okay, it looks like we started for Quinlan with a Crafty Smuggler and Sabine coming in with a Fleet Lieutenant for 3 to base. Already a better start for Sabine, a little more early pressure. At the moment, able to keep 2 units on the board. We'll see what Quinlan's got. I'm guessing it's maybe the Guerrilla Soldier, and it is.
Quinlan is up.
So he's going to ping the Fleet Lieutenant. Easy peasy. And then it's a question of where the indirect goes, and R2 says, I'm here as a giant soak. Not a problem.
All right. So, what the other thing that's happening right now. So first off, there are some very good network engineers that are, you know, working to make this better, always trying to find the best balance between quality and stability. That's actually kind of how this works, you know, so we got to actually, unfortunately, test, you know, at the actual environment, because it's impossible to actually reproduce things like Verizon network likely clogging up like happened yesterday, you know, morning. I mean, things can work great when there's not 800 people at an event, but, you know, we got to get to the right thing. The cameras, I mean, the bandwidth as events start is typically the worst that you'll see throughout the day, right as the first rounds are starting. I mean, and that's been consistent upon, you know, things from showdowns here. So it's stuttering a little bit, but there's no fog of war because of the application that we're using. We'll just have to deal with a little bit of quality, you know, for those that like to mention 360p cameras. It's nothing like that. You know, it's 100% about bandwidth. And if you got $9,000 for let us purchase hardware internet, just, you know, send that to me. And we'll.
I was telling that story to some local players yesterday. The guy, one of my guys, I was explaining to them that, you know, the remote signal, the remote cameras, and they were like, "Why don't you just use cables?" I said, "Cables for what?" He goes, "Cables to run the cameras into the PC." I said, "The PC's in Wisconsin, the cameras in Virginia, and hardwired internet costs $9,000 for the weekend. You got $9,000 laying around?" Oh, I was like, "Yeah." The convention centers are designed to separate you from your money.
I'll fact check though. It's actually $9,000 a day, so that's what it is.
My bad. I was off. No problem.
You know, we'd have to have $18,000 if we want to have day 2 coverage with hardware internet.
All right.
You know, both. And I
Early
get why
swinging towards Quinlan here. Go ahead.
And I get why Star City, you know, doesn't want to pay that either. I mean,
It's a Marine, a K2, and a Darksaber for Kira there to have a look at. We know we're not going to see if he's smart, he'll probably. This is actually kind of a clever play here because you want to call the Darksaber or something possibly, even though he can't be played this round. But the Battlefield Marine keeps him from getting another unit on the board.
Okay, so this time the camera actually just fully dropped. So I mean,
yes,
it's chugging along. We'll try to get it back up soon as we can. While we're waiting, why don't we just go flip to this screen that we're going to do pregame as we're going. This is actually the Richmond, center itself. Video that the judge took. Just tell our guy on the ground here. This is actually what was brought to Richmond. So I think the diversity of the meta is something that a lot of people in CCGs have been talking about. And
it was nice to see this, right? Nobody over 10%, a very, very large array. If nothing else, to me, what this graph demonstrates is that players currently believe almost anything is viable right now.
Yep.
Aha, the game's back.
Kira named the camera, says Carlos, who is a PQ winner from Wisconsin. That is that he's a great Quinlan player.
All right, so Sabine onto the board. Backed up by K2. Looks like we were on to the next round. Well, and we had it briefly and then gone again.
Yep, so it's still in, it's still connecting along. We're at the liberty of our wonderful hotspot. If you're in Richmond, stop downloading whatever you're downloading. It's particularly if you're on Verizon. AT&T has great plans. You can switch right now. We were talking actually a little bit about spicy Kira calls and regional governors call in the Bothan Network Discord yesterday. My spiciest Kira call was Pikachu, which I made against my son once, who's a big Pokemon fan.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
If you've been against me, testing digitally, if the Kira call is truly irrelevant for whatever reason, I typically do name Jar Jar Binks. So I like
it.
That's
All right.
a good one and legal.
So Sabine's on the board by herself. Has pushed some good base damage here. Quinlan and the Gorilla Soldier are going to push her off the board and leave Quinlan with the only one with units here. And he's going to come over the Falcon and push some more base damage. So I mean, board state heavily slanted towards Quinlan right here. Man, if you're Sabine, you're just thinking my kingdom for a bombing run right now.
That would be all a spicy include, I'll tell you what.
I mean, there's no way he has one, but dear Lord, wouldn't it be hilarious? Not a popular card when you're heavy in the ground arena or either arena, really. But
so neither, at least marked. We had some cameras in and out, but neither player has marked their epic action of the base. So potentially
doesn't look like it's used.
Very potentially, Wrecker is available. Wrecker can do 6 damage right now for Sabine. If it goes into Greedo.
Yep.
One thing that Conrad's doing, though, is there isn't anything with more than 5 health, right? So like a 5 health Quinlan is a lot safer than a 6 health Quinlan if you're playing Sabine and Wrecker is up.
Yeah, Wrecker would be a good card to have at that moment, right? You're able to blow up Quinlan, who's got 2 damage on him. Just send 5 his way, get rid of him, and then probably overrun poor Greedo. Although I think there was at least another unit that has 1 health. I'd have to think about it, but yeah.
All right, so we are back.
There we go.
And
okay, so
here
ECL has been used.
Here comes
that's okay. It did get used at some point.
6. It is Wrecker.
It is Wrecker. We are going to probably blow up Quinlan here, I have to believe.
I think he's going to blow up Quinlan and overwhelm over Greedo. Yep.
No, he doesn't have... Oh, he's using ECL. Okay, we're definitely blowing up Quinlan.
So that was the when played. Here comes the ambush.
Yep. He's got the Crafty Smuggler leaves less damage behind and provides the same overwhelm damage to the base, right? There's only 1 health on the Smuggler, 1 health on Greedo, 2 health on Kira, and it looks like 1 health on the Gorilla Soldier. So he's got he's got two good options that he can dish out 6 to base with the overwhelm and only take 2 back.
Yep. So it's going to be the crafty.
It's going to be the crafty.
Respecting Greedo's when defeated, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be 6 damage more to Quinlan, who is, I think, at 16. So
Quinlan was at 15. That's going to put him to 21.
Yeah. I don't recall if there was a Sabine ping before that or not. So
there was not. That was his first action of the round. He came in on the button and immediately ambushed him with Wrecker.
Right. So we're going to be certainly in either way for our cause range, but Sabine has no resources left. And they're counting damage on board. 9 damage on Sabine's base.
Correct.
It looks like 16 right now marked. Or 21. Yep, so they marked the
21.
21 damage
Correct.
on
So
Quinlan's base. Michael Conroe from Team Secret.
He overwhelmed the smuggler.
Yep.
With Wrecker, and it looks like we are still waiting. It looks like I'm not sure what Quinlan's action was. Falcon is exhausted.
Yeah, I think attacked with Falcon.
They forgot that damage.
Yeah, and there's
there
extra
we
damage.
go.
So now we're at 13 to 22. So
there's the Sabine ping, 13 to 22.
Yep, and it's a Guerrilla Soldier, Greedo, and Kira. So that is 10 damage represented on board for Michael. It's all going to come through. Is there for our cause, I believe, and I think is what this game comes down to.
He's going to throw. He's going to go. He's not going to go all the base. He's going to go some to base, but he is going to clean out Wrecker and then back things up in space with a Fang Fighter.
Yep. So it's for our cause, I believe, and or timely K2. Timely K2 gets him there.
Timely K2 would do it. He's got to have. It's going to take a very specific combo of cards out of Sabine's deck. He's got the timely.
K2.
There it is.
There it is. So we are tied up 1-1 on the undefeated table.
Timely K2 gets through the overwhelm, and 3 overwhelm goes through, and there you go.
So, putting the shoe on the other foot, that was expertly played by Matthew. I mean,
absolutely.
As Sabine, getting around a very aggressive Quinlan threat. Very, very close match, but he was able to get there by judicious use, and that time he was able to barely, save Wrecker for ECL. I mean, that made a huge difference in the match. And the timely intervention plus K2SO is what carried the day and provided the lethal to try to stay undefeated for this event.
I haven't played against a lot of Quinlan. His ability to just completely dominate and push Sabine off the board, just consistently murdering every unit that Matthew played, was a little shocking to me. I'm not used to seeing many decks capable of that. So, but well played there at the finish. Drew exactly what he needed. I had the same thing happen to me last night in a local game. I was down to my last couple of health against a CAD Tarkin town. I was going to have one action to do something. I'm on 7 HP on my base, and my opponent's got his CAD unit out, so all he's got to do is swing and kill me. And I've got a timely in the row, and I drew into the last overwhelm unit in my deck, and just like this, I overwhelmed poor Greedo and pushed through just enough base damage to win a game. So
thanks.
My opponent was like, man, if I'd known Greedo was going to cost me the game, I would have murdered him earlier. I was like, well, you didn't know.
We are at 338 people watching concurrently online our coverage of
outstanding
of the Richmond sector. California isn't even awake yet.
Nope.
So
it's too early for those guys.
We're pounding through. We do actually have a British content creator that we're going to hear from right after this game. We will try to seed a relevant game 3 if this wraps up with enough time to do so, which, I mean, these matches are fast. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Welcome in, everybody. It is, of course, day 2 of the Sector Qualifier here in Richmond, Virginia. You're looking at round 9 of Swiss action here as we're going to game 3 between Matthew and Mikhail. I'm not sure.
Well, I think it's Michael.
Okay. In any event, Sabine, ECL, and Quinlan Tarkentown. Decks that if you have been playing in the competitive game for the last 6 months, you've probably run into many times. Chat's like, no, I'm in California. I'm awake. Man, drink more coffee.
Towernumbernine. Yes, Tower. Tower's about as hardcore as a Swoo fan can get. So I did not mean to, cast any aspersions.
I hadn't realized he was West Coast based. Well, welcome in, everybody.
There we go. Yeah, absolutely. I think he actually plays against Pome, the late night team captain from Fair. Once in a while, not that close. California's a big place, but within distance of a PQ, I guess.
You guys know so many people. I've just been down here in Texas just so far, just doing my own thing, and going to big events has been fun because, I mean, the community's amazing, but I haven't had a tremendous opportunity to meet as many people, right? My YouTube and Twitch stuff has not really been SWU focused. I've mostly been focused on trying to produce tournament coverage and not really doing, deck list videos and that sort of thing.
Well, SWU community, this is Wes, SWU community.
Indeed.
And we'll get
welcome.
How's
it going, everybody?
We'll get you on late night to do some live webcam games.
That'd be fun.
If you can do the coverage live, you can do a webcam game.
I will be happy to sit on camera and let you destroy me with whatever your deck of choice is. Starting with a Sabine ping here?
Starting with absolutely. Start with a Sabine ping, and then Quinlan correctly
I like it.
Plays.
Yeah,
So this is something that I've explained many times, but passing into Sabine too much, I mean, is not necessarily what Quinlan wants to do, because I mean, ultimately the biggest play Sabine has into Quinlan is, as we discussed, record ECL. I mean, if both players skip turn 1, it makes it easier for Sabine to do that. And you got to land damage when you can. So we'll see what Michael does. This is, what I would call a good card Quinlan list. There is, some other ways to do it with Rebel Synergy, where you take a little bit more aggressive tack into Sabine. But he does have to do what he did last game, or in his win, game 1, and last game as well, but try to control the board and do damage. So far,
he's strongly debating his turn 2 play here, which makes me wonder if he doesn't have the cards he's looking for. We're trading the Sabine for the Battlefield Marine, and immediately coming in with Quinlan. I'm sorry, a Cassian. Quinlan going to lane dodge here and go the high orbitals with an A-wing. And Matthew's going to take initiative there. Quinlan's going to back it up with a Greedo. Surprised he didn't go for the Sabine ping there, but I guess he wanted to be on the button going into his flip turn, which makes sense strategically.
Right. And tempo is very important for
Exactly.
Quinlan.
Exactly. He wants to make sure Sabine has the opportunity to come out and be impactful, and he can help dictate that.
Yep.
By having control of the initiative going into that turn.
Yep. And we saw R2, a 1-drop before for Sabine. I mean, we're also looking at Greedo for Michael's Quinlan, which is a good 1-drop for Quinlan. So he is able to actually match some 1s, in this game if this happens.
Both players pushing some early base damage here.
Yep. 4 damage on each base.
Sabine's going to go ahead and ping. That'll push everybody to 5.
Sabine says, I'm still the aggro, I think.
Yep. To use, quote, James Holden from The Expanse, we'll all die together.
I see. I'm setting up the interview. I see Mark laughing at us, in studio mode, right now. There. So we'll hear from Mark
Sabine
right after this game.
Greedo going to swing in. A lot more early pressure out of Quinlan than we have seen previously. They wrote the base damage down, but did not mark it. Now that Greedo's exhausted, Sabine will hit the board. Doesn't want to get surprise striked again like he did in game 1. Can't blame him.
Yeah. And,
so now sitting on all his resources with Sabine ready and no spark of rebellion to save him this time, Michael is clearly debating his next move.
Yeah. I love the Expanse. Great show.
Oh,
such
a great show. So many great moments.
So the actress that plays the politician in The Expanse is actually also the Emerald in Wheel of Time. So if you like a little sci-fi and fantasy together, you go.
Yeah, I apologize for those of you that aren't completely familiar with my slang, the way I call games. Whenever someone has initiative, I say on the button. I stole that sort of from Hold'em, poker tournaments and stuff, right? But that's just kind of how I do it. So apologies if there's confusion. Sabine is going to ambush in unit Sabine and use her on attack ability to kill poor Greedo. We're going to whiff with Greedo, come up with nothing. Now that leaves him with 2 resources, so we know we're not going to see a Darksaber this round.
Which might not even be in the deck anymore. I mean, so Michael...
Well, he had it last game. They were still in the deck last game because he burned one on the... When Wrecker exploded something, it was a Sabine, it was a Darksaber he threw away. Sabine Sabine leader swings in, and then he comes in with an A-Wing. So either Matthew drawing the right cards or making a deliberate choice to try and just go a little wider than he's been able to this game. Quinlan having a harder time controlling Sabine's units on board as we're heading into Quinlan's flip turn here, the 5 resource round.
Yep. And the chat is saying there's all sorts of people watching. Shout out to all the Europeans that are watching right now. And
absolutely, welcome in.
The first regional is next weekend in Lille?
In Lille, France.
Is it Belgium?
France.
France.
Lille is in France. Okay, Sabine's going to ping off the shield with her ability. And that's not a trade. Oh, no, she had the damage. That's correct. Yes. Going to trade with L3. Again, doesn't want to get surprise struck as Quinlan comes out onto the board. Matthew contemplating his next move. All his resources available. 2 units ready in the ground arena. Thinking through his options.
Tarkentown not used.
Tarkentown not used yet. Nothing damaged for him to use. We got 5 resources. It's going to be a Poe. Poe the old-fashioned way. Just put it on the board. See what happens. No fancy ambush shenanigans here. ECL used. No resources for a timely to go with him. Presenting another large threat that Quinlan has to deal with. A blaster out of the row attacking into Poe will not knock him down. It'll take more than that.
Hyperspace.
So you played a lot of Quinlan. If this is the board state, you don't know the cards in hand, but what are you thinking? What lines are you looking for, Luke, to try to get out of this mess?
Well, so Tarkentown has been used late. So I think that Plo, if you do it...
Oh, there it is. He's got the Plo.
Yep. So she's going to ping Cassian and kill Sabine, which is what I would do. I'm probably actually throwing my leader into Poe and then Tarkentowning him.
Okay.
We'll see what Michael does, though. I mean, the players, it's 11 on Quinlan's base, 8 on Sabine's.
Quinlan has just gone to 11, 8 to Sabine.
So I don't think that Quinlan can take 8 to the body, but he claims to keep initiative. He could have waylay.
Okay.
He could have waylay or a bounce. So that tells me he's got something that he can do to Poe to keep it from attacking.
He clearly has. He's just going to trade blue for it while he can.
Trade Plo. That's good.
Yeah.
So Plo Koon kills Sabine,
it's a good trade.
Kills Poe Dameron and does 1 damage to Cassian
and retains Tarkentown. Tarkentown's still available.
Yep. Which is now relevant for Wrecker, right? Because if Wrecker goes in over Quinlan Voss, the Tarkentown cleans it up.
Yep. Well, the ECL's not available here, so it would take him a 2-card combo to ambush in a Wrecker at this stage, and he doesn't have the resources for all of it. Not right now. Big game for both players. Both players undefeated coming into this round. We're looking at one of the last few undefeated matches still in the field.
The last full
and we're on game 3
match in the field because
I thought there was another undefeated player.
There's
I
another
guess
undefeated,
what it is that
there's another undefeated Sabine, but this is the last one where both players are undefeated.
Both players are undefeated.
Yep. And Laser Gaming. Hello, Sarah. I assume that's you. We're using your tokens.
Well, there's the Wrecker. He's going to go ahead and deal some damage there. He's going to throw 5 onto Quinlan. He's going to make it costly for Quinlan to clear Cassian if that's the play that Michael was thinking about.
Right. Yeah, Jack from Golden Dice is on Cura Data Vault.
Also continuing to keep the pressure on, right? Knowing that even if he can deal with, Record, obviously, Record not a threat necessarily this round, but certainly something you're going to have to deal with soon enough.
Yep. So
he's going to force throw a Han out of his own hand to kill Wrecker.
Watch for flying Hans.
Watch for flying Hans. They are everywhere.
Sabine still goes to base, taking him to 14.
Yep. Cassian swings in for 3. Quinlan does same. He'll see your 3 and raise you 3. Sabine's. I mean, if you're Matthew, do you ping here? I think you do. He does. 15 damage now on Quinlan's base, and it's actually they're off. There we go. So we should be 12 for Sabine. There we go.
Look at the pro move from Michael.
I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful Michael using the tokens for the camera. It makes our lives a little easier. Both players they're taking notes off camera, guys. And we ran into this in Denver. I was having struggles at times seeing what players were doing with base health because they were just writing it down and not tracking it on the table.
Yeah, which is not
going to go ahead
which
and
is not the rules for Star Wars Unlimited, by the way. I mean, it does actually say represent the damage on your base. So
right,
I always keep a running track, and I mean both for my own benefit, and then also, I mean, if you're deciding whether your damage is correct or not, I can tell you that the player that's able to demonstrate play by play from the beginning of the game to where you are, where the damage was.
There it is. There it is. Matthew doesn't have it. Quinlan's going to claim game 3 here.
All right.
Quinlan Voss, one of our last remaining undefeated players here at the Sector Qualifier in Richmond.
All right, so we are going through. Michael from Team Secret is the last undefeated. We're going to see if we can get them on for an interview here. But before that, you still listening to us, Mark?
I certainly am. I've not stopped.
All right, so
that Sabine Quinlan
say he's the last
nail
undefeated.
biting.
That's not. We don't know that.
We don't know
the
that
other
yet.
Sabine has not. He hasn't reported in yet. So
he's last. All right, so we're joined by Mark from the Unlimited Power podcast. Is your channel?
Unlimited Power TCG. Yep, to
TCG.
differentiate us from the other Unlimited Power channel. But
right.
yeah, cool. Thanks for having me. Much appreciated, Wes. Loopy. Cheers.
Yep. So
welcome in. Good morning.
we're going to see if we can get another match on feature. But to the extent you can, tell us about the sectors and regionals in Europe. How they've gone.
So
what your impressions are.
We've not yet had a regional in the world. The first one is indeed next week in Lille in France, which is a short train ride away from London. So a number of UK players going to be travelling to that, which means that all eyes are on this event right here, right now, happening in Richmond, because off the back of the Django ban, the meta is completely in the air, as shown from the informational that you did with the representation of all the leaders there, and no one has any idea what is going to be taking things at the moment, or how to adjust their decks ready for Lille next week. So we'll find out after this weekend.
Yep, and
the amount of UK people watching this is going to be massive.
You can't do,
and we'll see how that goes.
Can't do much more than a open meta than this. I mean, we are looking at the deck chart a sec, but I mean, I've had multiple people that are into many large CCGs and very good players tell me 10% for the top deck is near unheard of.
Oh, that's wonderful. The only bit of UK meta representation I can give you at the moment was I was at a 32-player store showdown yesterday, and the top 8 was Gar Yellow, Quinlan TT, Anakin Blue 30, Han 2 Blue 30, Bosk Blue 30, Pout Blue Colossus, another Quinlan TT, and a Piet Blue Colossus. And the event was taken by the Han 2 Blue 30.
Yep. Loop, late yesterday you had Thork on, and I was able to listen to some of that interview, and I remember I think the word I would choose is incredulity that there was a severe lack of Bosk Blue in the field here in Richmond. Now, there was at least, I think, 1 or 2 that did make top 64, but that just wasn't prevalent. It wasn't widely represented. And he was very firm in his opinion that we were going to see a lot more of that next week at the first European regional qualifier. I'm curious, Mark, if you share that opinion.
So, I love Thork to bits. He's a great guy. I think he may well be a touch biased, given that he took the OPE Birmingham event running Bosk Blue.
No, that would never happen.
And that,
there we go.
And that was
hard
like
controls.
That was like a store showdown, right? Like 11 players or so.
Yeah, just a small one. Yeah, only about a couple hundred people.
Biased TCG players, that would never happen.
And hard control and control is always going to be difficult because you got to judge the meta in order to be able to tailor your deck to decide how you can control it, what you're going to be playing against, how you're going to take it down, and to make that kind of call as early into the meta as he did. Full props to Thork. He made that call and he took down the event. His final was against another Palpatine Blue hard control player, so that was an amazing game. But having the knowledge and the insight to be able to make that judgment to take a control or a hard control deck into Lille next week off the back of the results from here in Richmond, that's going to be a ballsy move.
All right. Absolutely. And, I think Thork is a insightful guy, opinionated though he may be. Love him or hate him. But
everybody is.
There was one boss that converted to day 2. Also,
okay.
Player 65 was a 7-2 or what, a 6-2 boss.
6-2. Player 65 was a Bosk Blue. I did note that.
So that is.
While we're talking about the players that made 6-2 but didn't make the cut necessarily in Richmond. Shout out to Fantasy Flight and Ron. Right, I was hearing last night that the players that did finish. There was about eight or nine players, I think, that finished with 18 match points. But of course, we're not in the top 64, so they didn't make the day 2 cut. They were told that they were going to get day 2 prizing. They were going to be taken care of. They couldn't play, but they were going to get prizes as if they had made day 2. And I thought that was a nice gesture given the kind of late format change they came in with here, the way this tournament was set up.
And that's been commented on by the UK community here as well, seeing that that's happened. It's never a good feeling when you bubble out of the top 64 or whatever cut, and you've got the same win record as the other people who've done it, and you've only missed it due to a little bit of opponent's win percentage or whatever. But to be able to have that sort of consideration is a wonderful gesture, and I'm very happy that they did it.
There was a player who finished yesterday. I don't know if you looked at the standings this closely, but he finished yesterday 5-0 and 3. So he did have 18 match points. He just, but he was like 71st or something.
And he's included in those 8 people as well.
He's included in those people, correct.
And I guess maybe also still undefeated as we sit here today, and he's going to end undefeated because he's not playing day 2.
Technically was undefeated in the event, right? Did not lose, but was cut. Did not make the day 2 cut.
May well be the only person who ends this entire event undefeated. Yeah, that's a good flex.
Very possibly.
We'll take that. That was a wonderful game. Sabine, Quinlan, masterclass there. I'm watching that, nail biting on the edge of my seats. I'm a Sabine main myself, and trying to pick up some tips from how to handle this Quinlan matchup is always like, let's pick up that gold dust, that manna from heaven, and take that, absorb it as much as we can.
What impressed me about the way Michael handled that match, he very clearly understood the match, right? Going in, you're playing that deck, you've seen Sabine. She's been around forever. She's very consistent. She's always ever present in the meta, as we would say. But he handled the early pressure well. Even in game 3, where he started to lose control of the board early, very clearly didn't have the early game leverage he did in game 1. You look across on Sabine's flip turns, there's 4 or 5 units on the board. That is not a good feeling. But able to, slowly come back in on his flip turn, clean Sabine off the board and hold her off the board. Even the wrecker coming in, and he's like, well, I could, smash one of my units into this, but instead I'll just force throw a Han out of my hand and get rid of this, so I don't have to deal with it. Like, just choice, right? Very, very, very nice.
Yeah. And as the saying goes, the game is never really over till the fat lady sings. Sabine's got so many potential things. You could timely in K2, you could timely in
she always has options.
You could have a little bit of for a cause, obviously. Fleet Lieutenant if there's a unit left on the board. Even the Sabine ping itself, just that one extra one you might forget to take into account.
Yep. Well, and the thing is, Sabine, once Sabine, let's say you got that 25 health base like Quinlan's playing. Once you get under 20, you are in the danger zone, right? You never know what literally the very next card out of Sabine's hand could be your game ender, right? It depends on, could be for a cause. Like you said, you talk about, ambushing in something with Overwhelm. They've got 2 big units in there, the K2 and the Wrecker. All kinds of options Sabine has. So Quinlan, Michael playing that match just to perfection, doing a great job.
Absolutely. I'm suspecting, given that we didn't see them play at least once, he probably sided out some Rebel Assaults. They would have had to have been in there for any kind of mirror matchups, but no, very well played.
He had him at least still in Game 3, because when he played Wrecker to the board in Game 3, the resource he destroyed was a Rebel Assault. So they were still in there, but he was apparently resourcing some of them along the way, just realizing that... My assumption is that into a match like Quinlan, and we saw it, you're struggling to keep more than 1 or 2 units on the board to really get the value out of a Rebel Assault, probably.
I also found myself thinking maybe the high blue hit point bases, the Colossus and all that, may well be a reaction to the increase you could see in expected aggro plays as well. You've seen a Kazuda coming into the top 64. That's going to be interesting to see how that does.
I'm really curious to see that one.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. The Mace Mono Red as well. Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Yes. Kazuda might be, the most underplayed leader now, even being boss, because Kazuda is really, really good. I think that just there hasn't been enough time to fine-tune things, so you see people still, playing things like Sabine Yellow and some other ones, or maybe, at least you could argue that Kazuda might be better. So
I think the pilot leaders are still very suspect to most players in the wider game, right? Yep. Especially the cheap ones. Vonreg and Kaz are very, very high risk because of how easy it is for a Bamboozle to just wipe them out. And your opponent, as long as they have the cards to sacrifice, doesn't even have to spend resources. So they can still develop their board and just throw a couple cards and get rid of your leader forever. That feels really bad. Whereas on the top end, like the Luke and the Vader, like the Hero of Yavin Luke, if you don't, maybe you want them as a pilot, but they're not bad ground units either if you have to go that route.
I found myself in a game-winning play yesterday running Luke Red Tarkin Town against an Anakin Blue 30, and the guy just had a clutch rivals full right at the very moment after I deployed my Luke onto a spaceship and I have 2 K-turns in my hand ready to absolutely nuke things. It's like, nope, gone, dead. Upgrades are so risky. They're such a gamble at the moment.
All right, so
well, there you go.
It looks like we're going to be actually just going to the next round here shortly. Before you go, what's the atmosphere, or what's the anticipation level for the regional that's coming up?
It's
the French
enormous.
Border is
it's
where I'm told
huge. A lot of people are going. I say it's a very easy trip down from London. If you can get to London, get on the Channel Tunnel train through there, book an Airbnb or something. It's really easy to get to Lille for the weekend. There's no massive holidays on. Almost all of the really high-level players in the UK that I know are very stoked for this event because being a sector, the top 2 players get paid flights to the Galactics. The regionals, I believe it's the top 8, all get paid flights to the Galactics, so the stakes are enormous. I don't know what the player count is for it, and who knows how it's going to turn out, how it's going to be. If we get a repeat of 500 people for this, if we get more people flying in international, it could very well eclipse this for size of event. Everything's to play for. You've got the showcase leaders that you've mentioned. It's all on the table.
Absolutely.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't bigger than this event. I really think they're going to crack 600. I think it's going to continue to grow.
And
so,
where can people watch the Lille regional? I know that.
So the Lille regional is being run by a company called Fanfinity. They have a Twitch website, a Twitch streaming channel and a YouTube channel. Links to both of those have been shared on the UK Facebook group, the global Facebook group. They've been shared in Late Night Gaming Discord. I'll share them in the Star Wars General Global Discord later. They're all over the place. I'll make sure that they're known. And that is where Fanfinity have said they will be live streaming next weekend on one or both of those channels. That's where you can watch them.
And I posted in the Fanfinity Discord. If anybody there is out there and wants to pop on to talk about your coverage next week, please DM me as we're producing this today. Mark, always a pleasure. Thanks for joining us for Across the Pond. Everybody out there,
likewise, Loopy.
Subscribe to Unlimited Power TCG. Mark is a great source and does a lot of this data analysis stuff about the European events. So if you want to get, the jump on a deck that maybe Americans aren't expecting to see, but is working elsewhere, certainly turn into unlimited power TCG.
Especially as the PQ season crops up in the UK over the next 2 months. We'll be covering all of that as much as we can.
All right, so absolutely. So thanks very much. Wes, I think that this may or not be your last round today, but
It is.
You want to do any announcements or tell us anything about the Sea Raptor channel going forward?
Just that I'm still, I won't say I'm 100%, but I'm probably 95% going to be covering the Minneapolis Regional in a few weeks towards the end of the month. I've still got some logistical hurdles to jump through, but luckily I don't have nearly as much prep to do as I did for Denver. The tech all works, but I just got to figure out how to physically get it there. So we're working on a few things in the background, but that should be happening. If it doesn't for whatever reason, either way, I've still got 2 PQs on the slate we're going to be covering on my various channels in early June. One here in Houston, close to the house. Another in Austin, a few hours away. So both of those will be available the first 2 Saturdays in June. And then I've been also working with a couple local buddies. We've been producing a Star Wars Unlimited podcast called On the Button. You can find that probably just about everywhere you listen to podcasts. Just go do a search for Unlimited On the Button. It should come up. And we've 3 or 4 episodes in. We're just doing that a couple times a month because we're having a good time with it. Just sit around and chat about the game for an hour.
All right, absolutely. And I think that it's great to have you on as part of the community and part of team coverage. We're going to be sticking around. There's now actually a coverage channel on late night for those that are there, and we're going to be working with, I think, McClunky and you guys. It might be that we have 3 tables kind of doing March Madness stuff, which is my preference, kind of how we did it in Denver.
That would, my hope. Every game we can put on camera is good for everybody. I want to provide as much coverage as we can.
Yeah, and it'll be nice to meet you in person. So everybody,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna put these 2 channels in the chat. Everybody that is SWU based that hasn't subscribed to Sea Raptor, please do that. And then everybody, Unlimited Power TCG is a really great resource. And thanks so much for coming by, Mark. And
My pleasure again. Cheers for the invite. Always a pleasure.
Indeed.
We'll be hearing
Nice to meet you, sir.
from you after this regional happens. Maybe a recap.
Indeed.
So.
Good luck with the rest of the day. Cheers.
All right. We're going to go to a waiting screen here, and then we'll be back with round 10 after this.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right?
This is the way.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy here at Late Night Gaming, and I'm joined with my frequent co-collaborator, Rebel Traitor. We both do a ton of coverage. Very seldom do we get to call matches together, so I'm looking forward to the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm excited to make my debut here. Didn't get to cast it all yesterday. I had some, scheduling things going on, but everyone did a great job, so I'm just excited to be here now.
Yeah, and
We've got a fun one for you.
I've consistently heard, from people is they appreciate kind of the change-ups in coverage, and I do too. I mean, we have done some very long days. I mean, I didn't even remember what that West Coast PQ is that I did whatever day the Baltimore one was, because I went to I went through Baltimore, Seattle. Then I helped Frank with Utah, I think, around, and then I went to what was it? Oregon was that one, or Seattle?
That was Seattle. I was actually in Seattle for that one, and I had to drive up that morning, drive back that night.
So I can
was
tell
sick the whole time also.
So I apologize to anybody who listened to my commentary during the Seattle final. I mean, I was probably delirious at that point, but I mean, we have enough people here and coverage is getting better and better. There's no need to kind of do these marathon sessions, anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to hear that a couple more people are going to be producing and learning to do this. Right now, it's kind of like 4 or 5 people in the United States really know how to do kind of the production this way. that we do. And as that grows, it's going to be just more and more all over. And I'm also really excited for this matchup. We do, in fact, have a Vader mirror, guys.
Yeah, George Hudson. We saw him in round 8 playing this Vader Data Vault deck, and I believe we also had him on the stream as an interview guest. So I'm excited to see this in action. It's a very interesting deck. I think a bit different from the one that you had in your video. But a lot of the core stuff is the same. He's trying to ramp a lot, play resupply carrier on 6, go into Vader on 7. He's also got some really interesting stuff in there, like Hux, prepare for takeoff, 6 copies of Devastator, Fang Fighters in the main.
No, it's good. I think the Fang Fighters in the main. I said a quick thing during that video just for Richmond that I think that, with the Han around right now, I mean, really, that's a good decision. We saw Michael Conroe from Secret, and we hope to have them on after this next round. The tables actually finished very, very fast. There were very few game 3s. So, we weren't able to get them in, quick enough. But we want to hear from him. We saw main deck Fang Fighters played in several matches that Michael Conroe was. So it's going to go. So we're going to have a Vader mirror. And, George has been killing it with this deck. I mean, it's not my list. He texted me, George and I DM, right? So he DM'd me, a couple of times, and he was teasing me, but, I mean, he let it slip or told me that he was running Vader a couple of days ago. So actually, a couple of things from his list did influence mine. That was since I was re-recording however many billion times I re-recorded that Vader video. And, I think that maybe a couple of changes changed. But he runs First Order Synergy. He's got, the name of his deck is No Hux Given. I can tell you that. That doesn't change anything because he loves Admiral Hux. And he's looking at a pilot deck and unfortunately lacked a turn 1 play. Lacked a turn 1 space play. So
yeah,
he's going to find some way to get to the, and control the space area. And I think actually Vader Blue, though blue is the aggressor here.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this like Space Vader blue deck, it's actually blue-green is usually a control color, but this one is actually pretty much an aggro deck that's trying to play a bunch of space units, create TIE fighters, and deploy Vader for some big damage.
Absolutely. And Pilot Vader is a huge deploy if it goes on a ship, and a huge then barrage target thereafter. I can see he's using the Wookiee base, the shield generator complex.
Did George not take the 2 damage from the Inferno 4? He must just be writing it down.
Yep.
All right, ooh, small TIE fighter token. That's fun.
You've got a name to update on screen?
I'm working on it.
All right. So it looks like George got the initiative here. Sorry, George the Hulk got the initiative. These players are both named George.
It is George.
So actually, no matter what, I was always going to be right if I said that.
Not quite as good as a Jonathan Muir, which we had from Denver, but I mean, we'll get there. My little brother's name is George.
Wow. All right. Yeah. So this Inferno Force is going to get another attack off, which is going to put the Vader online. Blue Vader has a super laser which can kill this First Order Stormtrooper really nicely. So now both players have ramped. Red Vader got off a resupply last round.
Symbiode from the chat. It is a George mirror. It is a Vader mirror. We are just mirroring all over the place. And I think the 2 Vaders are from roughly the same time period in Star Wars, right? Because Pilot Vader, looks to be right around Battle of Yavin, and Spark of Rebellion Vader right around Empire.
Yeah. Although there are like a few years in between those, aren't there?
Yeah, I suppose. They had to find Hoth.
Yeah. He's reading Hux.
Why don't we read Hux?
Hux is an interesting one. He gives all your other first order units raid 1, and then he has an action to exhaust himself, draw a card if you played a first order unit this turn.
And if you haven't seen the Honey Badger video somehow, just Google or YouTube Honey Badger, and you'll see what No Hux Given is a reference to.
All right, prepare for takeoff played here. George does have a lot of vehicles in his deck.
Yeah,
so
he's vehicle based. George is not one to play anybody else's list. He's got a different kind of synergy, going on, and it's been working for him in Richmond.
Can't quite see what those 2 cards are that he picked up. Looks like First Order TIE Fighter is one of them. And
I think it was Pirate Tank. I think Pirate Tank was the second one.
Pirate Tank's a spicy include here.
I have it in my that is in my Vader list now, and that is actually what I tweaked. Actually with George's input, and we were talking about that. But I run Pilot Vaders, and among other things, it lets me put Vader in a tank, which is something that I like to do whenever possible.
All right, Viktor leader coming down for our blue Vader player. And that should be 2 more damage into George's base. Red Vader's base, I should say.
Hulky Vader. That gives no Hux.
Yeah. All right, so Red Vader is on 6 resources. And I think both players are actually on 6. Yeah, because they both rank once. Which means if our Red Vader player has the resupply carrier, then both Vaders are probably flipping this turn.
All right. And I got my feature cards up again. So that's General Hux for anybody who isn't familiar. He gives any first order unit raid 1. So right now, the first order TIE Fighter actually attacks for 3. And he also draws cards. So he can tap himself if you've played a first order card this turn to draw a card, which is a important thing.
That's massive. Iden.
That's Iden. Iden is big.
Let's see. The first order Stormtrooper for George, though, does turn on both Hux and the Vader ping. And he's going to use Hux here. So Vader going to swing in for 5. I guess they're keeping track on paper, so I'm assuming George's should be accurate, but I think he probably should be a bit higher. All right, there's a super laser for Red George. And he can take it out himself with the Vader ping. And he's going to do that.
Oh, so I'm hearing from Sonny D that this is George Bichetti. It's his high school friend. I don't know if he's actually a member of Team Secret or not, but yeah, Sonny is, of course, a great player and one of the members or founding members of Team Secret.
Speaking of, that Blue George's Vader just deployed. So now both Vaders are out there. And now it's a race to see who can get there. This TIE Fighter the Vader's on, it looks like it's... Is it exhausted? I think it might be. How would it get exhausted, though? Or was it generated this turn? Maybe it was generated this turn. I thought he had it ready. TIE Fighter going into this round, though. All right. Well, it looks like Blue George did get the initiative, which means he should be able to get a hit off with this Vader and the TIE Fighter, which is going to be hitting for 7 because of the Victor leader.
Right.
It looks like both these players are actually even on remaining health.
Yeah, so it's
Is the Vader vault.
Symbiode says the pilot on the little token is adorable. Isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Swings into base for 7. You know, it's like the really tall guy that's in the small car in Simpsons. All right. So we're read a 23, 10 remaining left for George. But his
9
action
on board.
Yep, and he's got his leader out. Vader deployed. Yeah, if anybody knows exactly where those tokens are from, please let us know. I'm sure it's Etsy, but I mean, if you got more than that. Oh, so Devastator hits the ground. It's indirect, but he gets to target it. So he's going to kill 2 of the tokens for 4, right? Because Victor Leader's out.
Yep. So that uses up all the indirect. Iden is keeping this Victor Leader alive.
Iden is, at least from my chair, the best villain pilot. Though I like Boba too, just on value. 2 costs for adding 2 3s a lot, says Boba and Han Solo.
All right, gonna hit for 5. That means George pretty much has to claim here, or Red George, that is.
Yeah. Doesn't.
Oh, he's not going to.
Trades into.
Can he? Wait.
So.
No, he can kill this Vader with
Vader
with his own.
Yep, with the on attack.
But then the Victor Leader's just lethal, isn't it?
It's 23 damage marked on base. Victor Leader is.
Well, he should have taken 5 from a Victor Leader hit. I'm assuming they wrote it down.
Right.
But he was at 23 before the hit.
Turbo Laser Salvo from the Vader, which is 7.
All right.
This is going to the game plan of Vader Blue, for sure.
All right, there we go. They got the extra damage. So that's 28.
Claims.
He's got a claim.
I mean,
He's looking for... Oh, he's only on 8, so 10 cost Devastator wouldn't do it. What could he have?
Yeah. Turbo Laser Salvo is a great card from the new set. If you have a space-heavy deck, it makes a lot of sense. I think he's just going base with the dev.
Yeah.
Because he knows he doesn't have it. All right, so game 2. Blue Vader. I guess I'm going to figure out how to write the game tally, here. What were your thoughts on game 1, RT?
It was really a slugfest. I mean, they played a little bit of the value game early, but at the end of it, it just came down to who could hit harder or faster.
Absolutely. All right, so both players are going to sideboard now. I have some ideas of the list, but we don't say anything specifically about the list. Carlos just linked the tokens from Bothan Network.
Oh, that's awesome.
So throw those up in the restream chat. if I'm George, I mean, any additional space stuff I have, I want to bring in. If you had something like, Vader pilots or something like that in your board, you'd want to bring that in. If I'm blue Vader, potentially anything that deals with ground. I mean, if you have more copies of Salvo you aren't playing, I mean, the Spark of Rebellion Vader is a little bit better at ramping because of the leader side ability. Easier to kill a super laser tech.
Yeah, I'm also looking at anything that can remove big things. Blue's got lots of stuff that does that. Fell the Dragon, Rivals Fall, No Glory, potentially. Because, I guess, George probably doesn't know this, but, the other George is running the 10-cost Devastator.
Right.
Yeah. And we know that because he mentioned it in the interview yesterday.
Yeah, well, he also
So I'm
played
not
it
revealing it
a bunch of times. But I think that I would, whenever I go into a matchup against Vader Green, I do expect there to be Devastators, or at least suspect there to be a Devastator, because it really is a good unit. I think what sets it apart from a lot of the other Star Destroyers is the combination of both Sentinel and Overwhelm. In the Sentinel makes it important in a lot of matches where otherwise it really would not be. Who isn't a George fanboy? I mean, I'll try to get a report from the ground, see if he's actually wearing a Vader helmet today. I don't have no idea what a Vader helmet costs, but I mean, George has strong hack game. If you've seen him, when he gets to the later parts of strong events. Oh, I see our friend Sunny D in the chat. He's actually on site in Richmond. We're trying really hard to get Team Secret on there. It's just a matter of things lining up. We were going to move to them last round, but the pairings were such that they had not enough time then, so we'll try to do that. It does look like Wu is going to come call around with us, so we always love when we can have him on. One of the best players and creators around, in my estimation. So, and we got a murderer's row of commentary later. We'll have RT, who's probably called the most Star Wars commentary of any person on the planet.
I mean, there's some people that are catching up to me, but
yeah, there's some people doing some late days. That's true. And also Josh from Next Gen Gaming, and also Bobbysapphire from KTOD. So appreciate everybody in the community making this happen. I said yesterday, this is a lot more than late night stream or Take the Initiative stream. Though y'all are watching it here, we really do appreciate the community making it happen in the best way for the people watching, and that's what we really want.
All right, players are drawing up their hands for game 2.
My team or platform in the chat talking about Vader making a presence. Sure does. Both of these players are X1.
No, they're X2, I believe.
They're X2, so fighting.
So this is elimination.
This is an elimination game for a Vader.
George the Hulk has already secured the Vader showcase as the only Sith Lord Vader in the top 64.
Yep.
But there are still several other pilot Vaders.
Yeah,
I think there were 3 others.
Yeah, I think this is the only blue one. I mean, there were some yellow ones we saw on stream, so that's good. Top table-wise, table 1 is the last undefeated. It is Quinlan versus Sabine, which we had just seen. Table 2 is a matchup that I have a hard time deciding who to root for because it's Mephisto, who's a member of the BN Bothan competition team, against Just Jack, who's a member of the Golden Dice competition team.
Oh,
And
that one's tough.
That's 2 friends and great people and great positive influences for the community. Table 3 is a Sabine versus Cad. Then we have Craw against Anakin Colossus. Alex, the greatest, is on table 5 against one of the Vader yellows.
All right.
And-
And we just saw one of the big plays that the red Vader deck has in this matchup to beat Kajimi Patrollers.
Yep.
Normally, you really like Kajimi as the Vader because it gets you 2 units, but George the Hulk was able to play a 1-drop, take out the non-token unit to prevent Vader from triggering on turn 2.
Shouldn't the overlay show Vader green? The overlay does, as far as I can see.
Yeah.
All right. Hux hits the floor.
There's the fancy Hux artwork.
Yep. And he's playing under curve, right? So I mean, we talked about that a little bit with Vader. I mean, if you give yourself that extra thing, the pings add up. Absolutely, folks.
Yeah. And Victor Leader coming out, which is going to save that token from being Vadered.
Yep. Yeah, he's got a bigger problem to deal with. Victor Leader's very, very strong in a Vader deck. I mean, which makes sense because Victor Leader is Vader's tie. Great card. Gives +1 to every other space unit. +1/+1.
All right, I think he put a die on the Victor Leader, but I think that's just to remind a reminder and not damage. Because the Vader ping went onto the token.
Oh, that is.
What's Mephisto playing? He's on CAD Tarkin Town.
Yeah, Carlos won't let us forget that.
Another notable thing, neither player got ramp that turn.
Yes.
And
Now, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right? So,
yeah.
oftentimes, Green Vader, it's not ideal to ramp on turn 2. And you got other stuff to deal with. I mean, I guess, upside of your 7 deploy, which is typically a downside, is that when you ramp in the first couple of turns is not crucial. So sometimes you develop your board first and then ramp. The dagger
that's big.
comes and does a damage to the Victor Leader. It is a damage. Victor.
Is that Wingman?
Yeah, Victor 2. Is it Victor 2 or 3? I think that's Victor 2. Is a pilot that comes. It made a token, so it's definitely Victor 2. All right. And
That's
then the
gonna
Vader
save
ping
this
finishes
token.
off the Victor Leader.
A second Victor Leader.
Victor Leader is a cool design card. It actually can be pulled by the first Vader unit. Spark of Rebellion, Legendary Vader. Adds a lot of impact if you have a significant space deck. And George is looking for an answer. I mean, he was able to play the dagger to take care of the first Victor Leader, but another one emerged.
Yep. See, and the Wingman gives only +1 as a pilot, right? So it should be hitting for 3. Yeah, looks like it. Does Vader get to generate a token? Oh no, I think he attacked with the Victor Leader earlier
attacked.
on. The first one.
He
Polo
attacked.
died. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hux does not get to draw a card because of the need to keep tempo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he could have gone for it, and then there was a chance that he would have gotten initiative anyway because of the Vader trigger, because that would have been another action. But decided to be safe, make sure you got the initiative there. Open fire, big play there, taking out 2 units for the price of 1. And now this dagger can start taking out tokens one by one. Yes, this is game 2, and Vader got game 1.
Vader.
Ooh,
moved.
traitorous.
Traitorous. Taking the dagger.
That's interesting. So that thing I said about, picking off TIE fighters, not true.
The traitor attacks. Yeah, at the same time, I mean, he paid 5 to get a 2/2.
Yeah.
And he pings down a TIE fighter. George playing well. I mean, this game is much more even, I think, than the first game, despite not a ton of space units. Vader Blue goes to 14 damage on base.
The other thing that this Traitors does do is it enables the Vader trigger this turn.
Yep.
So he gets to generate another token.
That's true. All right. The dagger attacks base for 2, taking him to 12 damage on Green Vader's base.
All right, we're at 6 resources now for both players, which means the Blue Vader can flip this turn. Red Vader can if he gets the resupply carrier or some other piece of ramp.
Yeah, George is playing extremely well, and that actually qualifies to both of them.
Yep.
We'll just call the Hulk. How about that? First order TIE fighter attacks for 2.
Should be 3 because of the Hux.
Oh, Hux 3 because of Hux. It potentially could have Raid 2 if he also had a token, because Raid is additive. All right. Pilot Vader creates a TIE fighter, as they are wont to do. Resupply carrier.
All right, there's that carrier.
Yep, the resupply carrier is the ramp from 6 to 7 that the Hulk was looking for. Vader, the pilot, attacks onto a TIE. The first order stormtrooper goes in for 3 and an indirect. Where will the indirect go? He does not have Viktor leader out anymore.
This the Hux raid has gotten a lot of value.
Sure has
for George.
Sure has. And I mean, the way that the Hulk explained it yesterday was it is red 3 for 2 that also draws cards. And in a first order synergy deck, that's essentially what it is. Red 3's seen a lot of play, still does. All right, Vader pilot attacks, taking the Hulk's base to 18. We're going to see a deploy, I think, of Vader here. He's thinking about it first. Looks like first we're going to draw a card. Maybe. No, he's attacking. He's attacking for 1.
Yeah.
He's attacking for 1. He's stalling. He's worried about barrage. There's an...
All right, and that takes him out of barrage range.
Right. I believe that the indirect from the Stormtrooper went on the Vader pilot, maybe?
Yeah, it did. That's what the 1 die is there for.
All right, so Green Vader, or I guess Red Vader, depending on how you look at it. The Hulk's Vader leader attacks the base, taking him to 26. Pilot Vader's base is in check. Both of these players playing hard, to get into top 8 and avoid elimination is X2. Both have pretty good breakers, last I checked.
All right, I think we're going to see game 3 here.
We are going to see game
That
3
one?
of the double mirror, the George Mirror Vader mirror, happening at the Richmond Sector Day 2. This is an elimination game, which is what we're going to be primarily showing this point forward. You don't need to see draws.
Yeah. But yeah, that one really came down to the Hux. And just to the ground arena in general. The Blue Vader was never really able to generate anything that challenged on the ground. Whereas in game 1, you had that super laser attack that was able to kill the First Order Stormtrooper. Yeah, another player got ramp that game. Seemed like it favored the Hulk. Well, I guess the Hulk did get the resupply carrier at the end, but neither of them ramped on turn 2.
I'm displaying General Hux for anybody not familiar with the card. It is a new set 4 card. And, it's built around. He's building around Hux with this build. That's for sure. And, we'll have to look back. I'm sure somebody will analyze the replay after the fact and see how many additional damage the raid from General Hux added there. But I think it's safe to say that was the difference in the game. Getting him into check and lethal right away.
Yeah, as we're seeing with the rise of this, data vault in general, like a couple damage here and there means a lot. People are willing to decrease the consistency of their decks by a lot to get that 3 extra health.
Yeah, and that said, a fair amount of the matches, on my Vader Vault deck, I'm over 30 at some point before winning. Chris Stott, good point. The Hux 1 damage attack. Hux does not give himself raid. So the Hux 1 damage attack actually made it so that the Vader leader was lethal. And Vader leader has 8 health. It's a relatively hard leader to remove. Yeah, the rules are that any tokens can be used so long as the players agree. I don't know what your experience was at pre-releases, but just from a scarcity of X-Wings and bunch of people playing Vader, I had times where I used literally any card as a TIE Fighter token. I would use my other drafted leaders or the ones I didn't use often as X-Wing tokens. And that said, the backs of the cards work. Tokens are okay as long as everybody's okay with it. And we'll go there. George is reading Data Vault or showing Data Vault. Looks like a Hyperfoil Data Vault, which is cool.
Yeah.
Deck lists are not open. We are not showing any deck lists until they are open. And that's what we were doing before, and also FFG and SCG policy. One good place you'll be able to see the deck lists after will be SWU Competitive Hub. Shout out to Noxum, I know is his Discord name, but they do a lot of work amalgamating some data for us. RT is a great data amalgamator himself. Made some cool charts, and I appreciate the left brainers that get this stuff done.
Yeah. Also, Jonathan Fisher.
Jonathan
He
Fisher
might be in this
is an
Discord call
all-star
right now, but he's
Yeah. I got some new data for you guys. You want to throw it up?
We will,
after this game.
after
probably.
the decisive game 3, we'll get to
They're
it.
about to get
Got
started.
it. Yep. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, I'm like so focused on data.
All right, Onyx Squadron. That's a one we haven't seen yet. I've been a big fan of this Onyx Squadron. It's almost replaced Inferno 4 in my lists. Sometimes that, the card advantage is valuable, but I think that the 2 health is always valuable. So both are still good options, but good to have another 2/3 in space. How many rounds before the cut? 4 total, and this is our second of the day, so we got 2 more Swiss rounds after this.
Oh yeah, no, we got some sweet data. Once we'll raid the data vault right after this match. How about that? Thanks, John, for putting that together. I just saw on the coverage channel what you did.
It's gonna be Rogue One in here, raiding the data vault.
Onyx Brute is an open we haven't seen yet from Blue Vader, but a good card. George trades into it early, preventing max value on the when defeated.
Did he miss? It looks like he missed the when defeated.
So far. Now, both players, actually, I know for sure George tracks, life totals there. I mean, it is common for players that are very familiar with other games to sometimes just write it down on their pad and miss it to track on base.
Is that entrenched?
Entrenched.
All right.
Spicy. So we have a very powerful tie token, the old 4/4 token that can only attack. Kylo tie played by the Hulk. How many participants in the event? I think it was 598 registration and 582 or 584 played. I'd have to look back at my other channel. It is the largest Star Wars Limited tournament in the history of the galaxy, as far as we know. Michael Gem, who's Bobbysapphire, says that Entrenched is the MVP of this Vader Blue deck. I know Chrono likes Vader Blue a lot, who is a great player and a member of KTOD's competition team. And one of those people that will call me out if I'm doing something that's not correct with my Sabine deck, which I appreciate.
All right. Was that the Clone Combat Squadron?
That is. And now it's got a price on its head. And it's only at 3/3 until there's another unit out. So that is a not the card that Vader Blue wanted to see.
Definitely a risky play, especially with that silencer on board.
Yeah, KTOD had a cool meetup that I heard all about in Richmond. Before he's almost taking the Clone Combat Squadron off, Can he protect it? Power of the Dark Side.
Oh, he
He's gonna
can't
be able to
protect
protect it right
moment.
now. But they had a cool meetup in Richmond, I know, and Alex and Tata still vying for the championship of the Richmond sector. Quite a few more
Resupply?
are in that Discord that are vying for spots.
Just imagine if Blue George didn't have that power, we could be on Vader this turn
Yeah. And
on Red George's side.
I mean, it's a George the Hulk deck. I mean, you can expect some removal. So
Yeah.
we'll see if he can find a way. I think a huge pressure point in this match right now is finding a way to remove that Clone Combat Squadron before things get out of control.
Yep.
All right, he has successfully prevented things from getting out of control for the moment, at least.
Right.
And now he should be on 7. So Red Vader is going to flip this turn, I believe. And I think Blue Vader is only on 5. Or I think 5, yeah, maybe 6. There's Victory Leader. So I think it is 6 because it looks like he has 3 left.
Black Sun Starfighter.
Black Sun.
Vegetables. To quote the first Woo Kira video. It's not a card that anybody really loves playing. It's a 3/2, but it really does serve an important purpose for ground-heavy decks that run Vader unit and being able to play some kind of a Sentinel for it. Surprisingly, yellow got the 3-drop Sentinel out of set 4. Nobody was playing villain yellow.
All right. So Vader going to be used. So the combat squadron is getting +1 from itself and +1 from the Victory Leader. So right now it's a 5/5. So that's why it's still here.
Chat's going off about eating your vegetables. They've all seen the video too.
All right, and Vader, the Victor Leader, deploys into the Victor Leader.
There are 4 rounds of Swiss before top 8. 12 total. Yeah, 650 players, it would have went to 13 total rounds of Swiss under the format that was just announced. I do feel for the X2s that didn't make it to day 2. We're told they're still getting some of the prizing, but that's got to be a bummer.
Yeah. There's some interesting decks in there also. There's a Palpatine Colossus.
There was a Kira that was undefeated and ended the tournament undefeated with 3 draws.
Yeah. 503.
All right. 16 damage on Pilot Vader's base. McBobber, of course, one of my teammates, great. He called the match yesterday. Said he expected Vader to deploy onto the combat squadron. That's we've seen a lot of deploys of Vader onto not the biggest threat unit by Pilot George, Pilot Vader, and that's been effective. I mean, it spreads the threats a little. The 2 TIE fighters that Vader deploys, makes when he deploys, buffs that Clone Combat Squadron significantly. Put the card up a little bit.
But the squadron having so much damage on it already is it makes it difficult to play Vader.
Not everybody with 18 points made it day 2. Because it was 64.
Yeah, I think there were 72 players at 18 points or better.
Okay.
Ooh, there's that
Fang
Fang
fighter. That hurts.
Doesn't affect the vehicle count for squadron, but that's still massive.
Uh-huh.
So let's see. Let's calculate exactly how much this squadron is. So right now it's getting +4, one from the Viktor leader and one for each of the units. So it's a 7/7.
Yep.
So it's got 3 health left.
To the 80th player to ask the question, I don't think so. But both players are actually X2. I think actually George the Hulk conceded to Kura, is what I was told by somebody. Vader leader attacks in, doing 2 damage to Viktor leader, I think.
All right, so George should have 7 more, or sorry, Red George should have 7 more on his base. And I think Blue George is accurate.
Yeah, he'll mark it
All
right now.
They're getting it. They're keeping track on paper, so.
Yep.
But I think Red George is in a pretty strong position here. He's on 8 resources, which means, let's see, we know he's on the 8 resource Devastator. It might be on Reinforcement Walker also. Could be on the Ground Vader also. So he's got lots of big plays. Ooh, but that's
Maul.
That's a nice one.
Maul's good there. There's no Underworld unit to take the damage for him. But it does overwhelm in addition to removing the First Order Stormtrooper. The Hulk might have turned the corner here, though. I talked about that a little in the Vader green video. We'll see what happens with this Fang Fighter. Which pilot is on there? Is that Viktor 2?
That's a price on your head.
That's a price on your head. So the price on your head is still there. So there's still a ramp. And we've seen already that George plays lots of Devastators. We've seen red Devastators. We've seen green Devastators. So he might want that ramp right now. We'll see what happens with the Fang. I think that but for the ramp, I might go to base here. We have Vader answering Maul. Maybe. You always... I shouldn't say always. I can think of one time that I purposely did the ambush first for a particular reason. But usually the correct play is to do the when play to Vader unit prior to deciding the ambush. And in particular, the Dagger squadron, if he hits that, is pretty relevant here. Because the Clone Combat is a 5/5 with 4 damage on it. And then he can get an extra 3 damage to base, essentially, I think.
Ooh, yep, there's that dagger.
So, there is a dagger, folks. Vader
The
unit.
dagger doesn't die here.
Yeah,
there we go.
The dagger doesn't die. Price in your head goes off. Price in your head goes to the discard pile. The top card of the deck goes to the smuggle row. Vader, the unit, sacrifices himself to kill Darth Maul. 2 apprentices back. And now that frees up the Fang Fighter to go to base. So I think that's why you saw the sequencing how it is. And that's a good play by the Hulk. You know, he took care of them all, and he saw whether his Vader pool of 10 cards is going to be included Dagger, which is what he was looking for, I think, and he got it. Kind of does similar to if you played Death Trooper with Vader builds, where it does a little damage out of the Vader pull from the legendary 7-cost unit Vader.
All right, so George, I think these base totals are accurate. Okay, judges, fill in with them. 20 on Red Vader, 19 on Blue Vader.
Yep, and shout out to the awesome judge staff that's been doing a great job at the SCG event, and the TO staff. Ward's our man on the ground. I think it's Sir Jonathan is a head judge. They're really running a great event. I mean, I think that the feedback I've heard, and if you have different feedback there, everybody's been really thinking that the event was run well, usually with then some sadness for the X2s that weren't able to play game 2 or day 2. So 24 damage on Pilot Vader's base, just hanging in there. Needs to do another 13 to take care of the data vault.
Yep. 24 on Blue Vader's base. So almost lethal this turn. And the one of the shortcomings of this Blue Vader deck is that it lacks a little bit in like burst damage at the end. It's hard to push through a situation like this.
Right.
Because you don't have surprise strikes, you don't have like Cassians.
Yeah, really the only
any way to generate
pump you have
damage.
is probably Barrage, which is a removal that pumps a little. But also, subjects your unit to being taken care of or removed during the time between the Barrage getting played and the attack.
Alright, well, speak of the devil.
I don't know why the chat is saying that Kaz can't deploy to a Falcon with R2 pilot on it. Poe can't deploy to a Falcon with R2 on it. If you have a rules question, it's always a good thing to ask a judge. If you think the judge that made the ruling is wrong, appeal it. The reason Poe can't deploy to a piloted vessel by R2 is because Poe says he has to attach to a unit without a pilot on it, whether it would be otherwise legal or not.
All right, Dagger's gonna attack, bringing Blue George to 26, forcing a claim.
Yep. Check.
And he's gotta have Super Laser Blast.
Yep, and he doesn't.
Good game.
Vader Green takes care of New Vader Blue in the George Mirror Vader Mirror here at Richmond Sector Qualifier. So let's raid the data vault, right away, before we go, and then we'll see what we'll have between there. Here, I'm going to stop this video. This video was sent to me by one of the judges there. It's kind of a pan shot of the Richmond sector, and I think that's cool. Just seeing that many people, playing Star Wars at once is neat. But I'm going to show some stuff we didn't get to pregame. We were going to do a little pregame coverage, but unfortunately what happened is we had to make sure our camera was working, which we got done just in time. But this is actually one you made, isn't it, RT?
Which one are you showing?
If you look in the screen share, you'll see it. This is the list of what was represented and their bases.
Yeah, that's me. I think this was what was live going into round 8 yesterday, I think. So this is a bit out of date.
Okay.
But did I not post the newer one?
You might have. I might have actually just put the wrong one here. Let me try to find the go. This is the X2s and X1s, I think, as we finished. I get that the text is a little small. You can actually see all these on the Late Night Discord. And this is the top 64. So what stood out for you there? I'm going to hide the
I think this was the top 64 going into round 8 also. Because we got the Mando in there, and they didn't make day 2, I know.
right, let me pop this up. I'm going to go to my melee window and actually do the standings for goes. Why don't we actually kind of do the matches? We're in round 10 right now. So that was round 10. We'll look at some results that are in. We have Michael Conroe. Stays undefeated. It says 1-2-0.
All right.
Versus William O'Neill on Sabine. So Michael's been taking care of Sabine, is the last remaining undefeated going into round 11. Mephisto was able to take care of Just Jack 2-1. Just Jack's still alive with 2 losses and good breakers.
Glad it was a 2-1.
Yep, 2-1. Matthew Boyzevich was able to win 2-0 versus Evan Honeycutt on table 3. Craw lost 2-1 to an Anakin Colossic deck piled by Kyle
And that's
Warning.
Kyle Warren. From he was part of Arrowbrick Gaming in the Destiny days. If anyone
Is that
remembers
Phoenix?
that. It is.
So shout out to Arrowbrook Gaming, Drew Phoenix. I remember those guys. I still have an Arrowbrook Gaming Power Action token that I'll use. It's in my Destiny boxes. So they're longtime Star Wars guys. Great for the community. Love seeing them playing SWU.
Looks like we just got pairings for round 11.
All right, so we got pairings for round 11. We're going to go to break here, and we'll be back with round 11 after this. One moment. You are not. All right, we are back with round 11, and SCG, in SCG fashion, is keeping things moving, getting this tournament done with. And I'm very happy to be joined with one of the best in the business, Woo, who's going to call in this match with us. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How's it going?
Yep. So if you live under a rock, or don't watch YouTube, Swoo, Woo is one of the best in the business and a great player. I think you played Denver, right? And
I did, yeah.
Got to game 2. What do you think of Richmond so far? What do you think of the meta? Well, I update the overlay here. What we got going on?
Well, it's definitely more open than it was when Django was around. Say that. From what I saw, looks like 5 or 6 decks that really really did well. Like they really overperformed their day 1 percentages, and then you get like some rogue decks sneaking in. Which is a good sign.
Yeah, and I have a great graphic for that, but it's true that both Quinlan and Kira overperformed, actually.
Han Green, Sabine, and Cad, all of those converted more than their base percentage suggested they should. So those 5 decks really are kind of pillars, I think. But you still see some other things sneak in there, and like an Iden right here, right? Like you got one Iden snuck into this, and here they are, round 11.
Yep, and Iden Data Vault. I mean, it's a little bit different than a Kira deck, which also did very well. What do you think the pressure points are for the match? This is Benji Wood playing Iden.
Well, for this particular matchup, I mean, it likely plays pretty similarly to a Kira deck, except that you're gonna have a more difficult time navigating the earlier turns because Kira's flip puts so much more pressure on like the Han flip turn as well, right? She can trade with basically anything in play. It makes playing things like the Kira unit or any like 3-power unit on the Han side a little more tricky because Kira can just free kill it and then kind of hostage their leader. It makes those barrages from ground to space so much more impactful. But what Iden is going to bring is just way more healing, right? Like there's no question about that. Iden over a course of the game can heal you double-digit life sometimes, and also provide a pretty safe target for overall barrage, something that sometimes Kira can't, right? Han here has blue leader. You flip and they have a blue leader, you might not be able to save a barrage because that you get ambushed. Well, Iden has a shield. There's basically nothing a Han deck's ever going to be able to do to like one shot an Iden here. So in that sense, there's some benefit, right? But she comes out a turn later, and that can be really difficult because Han is going to be playing like a 7 resource card before Iden even deploys sometimes.
Yeah, so this is a matchup that we saw set 1. Both of them are set 1 leaders. I mean, in large part, and maybe due to you, I mean, Kira has displaced a lot of Iden decks, but Benji's showing it still can be done.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw like Kira probably had the biggest breakout out of any deck. It started at like 3.5% of the field and ended up 14% of day 2. That's like an absolutely extraordinary conversion rate. But it's not the only way, I guess, to play blue green. I think it's probably the best way, but it's not the only way. And
yeah. And
we see like Entrench's main deck from this Iden because they're gonna have a little bit more difficulty engaging with their leader early on, so they need a little more ways to kind of like stall out.
And one of the things Thork said, was that a competitive team with lots of good players that plays a deck can skew results, right? And there's a lot of KTOD on a Kira list, so I mean that matters.
Well, too. Yeah, but only one from the testing team ran into the top 64. There were like I don't know how 9 Kiras that made day 2, so
right.
I don't know if it's just a testing team bias. I think a lot of people, either independently or with other groups, were able to identify that she was pretty well positioned. And I think Han is also fantastically positioned. And we're seeing in this game, right, what's going on right now, and a little bit of the difficulty that Iden might have, right, because now look at how many now Han's kind of uncontested. And Iden hasn't even come out yet. There's going to be potentially a Ewing coming down, or a Blaster.
Right. But Okay, the Hans
But,
players.
but Iden's definitely not out of this. They've been able to, like, usually take down, no glory. You're just and an entrench, right? Just basically 1-for-1ing. And Han hasn't been able to go super wide yet.
Right. Yeah, Han typically runs some U-wing reinforcement. I think the pilots are important. That's actually the Set 4 Falcon, I believe, the OP variant that's played into the space arena right now. That's been entrenched. I think I got the overday updated now. This is the game 1 of round 11. And these players, I think this is an elimination match, which is what we show here. I mean, the last couple of rounds of Swiss at the very top tables, are both quite likely to ID, to intentionally draw. And if both are in anyway, I mean, you might not have a match, but this is table 8, and the last Iden standing is fighting for their life against Han Green, which is
it was the only Iden standing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's the only one that made day 2, unless I'm mistaken.
Nope, you're right.
And you got tech out now, so Iden's going up to 7 here, I think.
All right.
Rivals fall for the Han. Now, Iden hasn't deployed yet.
And Rivals Fall is pretty much your favorite card, right?
I actually do play one in the 33 Data Vault, Kira. My long-standing dislike of that card was mostly because I thought it was way overplayed, not that it should never be played. We got tech here.
And then it's Kira.
Always.
Right?
That's Akira?
I believe that's Akira.
Yeah, Kira being played from the tech.
Right. So he's writing down the cards, which is a good thing to do, that he has. That's an Annihilator. I believe that's Prestige Annihilator is what that is.
A main deck Annihilator. Yeah. And it's an Annihilator, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's a Power of the Dark Side, Lieutenant, Charleston, and a Vanquish.
Executor looks similar, but Annihilator is better. So that's the one I expected.
Yeah, we'll just assume it's Annihilator because Executor is not really a card.
All right. Iden deploys.
All right, Iden finally coming out. See, no, I don't dislike Iden's position right now. I mean, there is a tech out that doesn't look to be in danger currently, at least this turn. But only 14 damage on Iden's base. There's no super laser blast for Iden, which could hurt here. I mean, they might draw it, but a blaster can finish off this Iden.
I wonder if Iden's going to sequence all the way to Annihilator before putting anything in the space arena with that entrenched Falcon. Because if it can annihilate the Falcon, it actually gets rid of quite a few cards of Han's deck, probably.
Yeah.
And you get to see the deck. If you haven't played Annihilator in person, you actually get to look through the opponent's deck, right?
All right, 5. That's an ambushing blue leader. Yep. So I think now you almost certainly need to find a way to get rid of this tech or you're going to get buried in card advantage. Right. But there's not a clean way to deal 1 unless they're playing Death Troopers. You might just see a removal for the tech or just, they drew a make an opening off the turn. So that was actually the cleanest, probably one of the cleanest things they could have drawn to finish off that tech.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament to how strong tech is and how strong Benji considered tech to be that, I mean, the Iden attack went into it, even though it didn't kill it, and lost the shield, so the blue leader was able to get it.
Yeah, it's just a blue-green villain deck can get buried in card advantage by a Han because of you being home 1 and tech. So, they're 2-for-1, usually big ships, and then the ambush units like Vader and Maul. But we're not seeing Vader and Maul yet, which probably would have been the cleanest way to interact with this board. But
and one of your testing team
you definitely can't have to. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, one of your testing team members, Alex the Greatest, is running Han at the event. He's
Yes.
currently on table 2.
Yeah, and he's X1 right now, I believe.
Right.
So
He's playing Mephisto, which makes me sad.
he's playing Cad Bane.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think Han is fantastic. It's such a powerful deck. It like does two things, right? It's can pressure you as an aggro deck. It's actually like wild to me that it's a faster aggro deck than Sabine, but it can also beat control decks on turn 15, which maybe is not exactly where we love it, but it can pull in both directions, which is crazy.
Do you have a Han Green on your Patreon in the decklist channel?
It's soon. It's just gonna be probably a team sponsored one, like Alex after the event or something. I mean, I've been testing it with him a lot, just but I keep more things there that are things that I'm like more focused on, and you can find a lot of Han Greens in a lot of places, so it's not something that if I've even been asked a lot about specifically there.
And I liked seeing the turret hit your channel last week.
Yeah,
or
turret's
whenever
fun.
That was.
Yeah, I hope he gets some help next set.
You'd have to think he will, with the set and what little we know about it already, with Force becoming a thing. Turret's an excellent Force synergy deck.
So you see the Avenger coming out now, and like Avenger, I haven't found to be amazing against Han Green just because of like how much they can flood the board. But it's certainly good here. Like the board's pretty clean. Iden's life pool is pretty stable right now at only 17. Like worst case scenario here would probably be something like Ewing into Waylay. Like if he has both of those cards, I think he could play both of that. And that would be probably pretty devastating. Unless, of course, Iden has a super laser blast to follow up that turn.
Right.
But with Avenger out, there's an Annihilator in 2 turns potentially. This is like where Iden's trying to turn that corner.
And a great play I think Tyler made too. It was Avenger came out, he sacked the Falcon. He knew and wrote down that Annihilator existed, in the hand. So I think Han probably does not want Falcon to be what's annihilated.
Yeah, there's also just like no way he would have sacked the Kira when the Falcon was entrenched, right? Like he was like, you're not gonna keep an entrenched unit.
So
he's able to push 5 there and then play another tech. So like Avenger, and like if he hits a barrage here, Han's gonna be in trouble, right? He's gonna kill both ground units. But
and he can still.
If he doesn't have barrage here,
he can still body blow the Falcon, right? Without dying because of.
He can attack into the Falcon, but then this Falcon just sacks itself, right? So
22 damage.
It still keeps 2 units on the ground.
Tyler needs to do 11.
Well, probably a little more because of Iden, but we'll see.
Yeah, right. Not a lot does 11 in 1 action.
Now Tyler's not played a Ewing this game, but if Tech doesn't die on this action, he has like a 13 card hand all of a sudden. So
yep. We appreciate Tyler, putting the resources how he is.
A Devastator.
Devastator's pretty good. Takes care of Tech over
here. So Tech
here.
dies here. Yeah, that's huge.
Kira unit, exceptionally strong, but not for attacking bases. Does 3.
What is Kira naming? Because there's
good question. The players are going fast. Right? I don't recall if there was a gesture, made. I do appreciate how both players are keeping their resources down. So if you're on a feature table here, I mean, if they're stacked directly on top of each other, I mean, it can be difficult for people watching along. And let's actually check that count right now. Currently have 708 people watching live. So, people want to see the tournament. It's the largest one to date. And we like making good coverage if we can. Here comes that
first
Ewing.
Ewing's from the... But, you got Annihilator, Devastator in space right here. you kind of have to go onto the ground
Yeah.
at this point.
I saw a Han unit. I think I saw Jam Communications, maybe.
I saw a Change of Heart.
Change of Heart is good next round. And you don't
Saw like a Luke.
Yeah,
it might be like Luke Han onto the ground. Yeah, is that what that is? I can't.
Yeah, it looks like Luke pilot, Han pilot onto the ground. That works, right? 5 and 2.
Yeah, just going wide on the ground, and like needs to do 8. 1 barrage game's probably a wrap, but we have not seen a barrage yet.
Try to get that graphic I want to get set up for when we have a break. Oh, this is Tyler is McClunky. That's Dark Tyler, I think. Very good player. So yeah, people DMing me. I appreciate keep the info flowing. I might not be able to look at it right away. I'm kind of spinning a bunch of plates is how this works. But we'll add the McClunky logo because I told Tim and Claire I would absolutely do that. And it's nice seeing McClunky at the top tables. Certainly a great team.
Mm-hmm. All right. So plays the make an opening to just get rid of the Luke.
Am I remembering correctly that McClunky was the one team that got you guys before you won the Beatle?
No. You remembering incorrectly. Secret beat us, and then we beat them back.
Right.
All right, a blaster, 5 more coming in. 28.
Let's go.
It's a surprise strike away right now. Iden living just barely, has not seen a barrage this game, which has been a pretty big deal.
And that's the date of all.
Is that a repair? Right? That's a repair. Just heal 3. All right.
It's the anti-surprise strike.
Another 6. Yeah. 31. Are we going to see an off-aspect daring raid?
You could.
Avenger gets in the 9. He's going to sacrifice the Kira.
Hey.
Yep.
So we just had somebody stumble across the stream. What game is this? This is Star Wars Unlimited. And that's exactly what we need, people. Smash like, subscribe, do this. The algorithm is our overlord, but, if we do well enough, we start popping into other games' stream. And how cool would that be? So...
Leet is actually like one of the scariest cards here because a barrage can't clear that.
Yep.
So
absolutely.
And that 2 damage would be enough to kill Iden. So Iden might just have to claim here.
It might be checked from Leet. L3.
It's checked from Leet because there's 2 units, right? So Vigilance kill heal.
I think the players are picking up their cards. I think Benji might have scooped.
Leet was checkmate, and Leet is. I found in testing on I wasn't playing with Iden, but a lot with Kira, that Leet was actually basically the most annoying card from the Han deck, especially later. To the point where I was considering just putting perilous positions in the sideboard, not even for stopping the Han flip turn, just having a way to kill that thing. The Iden's playing making openings though. We saw that. It's just one too many Leets showed up.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do want to talk a little bit about the Han green here, right? Because this is the point, right? Han is an aggro deck, right? It can race Sabine. It will race Sabine. It is faster than Sabine. At the same time, it just won a game through an Avenger and a Devastator by a villain blue-green deck with 33 life and a leader that healed 10 damage. Yeah. So it is doing 2 things very well, right? It can grind so well and also kill you on turn 4.
Right. No, absolutely. And I think Han Green has been good for a long time. And I mean, it had to be on the cusp of action by FFG, because we've definitely seen some suspensions here which have really opened up the meta. They eventually just hit DJ. So DJ no longer exists in Han Green, but still a very powerful deck.
Yeah.
And now leaning more into pilots. I mean, I was telling
Yeah,
people,
the pilot stuff has made it much faster, right?
Yep. And I was telling
Good
people
deck.
that were Quinlan players is, I would be main decking Fangs if I was playing Richmond, in large part because, I know like Sunny D and Alex are running Han Green, but Tyler from McClunky is absolutely as much a threat and a world-class player as well. And, got it there. I'm
Han
looking
Green
for
had a great day.
I'm looking for
It wasn't actually played that much. Like
Yeah.
its day 1% was not very high, only like 7% of the field. I expected a little more, although basically all the top decks were hovering between like 7 and 10%. So it looks like it looks like we had a lot of like random show up, but then if you look at that chart at the the left there, right, like Quinlan starts at 9%, converts at 17%. Kira starts at 4%, converts at 13%. Han overconverts, Sabine overconverts, Cad Bane overconverts, right? So these are decks that didn't show up in huge numbers and then all overperformed those numbers, and they really are kind of the pillars.
And I'm actually getting one of those charts up. He's still sideboarding here. We're not going to miss any gameplay, but let's transition to this. This is a chart that a guy named Cynical made from there. I'm going to hide both of our cameras right now to look at this. But this actually shows the representation percentage against the top 64 percentage. So, yeah, you listed off the 5 decks.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was already on the screen because I saw it.
Yep. So this is it. And, shout out to these guys that are making this. What Jonathan Fisher is doing right now with tools for coverage with the API from Melee is going to be revolutionary as we go. So he's working all sorts of things. But, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that, CCG players should be looking at on what to do. And I guess your girl, Kira, looks to have the biggest shift. I'm actually even got a better...
Yes. Yeah, that's a big jump from day 1 to day 2. And this is probably the thing that I think is the most indicative. Like, seeing conversion rates, because, yeah, we can look, 20 different leaders or so made day 2, right? Oh, it looks wide open. I'm not sure that tells the story as clearly as something like, okay, these are the decks we thought were good, but only like 7 to 10% of people were playing them, and then they all skyrocketed into day 2 percentages, which means that they were basically beating all the random stuff, right? That's kind of how you have to look at that. And then because so much of the field was, for lack of better words, random stuff, some of it definitely snuck in, right? Because only like 40% of the field was playing like pillar decks, so it wasn't like other things were going to get in. And I think that's important too, right? Like, it's not so busted right now that a rogue deck can't get into a day 2, right?
Yeah,
you can pilot it well.
And you see here, it looks like this maybe isn't every single leader because I don't see Quinlan on here at all, but Kira had the highest shift. Han Solo Audacious Smuggler was there, but Han Solo worth the risk. Young Han, also doing very well. All right, we're getting back to gameplay here. They're cutting their decks for game 2. Round 1 went to Tyler from McClunky playing Han Green. If Tim, you're watching, if you want to send me the McClunky logo in transparent, I'm trying to find it while also calling games right now, but I want to throw that up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we see that game kind of showed a little bit of the difficulty that sometimes blue-green can have in this matchup, that it has a difficult time turning the corner, right? Like, it had 2 giant Star Destroyers in play, right? But it couldn't close the gap because Han was constantly, like, never out of gas, right? Han is never out of gas because of how much smuggle it has and how many cards it has that produce multiple cards.
Right.
Also, to be fair, I did not see a Barrage, a Vader, or a Maul in that game. Now, I don't know the deck list. Maybe they're not in there. They're probably in there, but it's.
I can see the deck list. I wouldn't say it anyway because we're trying to be as careful as we can about not using melee data.
Yeah, of course. I just
there, but
there were multiple turns there. I was like, if he has a Barrage, it probably wraps the game because that's how you like.
Absolutely,
you would
off of
turn the corner, but it never came down. So,
and then, as you would expect, Tim is Johnny on the spot. Thanks, dude.
All right, Leet and a claim from Iden, which, it's not unreasonable for a deck like this to not play a unit on turn 1, especially if it's not like Dr. Purging. Merciless Contest, just can't get that droid out of here. So, what I will say that you asked a little bit about the differences between like the Iden and Akira, and at least the way Benji has built this Iden, it is much more 1-for-1 removal than most Kira. Like most Kira decks, do not play Merciless Contest, do not play Make an Opening. There is much more of that like 1-for-1 trading to capitalize on the fact that you are trying to just prolong for Iden as opposed to like stabilize through your leader.
Now that is not a hand that Iden wants right now, I think.
No, I don't. What's the bottom card? That's the.
I'm not.
Is that a
positive.
repair?
It might be salvage.
I think that's. I thought it was repair.
Yeah, it's under smoke, so we can't see it right now. It's not
that is
camera thing.
There's a chance that Iden doesn't even play a card next turn. And if I'm Tyler, I'm not naming one of these. I'm probably just naming a ramp or something. Or
Vader.
Maybe you name Barrage, but like there's a I think naming ramp potentially could really hurt.
Yeah, if anybody in Richmond knows the Kira name for sure, it is repair. We're being told. So that could be played. There's no damage on base right now, but at least it would take the 3 off from Kira. Repair is 3 for 1, right? I think.
Yeah. So it is, yeah. So he passed, let Kira hit him, and then healed 3. And that might be his whole turn, which is
not what you want to have happen.
Not ideal.
Right.
And a tech just comes out and a claim.
Ooh.
That's
tech is hard there. Because now he's got to
deal
with
tech is
that.
tech is not what it like. This is where you insta lose when DJ is around, but like tech is actually not that scary right now. There's what are you expecting? Yeah, and like even Benji realizes that the Kira is probably the bigger threat than the tech right now because there's nothing like. What are you gonna play like a Luke Skywalker unit like for 4? Like there's not much you want to do with tech right here. We could very well see a Han just come out into a U-wing here and just flood the board, and you've got like 3 turns before Super Laser Blast is online. So
right.
Yeah, we're getting a 7 of some variety coming in here. Or maybe he'll play like a 5 drop off of the tech, but like a blue leader or something. Or Akira again. Nah, he just
played a Falcon.
Regular smuggle.
Regular
smuggle without the tech.
Has resource open. I don't think a way to use it likely. So we're going to the next round.
And with 6 resources, I don't know what I didn't like. This is a very painful position to be in because you can like flip Barrage, but that doesn't even do that much. Like you can kill both ground units with that, right? You can flip, Han gets an action, you can Barrage, kill a unit, then Iden can kill the other, but like you're still taking lots and lots of damage and then falling very far behind. All right. A 5/5 Child's in. So see if there's like a blaster for Han to clear through this, or maybe even a waylay. But we see a power, no glory, and super laser blast, so it's just removal pile.
No glory is an interesting card from set 4. Has changed some things. It's one of the few answers to Chewie.
Mm-hmm.
I hate people taking my Ruthless with it.
Yeah, like no glory is just a big upgrade to Vanquish.
Yep.
Which Iden is also playing, by the way. We saw a Vanquish in the Iden deck, so they just have a lot more of these pieces.
Right.
I think Iden chose not to flip here. Yeah.
Yep. So
and the waylay comes down.
Hits Chili. That hurts. So now it's going to be 4 damage from Han Solo to 14. Probably 2 damage from tech.
Yep.
No
He's got a turn before the super laser blast, right?
Right.
So he's going to spend next turn pushing as much damage as he can. Then the blast is probably going to come down, and then he's going to be able to rebuild into an empty board potentially. So
or
that's like where
damage.
something like Falcon is scary, like just haste the damage.
Yep. Anything that comes in ready. In yellow green, it's Falcon. I mean, he doesn't have Cassian as well, like a Quinlan would, but
yeah. That's another elite. L3.
L3. Great card.
That card is like one of the best 2-drops in the game.
Yeah. So I'm told that bot is a term for a 2/2 shielded, which might be a reference with L3 being a droid.
Yeah, I think it kind of is. And like, I don't know, Crafty Smuggler kind of looks like a droid. I know he's not a droid.
All right. So Han is at 7. Tyler doing a great job of showing us where he's at.
So I think we're just getting removal here. Just
Benji's looking to survive. Needs to get this game to stay alive.
The Charlton comes back. If there's a bounce, I think we're not looking too great. He probably just hits with the Falcon here. Maybe a blaster just to clear through the Childson. Yeah, so the Falcon comes in first, puts Iden at 21 damage. Power of the dark side. He defeats the unit that has already attacked. I'm not sure even if Super Laser Blast is like the first thing Iden does next turn, if that'll be enough, because Han will just be able to rebuild into that board. And there's going to be so much damage on Iden by then. Yeah, like with tech out and a billion resources, you have to wonder, like... He's got so many options. Very difficult to even predict because of how much he has access to. Oh, so he just confiscates an experience.
Yep.
So now it looks like Han can just clear it, right? Yeah.
Yep. Cool play. Chat says blue is unfun. Blue is control. Gotta have a control decks. Han clears Chili. Yeah, for the chat, experience can be confiscated. Shields can be confiscated. Sometimes those are hugely impactful plays, like right here. Otherwise, it probably kills tech or takes our L3's shield in addition to doing damage to Han. All right, Iden will kill Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler. No longer has a shield. Sure, they'll remove that.
And heals 1 from the attack.
Right. Yeah, Iden, when deployed, it gets infinite triggers, right? An A unit that dies on the other side allows a heal. And something like Super Laser Blast, she still sees, so you still get the heal as it happens, right?
All right. What's coming down from the Han side? Biden has no plays left for this turn, so
looks to be coming from Smuggle, or at least he's checking.
Could be like Falcon, push damage. He could always just bounce the Falcon back to dodge the Super Laser Blast with it. So like, if he wants to push a bunch of damage, like Falcon plus something.
I think Tyler from McClunky has 7 available resources. So could be like a U-Wing from hand, or a 5.
I think it's 8. No, 7, because the confiscate.
Yep, he had to pay for. He paid for confiscate. All right, it's gonna be Kira.
To name Super Laser Blast, probably.
I bet you're exactly right, and he does have it. That is Avenger, Super Laser Blast,
No Glory,
and Relentless, maybe. Maybe Hyperfoil,
yeah, it looks like Relentless. So, yeah, so name Super Laser Blast, and all of a sudden that turn is pretty clunky. We'll say we talked a little bit about Iden versus Kira, but this deck actually looks to me much closer to a Bosk Blue deck than it does to a Kira deck. It is much more removal dense than most Kira decks are.
Right.
And much less units.
Right.
Like, we've basically only seen, Childson as a unit before capital ships. I mean, we still haven't seen a Barrage or a Vader, so it's a couple games of not having like the powerhouse green cards. Actually, I haven't seen Ramp either. Right? In either game?
Yeah, no, and they playing control. Now Han puts out a lot of threats inconsistently. So I mean, there's always a danger. Resupply gets you to bigger cards sooner, but it does nothing for your board at all. And now Han Solo has 4 damage on base, 26 to go for Iden. 26 damage on Iden's base, 5 to go for Han Solo. Can Tyler finish this off? Han Green is up 1-0 in round 11 of Swiss for the Richmond Sector Qualifier. This is essentially an elimination game. Both players are X2. No, nothing lower than X2 is going to make it, and some X2s won't, I think, from Swiss tables. I know you're better at that stuff than me.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to predict because of draws, exactly. But like, there is a world where some X2s miss, depending on how the draws line up.
In your personal opinion, do you think all X2s should have gotten to game 2 or day 2?
Yeah, I think yes. I think that's cleaner. Like, I think what you could do is something like top 64 or all X2s, whichever is greater, something like that. Would be probably a cleaner way to kind of give a clear cutoff, because, like, missing day 2 on breakers, which is something you don't really have control over, is doesn't feel great, I guess. I mean, so is like, breakers are usually a feel bad kind of whenever they happen. So it's
all right. So Avenger comes down, takes care of L3 and heals 1, but
If there's I believe we saw a Falcon in the resource row, which I think will end the game. Yeah,
so
he's looking for it. Yeah,
Tyler does not miss. Han Green, McClunky Gaming's Tyler, looking in good shape. Has to beat another match in round 12 to get into the top 8. Benji, I admire the Stones bringing Iden, there into it, and played well throughout, and showing that Villain Blue Green can be multiple forms. And I think people have been saying that for a while. A lot of times when we're giving advice, we talk about Villain Blue Green as opposed to just Kira. Kira may be the best of them, I mean, depending on what you're doing, but it can also be like Pelp. It can also be Krennic. Krennic is still relevant and has some advantages to it. So, great match for both of these players. Enjoying.
I saw a resupply, by the way. I think it was on the top. So the ramp was there. We just saw 2 games without ramp getting drawn.
And I think that match really demonstrates the power of Han Green and why, some very, very good players are running that today. All right, we're going to flip over to the decklist type channel. We were looking at this shift chart as it went, and our next round is going to be me and Bobbysapphire calling round 12. But if you're in the channel, Mike, feel free to unmute and chat with us about the meta, because I know this is something close to your hearts too. But Will, what do you think about
this chart doesn't even have Quinlan on it. So do you have the one that the previous one where we had like the columns? Because I think this is.
Yep. So this was a guy posted this in the late night Discord, which is in the comments, by the way. In the description for the channel, so feel free to hang out with us on late night. We'll have a bunch of stuff, real soon here. But what speaks to you from this chart, other than Kira being, at least visually, probably one of the biggest shifts for leaders that were well represented?
Yeah, so, the red column, if the red is bigger than the blue, it means it overperformed its day 1 representation. I am not so surprised that you see the first 5 decks on that list have higher red columns than their blue, because we saw a day 1 where only like 40 to 50% of people were even playing decks that I would consider top of the meta.
Right.
So when you have 50 to 60% of decks being in like the classification of like rogue decks, then this is what usually ends up happening. The top decks usually end up over converting, and that's kind of exactly what we saw here. And which shift you want to respect the most? I mean, Kira had the biggest. I think at this point, like, some of that might be a little noise, because it's like, all right, who's playing, what matchups do they have, right? Like, I think the main takeaway here is all 5 of those decks just did better than they started. So that's pretty huge. The other thing that I most want to look at here is which ones didn't. And Anakin, probably the biggest faller here, who started in this pillar, right? His first day representation was very similar to Han's and Kira's and Cad's, and he plummeted in conversion. So that is one to maybe look at. Maybe he is not that well positioned. And then you can look at a few of the like more rogue decks that kind of did overperform, and Pilot Vader is one of them. You see him like 6th there on the list, so he like double converted. You can look at Gar Saxon and even no, never mind. Not Gar Saxon. That's blue. That's blue into red. Sorry. Yes, just Anakin.
We need more division on this chart. It's all on top of each other.
Yeah, just the Darth Vader actually is like a rogue deck that has like a you can look at like Han Solo, Shadow, and Kylo Ren, but like these were like 4 people playing it, so like it's hard to like for me to say, oh, Kylo is like clearly crushing, because like it doubled its conversion rate. Like it's such a small sample, but you can look at like the Kylo and the Han, like maybe a couple of these players were onto something, and like they were able to convert with that. But the Pilot Vader is an interesting one to look at, because it did kind of overperform in a couple colors, in blue and yellow.
Yeah, and you're always going to have to take the numbers with a grain of salt in this game because the sample sizes are always going to be so small. So you kind of have to make extrapolations where you can. I think the Vader one, as we just pointed out, is like the great one to really look at because of how much it jumped and how much it did get played. And it was sort of, a lot of people thought it was super rogue. And it was a deck that we've been working on, that actually our team worked on a ton this week. Tada was going to play it until Thursday and swerved off of it. So it's a deck that shows a lot of promise, and I liked seeing it on stream this weekend. Great job casting those games, and just how much fun it was to get people kind of rallying around that new leader from the new set, which, we haven't gotten a lot of JTL representation in the leaders this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, even Quinlan player though I may be, I mean, I would not mind if they've changed how Bamboozle works. I don't even need to be a suspended
100%.
Because, I mean, what's your guys' experience? Like, if you're playing set 4 that's, like, limited to set 4, whether it's sealed or anything else, a lot of the pilots are a lot more fun than it is in constructed, and it's in large part because there's very good hero yellow decks, and then there's a very strong counter to a leader who's got significant benefit to deploying onto a ship. So
yellow has all the answers. It always has, and until we get enough sets that set 1 rotates out, all those yellow answers are still going to be found in Bamboozle, in Waylay, and No Good to Me Dead. So that's always going to be an issue until rotation. But I don't so much mind the Bamboozle part. You can also just deploy Vader to the ground. Like, you can.
I was going to say that too. Yeah.
Yeah, was mentioned a couple times in our channels, but like, there's counterplay, as much as Bamboozle's counterplay, like you do get the option. So,
all right. So
yeah, I don't love the interaction, but yes, the pilot is still a chunky unit when you put him on the ground, and I think the Bamboozle stuff probably actually hurts things like Von Reg and Kazuda more than it hurts like the later deploys, because those units are basically entirely capitalizing on like the ability to go tall and fast really quickly, and forcing them to go to the ground as 2/5s. They're not really gonna, I think, win very many games when they have to do that. So,
all right,
they'll be excited. Those decks will be excited, and I'll be excited to play them when that rotates. I try not to get too bogged down in like, oh, I don't like this interaction. I'm just more focused on like, all right, what can I play? And like, I wouldn't play Kaz or Von Reg right now, most likely, especially as long as things like Quinlan and Han Solo are at the top of the meta. Like, you just can't. So, but I do like that we've seen Vader pop up here.
Tell me about Kira, and you said that there was a last-minute swerve in a story, and it would be remiss if I didn't ask you two about that. So, it's Richmond for sure.
Yeah, I think for us, it's Wu always works on Kira, right? Like, that's like one of his favorite decks, and it's a deck he's had a ton of success with, and it's always in our ear. And I think like a couple weeks ago, Justin was working on it, and Justin was doing some other blue-green control things and trying to play it like almost a mono blue. So he was using Childson. And then I've always liked Wu's Kira lists, like he's got the go-to list. So like when the team wants to play it, we just grab whatever he's playing.
Yeah, me too.
But I really liked the Childson in Justin's list. So I was like, what if I just took Wu's list and put 3 Childson in? And we had an in-person playtest session on Wednesday, and it just crushed all day. Like before the sun went down, I had lost 1 game all day. And so we kind of we're chatting and playing at the same time. And that was enough for Tada to say, like, okay, I'm going to do it. And then just Jack from GDP, Wu, you said he just played the list that you had posted with the 3 Childsons in it, right?
Yep.
Just like,
he was talking about Quinlan a lot, and like, shout out to Jack. I don't know if he won the most recent round, but he's been crushing. So he played, I think, the exact same list that Tada played.
He's playing against Craw right now. Let me hit refresh.
Yep.
Let me
actually throw
it's unreported so far. It's like one of the last games not going.
Yeah, that's a mirror match. That's a Kira Data Vault mirror match. So not surprised it's going pretty long.
Yeah. So that was it. It was just sort of like, that's what our team has been really successful with as of late, that I feel, we'll spend, and we came out of Denver, like trying to enact this plan, but we'll spend a few days on a deck. Like we spent a lot of time on Vader this week, but then because we had already spent the time on Kira, that meant when when Kira had a good day or we thought Kira was greatly positioned, we already had the whole team on it in some form. Like we've all played Kira at some form. So like that's when we tap into Justin and Wu, who had been playing a lot more than us, and say like, hey, like let's tweak this list to make sure that the Childs and Math is like halfway decent. And we know we're YOLOing Childson. There's still a ton of green cards, but the games that you do have Childson lining up, it's really huge. And sometimes even if he's a 4-4 or a 5-5 and you can shield him against Sabine, like that's enough to brick them. So it was really just a team effort, and in the best sense. And we're kind of like, I'm really excited where the team is at right now, because we're kind of well versed in a bunch of different decks. And when it comes time for Minnesota and it comes time for Vegas is going to be tougher because it's a new set. But when it comes time for Minnesota, it's going to be easier for us to get on a different deck. A lot of times in this game, people stick with the same deck because it's so successful for them. They don't want to learn another deck. But when you have a team of people who are well versed on the decks, it allows for the rest of the team to get onboarded pretty quickly.
I'm going to buzz through the standings here quick, or the top tables, and then I want to hear a couple more questions for you guys before we have to go. I'm watching. There's 4 matches unreported right now. But on table 1, Michael Conroe did 2-0 on the Anna Colossus, so I think he has the opportunity to take a round off if he so chooses. Alex and Mephisto. It looks like Alex won 2-0. Mephisto should still be alive. There was a Sabine mirror.
Yeah, Alex is in. He and Will. He and Michael are, I think, both clinched for top 8.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And Will should be too. Will O'Neill and Sabine.
Yep, Will O'Neill and Sabine. 1 on 3. We had Han Yellow 13-13 against a Quinlan, and the Quinlan won. It's not the easiest matchup, but winnable. It looks like a Quinlan beat George 2-0. So my boy Vader.
George, yeah. George
concede?
conceded. Yeah.
Okay. So there was a concession
to teammate Cluis.
Okay.
Tetrain.
So shout out to George going home with a Vader showcase, or being sent one, probably the same time that Stevie gets his.
So I think looking at this, the only people who can draw are Phoenix. Shout out Phoenix from ABG, Star Wars Destiny player.
Yes.
How
cool
to
is
see
that?
it.
Seeing him, I remember ABG. You know.
Well, I see him all the time at Northeast events.
Yeah.
Which is great, but I'm glad to see him crushing here today. So Michael, undefeated, obviously. Alex and Phoenix, Alex and Kyle both 9-1, and then Will on Sabine is 9-1.
Kyle is X2.
Oh, he is? Is it not? Oh, because I'm looking at the. Okay, I see. Yeah. So it's just Will, Alex, and Michael then. I think.
Yeah, and Craw and Jack are locked in a Kira mirror. You know, so that looks to be one of the last, super relevant matches. There's also a Bosk versus Han Green that's still going on with Duncan
Loopy
Howard.
Drew is in the chat. Hi, Drew. You're alive, bro.
Is that Drew from Arrowbrook? Is that who just popped in?
Oh my God! Can we get him in voice? Let's go.
Let's go.
Drew, you're allowed to watch YouTube. I love it.
Drew, if you can join the late night Discord, we'll hop you in here. I still have an Arrowbrook power action token I use. I first found Star Wars Destiny, true story. I mean, I think actually Hyperloops is the single first Discord server I'm in. I'm now in like 100 SWU related Discords, but that was where Bobbysapphire was, and right after them is Arrowbrook Gaming, and then late night gaming.
Oh, I thought I had my Arrowbrook token here, but it's a Jedi Trials token. Loopy, we're going full Destiny on these guys.
We'll get there. We'll go back.
Yeah. Happy. I'm just really happy to see Kyle doing well in this event. Hopefully he makes top 8.
All right. So, what other takeaways do you guys have watching the Richmond coverage, so far?
What do you think, Woo?
About give me a little more in that.
All right, I'll start, and then you cap. I think we felt pretty strongly that Han, Kira, Sabine, Quinlan were the big 4, and then it was is the 5th deck going to be Anakin? Is it going to be Cad? Kind of jumped off when we saw the day 1 lists. Cad was tied for 2nd, right? 9%, if I remember correctly. So
yeah, I actually had Anakin instead of Kira, is what I thought would be most represented.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So I think like for the most part, the good decks, and this is something that we've been talking about, the conversion, like the good decks were good, and everything else just didn't quite get there. But I think for me, the surprise of the weekend was sort of like CAD showing up a little more than I thought. Although, like, I guess we kind of started hearing a little bit more buzz about it on Thursday,
Right.
Friday, and then the Kira conversions were surprising. Like, I would expect people to play Kira, but the conversions were phenomenal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What about you, Will?
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, the only deck that I kind of like, I had like a 2-tiered pillar, which was like 8 decks, and the only one that really bombed from those was Anakin. And the rest, like, they're good decks, and they proved they were.
Do we have the numbers on how many of them were Anakin Colossus versus Anakin 30?
At what point?
To start.
Yep.
I can find that.
Yep. I'm sure that's
RT always coming through.
He is Johnny on the spot with this stuff, and this is absolutely team coverage here, and I'll just take the initiative.
I feel like I'm on a real podcast with the producer just jumping in my ear when I wonder something.
Yeah, there.
It looks like
everybody else can
28
hear him,
Colossus, 28 Colossus, 9 Blue 30, and we got 2 on ECL.
Cool.
Yep. So there is still an Anakin Colossus alive. What the viewers are seeing right now is the little chart with. Can you explain this story? What this is exactly?
This is the leaders that are still alive going into round 12.
So
for top 8, alive for top 8.
Alive for top 8.
And I'll be honest, I didn't think Quinlan would perform as well as it did today. Like, I thought it was a tier 1 deck, no question about it. I just thought it's some of its matchup spreads weren't like as solid right now, and it did very well, right? Like, it started at 9%, it converted 17%. It looks like there's going to be quite a few in this top 8, so it definitely still maintained its status today.
Yep.
Loopy, are you able to see, because of the melee, can you do the top 16, or like can you do the standings with the deck lists?
I can do the standings. I can't show the deck list quite.
Not the list, but I mean like leader based.
So
I don't mean
round
the list itself. Sorry.
There's still a match out. So the round 11 standings I can show.
So that match
round 10 again.
Yeah,
so I can do that.
Craw did beat Jack. I don't know if that listing is reported. Yeah, Craw won, and then Duncan drew again, 2 in a row.
Shout out to Just Jack from the Golden Dice competitive team. That was an epic run. And not only that, he was the guy that brought the tokens because of the repeated mail failures that seem to be, happening here. But he let our stream table have visible tokens. So nothing but love for Just Jack.
I'm trying to see where the Quinlans are that are still alive.
Okay, so I need to get to standings instead of matches.
Well, the current standings haven't updated
the
yet,
current standings don't exist yet. This was going into round 11.
Right.
And all the Quinlans won this round, so just add 1 to all their records. And
that is a good round right there. All right.
Yep. So Josh and Michael, both from Secret, both won. Actually, we tested with Secret earlier this week, the Quinlan Han green matchup. So,
yep.
I'm giving Alex credit for for training those guys up. It was definitely some wild testing going on. Cool. So we got those 2.
Yep. And we might. I'm gonna try to get
Who else?
Michael from Secret on with us right now, which would be cool.
Oh, sweet.
But what else about the standings and the performance going forward?
I mean, it's just a lot. It's just a lot of those meta decks. It's just a lot of, that core group we've been talking about with a couple outliers, and that's the way I would expect the meta at a big tournament. You're going to see, the best players gravitate towards the strong meta decks, and then you just see the outliers kind of sprinkled in.
All right.
And you can see great players
decks that are still alive. There was the one that you had
Go back to that. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Are there any? Yeah, there's 0 rogue left. This is the 6 that we said from the. That was the 6. That's the that's what's left.
Mhm.
So you guys seem to know what you're doing.
I guess the one off meta here is actually the mono yellow Han. That's like probably the less.
Yeah, seriously.
You know, and I see why mono yellow Han players are going to green in mass, but I mean it's still a good deck, and it still has a lot of lines that didn't involve DJ. So, though
The round
losing
12
that I think
standings
hurts
are
yellow
up,
a lot more than
according
green.
to the chat.
What deck would you guys
For the
have played? I know both of you had scheduling conflicts and would have loved to play Richmond, and I appreciate you both making the time to help our coverage today. But what decks would you have played had you been able to play Richmond?
I think we both.
I would have been
Kira.
on Kira.
Yeah.
And you know, I think that was a good choice and turned well. I mean, it looks like some stuff closed. I think we might have had Kira's matching against Sabine's there. Going forward, I mean, is Quinlan still, is that the deck to beat right now, or is it Kira, or what's your take? I mean,
I
know
think
that
it's
we
too early to tell. I think you need to go in. I think you need to try and go into an event feeling good about these 6 decks. I mean, this is what these big events are for, right? Like what shakes out at the top, and you've got the 6 most meta decks at the top. It's exactly, you know, what most people would have predicted is like the most played decks, right? So, like everything shook out the way you thought, and then people might gravitate more towards Quinlan if it goes undefeated all the way. Like if Michael Conroe like goes undefeated the whole way, you know, people are, and then it becomes the, all right, am I playing the thing that's great, or am I playing the thing that beats the thing that's great? And that's, you know, if we were playing a game that had these events every weekend, sort of like Magic the Gathering did in its heyday,
right?
You had to decide, like, am I playing last week's deck, this week's deck, or next week's deck? And we get a little bit of that because PQ season's starting. Like I have a PQ in a week from today. So I've got to decide, am I going to play last week's deck, which I think is probably Kira, or do I want to play something that I think will take into account a lot of people playing Kira?
All right. So
And maybe there's one deck that falls down a little, and that's Anakin. It might, if people are looking very closely at the results here, maybe it's one that like loses some of its share, right? Because it was near the top in terms of share. Or maybe people start pivoting off of Colossus, which, you know, has become the default for that deck. I'm not yet sold. I'm not sure it's better.
Colossus,
so I can tell you exactly. I like Anakin 30 better, and then I it's not probably as good as Anakin, but I like playing that Colossus deck essentially with Cassian, you know, and then I at least have a Cassian deck that seems to hold up to some things for the first time in history.
Cassian, shout out.
And that's Andor season 3.
Someone
maybe.
in the YouTube chat wants to know, would you have played Kira Vault or ECL? Great question.
Great question. Let's throw that at Woo.
I would have been on Kira Vault this time.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
But yeah, nice.
there we go.
But both have been getting a ton of run, and like there was a Kira ECL in day 2. Shout out to Andrew. He from Team Secret. He played it, made day 2. I think it's also a solid deck. I find specifically the Han Green matchup trickier with ECL than the Vault, and I think the Han Green is like the scariest deck. So I want to be a little like, I feel much better into a lot of the other decks. So I regardless of the ECL or not.
All right.
So Michael and Alex drew.
Yep. And
yep. Okay.
I got the standings up. These are fresh from the press on round 11. We're going to get a match here soon, which looks to hopefully be Tada's, unless his opponent declined. Woo, before we go, how can people get the most up-to-date version of your Kira Vault list? What you got going on?
So yeah, I have a Patreon that has a subscription where I post all my deck lists, and they are 100% live all the time. They are just links to what I'm playing. Every event that I've played to date has been an exact carbon copy of whatever has been up there at any time. So it's not like I'm sandbagging pre-events. I mean, sometimes I make changes day of, but they still go live there. So you can check out my Patreon. There's a couple tiers there. One is like a bit more of a deep dive, like light coaching style, like streaming tier, and then one is just like access to deck lists and like other small content. And then of course the YouTube channel where I do like meta reports, I do tier lists and fun content like that, and I do deck guides, which you should expect in the near future. An updated one to Kira. I've made a lot of them over the last few sets. I will continue to usually do a Kira until it's not a deck anymore. I expect I will make more updates to a video guide for that as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, I will note right now that there is not a Kira masterclass, yet. So, I mean, we'll see if we can, get here, and then maybe some of the KTOD guys hopping in there. Everybody, absolutely subscribe to Lou, listen to his advice. One of the best of the business. So, thanks for helping with our coverage today. I think.
Appreciate you having me on.
Yep, thanks. Always a pleasure, and great content and insights throughout. Let's get to the match. The players are sitting down. All right, Mike, you want to kind of? It's going to be Quinlan Vault, and then kind of do it up. I have to reset the overlays right now, so.
You do that. I'll take voice. So we've got John Tada on the Kira Data Vault deck, and Blue Mage on Quinlan Tarkentown. This is a match where the Quinlan deck is probably going to be trying to hit the hand pretty hard on Kira and get them going hellbent, which is a magic term that means no cards in hand. The advantage of a deck like Quinlan into a deck like Kira is that Quinlan can stop resourcing at some point, usually around 5 or 6 resources. Often doesn't even have to play the 6th resource unless they absolutely think they need Han Solo in the match. Which I can't imagine will be the case too early. And then Kira, to take advantage of all of the cards that she wants to play, has to continue resourcing. So the hand destruction becomes exacerbated where not only is John going to be playing without a hand through portions of this game, but he's going to have to continue to resource to get to his best cards or play 2 cards at a time. So that's when a deck like Quinlan can take an advantage by keeping both cards in their hand, staying at 5 resources, and just continuing to not run out of gas. So that's what I would expect to see out of these guys. With the Data Vault deck, you're adding 10 cards to the deck, so you don't necessarily see your ramp. But if we're rooting for John, like I will be neutral, but obviously would like my teammate to win. He's going to be looking for a Pershing into ramp. Ideally resupply, but also if he hits Pershing, Super Laser Tech is perfectly fine.
And I know a lot of we talk a lot in the Quinlan channel on KTOD and then some other ones too about Kira being a struggle for some players. We saw Michael really play some good lines into a Kira Vault last time, but this is not an easy matchup for Quinlan by any means. They don't always go as well as what Michael had with that much discard.
Not at all, but also one of the things that Kira can do here, which John did, which is just claim turn 1, and now he's playing with an extra card in hand. Yep. That also makes his Childson better because he can now keep extra blue cards in his hand instead of having to resource them. So, like, Kira often will power the dark side turn 2 after claim. Yep, so we're going to see John do that here. Right. And then, the Quinlan deck is going to be ahead a unit for the next 2 turns until he can flip Quinlan. So Quinlan is going to be looking to do like either a Kira or an Ahsoka here to sort of like brick John's hand. But John has the initiative and will have an opportunity to play a takedown or another power of the dark side here. Super Rider, the extra 3 life is important, and the lack of consistency is okay because it doesn't hurt the percentages that much. It doesn't hurt the math that much, but what it does is it's way harder for your opponent to put you into check. Your opponent has to work a lot harder to get to a place where they can do a one strike kill on you. So it makes the entire tempo of the game change. So we see ramp. So ramp followed by whenever you're ready, you can jump in on the play-by-play. But I'm gonna take it to give you a breath.
This is not good card, Quinlan. Somebody here is using a Rebels list, which is close to my heart.
This is a Rebel Quinlan, and we just saw a Wing Leader buff. Luckily, this ramp is gonna make it so Kira can actually trade with Ezra.
Right.
With one resource up, he's praying for a force throw. It's not a force throw, or he would have just slammed that thing.
Yeah, no, force throw would have been backbreaking, particularly if it hits the other side and kills Kiro. But Rebels probably has a little bit better lines into Kiro because of Wing Leader primarily. And that card is not positioned great overall, but it's still a very good card into Kiro.
This is huge for if Tata has Barrage, he should just claim here, right? And like wipe the board. So this is a telling attack.
And this is Logan Lees is our Quinlan player here. And we're very close to be able to release the deck list.
It does still say Tyler up on the screen.
I think Logan appears to be running my Rebels Quinlan list from your Discord. Very close to it.
Oh, nice.
So,
yeah, you still have Tyler and Han Green on the top half of the overlay.
We're halfway there, but I got excited when I saw my Wing Leader.
Yeah, all good. All good. Yeah, so, taking the Kira trade there is tough. That means that Tata didn't have a Barrage, or else he would have just claimed and did it. So he's going to be playing a little bit on the back foot here. Luckily, with the ramp, though, he will be hitting things like Vader and Maul and Reinforcement Walker pretty quickly, and he's only taken 7 damage, and he's only facing down a naked Wing Leader.
So the ramp really changed it. I mean, if Kira did not find ramp, given that opening, I mean, that could have been a world of hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I think it went as well as possible. I mean, obviously, I think he wanted a Barrage, but here, he's going to the 6 resource turn. There's no Quinlan flip yet, so we're making a 5/5 Childson. And the shield isn't as strong in this matchup because of Quinlan pings, but, it's not nothing.
Right. And they
especially
don't always
in a
line
world
up.
where Tarkin Town hasn't happened yet.
They don't always line up. And once you get to like Avenger, I mean, if you shield that, I mean, Quinlan.
Yeah, but with Quinlan flipping, everything ping, everything. Well, not everything, but if he has like
less
Plo Koon here,
right,
it doesn't really matter because it'll just get pinged off.
And a Plo Koon is actually probably what he. Well, is that a 6/6 Childson? I'm just popping back to the game.
No, it's a 5/5 Childson.
I suspect he doesn't have Plo because he
so
uses his leader.
That would have been a scenario where Tata passed, and if he had put the shield on and the blaster's the only thing that he had, then yeah, that would have been an insane situation for Tata. But as a result, he passed instead of putting the shield on. I don't know what he was holding up. I guess if he shields, he can. It allows Quinlan to Tarkin Town and ping the shield back off. But it would waste the Tarkin Town, which he doesn't have done right now.
All right, so this is a good start for Quinlan. That's Jyn Erso, which tells me that which is a very strong card into Sabine. Not as powerful necessarily into Quinlan, but one of the cards that does have its uses. If something dies on Kira's side, becomes a 4/2 with Saboteur.
Yep. So we're gonna see Tata make a stabilizing play, either Vader or Maul. It's a Vader. Depending on how much build he can get off this, he might buy some time to needing Super Laser Blast. If he did something like Vigilance, I would expect him to just Super Laser Blast. And then this is an absolutely devastating hit.
Yep.
Because the Death Trooper is going to kill Jyn, and then Vader's going to kill Quinlan and not die back. Right. And now the board is flipped. So a pretty much ideal situation for Tata right there.
Yeah, that was a very good Vader. Absolutely.
Yeah, Mickey, I don't know if it's GG just because there's so much game left. Tarkin Town hasn't even been used. But this is going to be tough. And I don't know what's in the Quinlan Tarkin Town list, but if it's got a heavy space fleet, I could see the tables turning a little bit. Oh, and here we go. Falcon right on time. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 3 ships.
Yep.
Like I called it. I haven't seen this list.
Space fleet over it's almost like you play this game and you're decent at it. So
play this game once in a while. Yeah, so this space fleet is probably, if if Tada has a super laser blast here, he's not sweating. But the 3 ships is a little rough, and the 2-1 is good because a devastating gunship actually gets to kill something in space here, and then putting a shield on it will make it attack for 5, so it can be a stabilizing force. But this is why the Data Vault is going to come into play, even at 12 damage. There we go. So wasting no time, hitting that super laser blast. The game is reset. I think Logan is on 5 resources. I don't think he resourced this turn. So he's not going to have a ton to play.
But I think it was important to force that blast. I mean, without the space fleet that emerged out of nowhere, I don't know that that's the line that John has to take.
Yeah.
Quinlan's got lots of things that can play ready. Hopefully he can find one.
Yeah, I mean, you have to force it at some point. We'll see what Tada... I don't know how many cards Tada has in hand, but it's always nice to have that Hillabon. I'm sure he was holding that Hillabon in his hand for things like Force Throw and, it's a waste of a card. But Tada's going to 9 here. I would stop at 9 probably if I were Tada. You want to start getting some cards in hand, unless he's got if he's got Devastator. Obviously, he has to keep cranking. But what you can do now is you can sit on 9 and play what you've got. And if you take a turn to like draw 2 and you don't draw like a resupply or something, you can start to build your hand up and then begin resourcing again later. All right, so 9 here. Got to imagine if he's tapping 9, it's an Avenger. I don't think anything else in the deck costs 9. Obviously a really good card against something that can't go wide, and following a super laser blast, it's really tough to go wide once again. All right, so Kira's going to show us the hand. So that Reinforcement Walker and Maul and No Glory. That's a great hand for Tada.
That's a pretty good hand.
That's the dream right there, is having like 3 really good cards when they carry you and be like, okay, you choose, you tell me how you want to lose. Or not necessarily lose, but like you tell me how you want me to take care of the situation.
Right. I mean, I'm going to say that Tada did it that way to say that Walker was called, because he.
It's slow and glitching a little bit for me.
It sure is, and it's for us too. So we do have one of the best in the business, Symbiodes on the ground. Pop there. It's a struggle. I think that Wes from Sea Raptor said this morning. It's like trying to bring live TV out of cornfield, essentially, that you have a power, plug to. So hopefully our hotspot holds up, because this is a heck of a match. I think that where do you think the players are positioned as we sit, as the camera's struggling to catch back up?
Well, I mean, I love that hand for Tada. It really depends on how much gas Logan can bring. But I did like, the thing that I mentioned at the top of the game is that, I expect Logan to stop resourcing pretty quickly and make sure he can start playing 2 things in a turn. So like, as long as he has like 6 resources, 7 resources, he should be able to play 2 things at a time. Yep. But he doesn't really have a great answer for this Avenger. So it's kind of a race. And if Tada gets off that Reinforcement Walker, he's on 10 resources right now, so he can play the Reinforcement Walker next turn anyway, but he can also just maul. Yeah, so he can maul here. Yeah, I mean, Mickey D, yeah, Ezra isn't a lot, but he's kind of ideal in this situation where he has to be answered, and if he's not answered, you get to do things like Force Throw or play cards off the top of your deck. So this is a great position for Quinlan.
And he knows that there's some big cards in there. Right. I think that he has to discard No Glory and lose Maul, because he's got to take care of Ezra. I mean, it's very possible that now Logan has a second Force Throw in hand, and you got to turn that off.
Being able to follow up with the Power of the Dark Side there is huge, because now Avenger gets to sit, because Tada knows that Quinlan can't kill the Avenger. He can only waylay it, and that's if he's playing waylay. I guess he could bamboozle it too, but like, it's gonna kill whatever he plays. And Tada has the Reinforcement Walker, which he wants to play anyway. So Tada can lead with the Reinforcement Walker, gain 3, and wait for Logan to play something, and then kill it with Avenger. So this is a very, very difficult spot. And not only that, but I mean, Tada could just attack right away and put him to 18 because now he's in check, right? Oh, and that's what Tada does. He just puts him at 18 and says, "Do you have anything that can stop me before I just claim and kill you?" Because Quinlan can't do 15 damage in one turn with no board. Oh, and the Devastator follow-up. So that's going to be game 1 for...
All right.
Yep. For
so, game 1 goes to your teammate. Is Tada the right pronunciation? Now I've been, told, back ways. I know it's what everybody's
Tada? I think so. That's what I say. He's never corrected me.
All right. So, shout out to him. Kira gets over. I mean, I think that the ramp was certainly important because of the wing leader. I mean, if that Ezra just is able to hit for another turn before, I mean, that's there.
Right. That's when the data vault is maybe less consistent, right? Like when your opponent is able to make this explosive play and sort of put you into these lethal ranges, you kind of lose out on that extra damage and you're stuck with worse percentages hitting. So being able to hit your ramp there, big.
So we're not talking about exact list left, but for Kira and Quinlan, I mean, if there's any available discard, if you have something like Jam Communications or anything that's event-based, that's ideal. I mean, you want to be bringing that into sideboard. And, I mean, you're the aggressor. So anything that, if you have any pumps left, too, that are in your sideboard to try to help you against aggro, those come in. What do you think for Kira looking into Quinlan?
I would imagine that Tada, I would guess that Tada doesn't sideboard much at all here. Looking at our list,
Is that something
you could do the Palp's returns are handy. You can do things like cut high cost cards like the Devastator, like assuming you're not going to often get to 10, 11 resources. So you can play the Palp's returns. The trick is cutting things that you don't think will matter. Like what do you cut in this situation? Right. Like the high cost cards and the Devastator are fine. You don't really want to cut something like Super Laser Blast. Traitorous can be a huge blowout if you steal something, if you ramp into stealing like a buff to Ezra or something. So it's just a matter of what Tada feels comfortable cutting. But I would imagine that if anything, he's cutting Devastators and bringing in a couple Palps returns and probably not even like a full complement of them.
If you're just joining us, this is the last round of Swiss of the Richmond sector. This is essentially
win and in.
Yep, this is and lose and out. It is both of those. So both of these players, need to get in there. So once it's top 8, it's a bracket. So if they can, get in there, then it's anybody's game. After this, we're planning, and hopefully it will work, that we're going to hear from Ron at FFG from on-site. So we're going to try to do an interview. We're trying to get Michael on from Team Secret. Being the undefeated through this rounds is huge. I mean, I think he drew
one of 2 undefeated players at the tournament.
Right. Yep.
The other, of course, going 4-0-4.
5-0-3, I think. But yeah, didn't even get.
Oh, did he finish 5-0-3?
Yep.
No, it was 4-0-4 yesterday. 85th. Unless there were 2 people who had multiple draws.
There was because one of them had 18 match points too. The 5-0-3 at 18, so like the same position as the 6-2s. But,
wild, yeah.
Was one of the sad souls that didn't get into day 2. When a lot of people.
All right, I can't see the hands very well, but I think Tada has a Pershing, and it's like when you have Pershing with Data Vault, it's almost an insta keep. Yeah, you have Quinlan 1-0, but Kira won the first match.
You're right. You're exactly right. See, I'm wishful thinking.
Well, thanks, chat. Thanks, Caesar. 007.
Yeah.
Oh, Tada is gonna ship a hand with Pershing.
Yep.
Might just be trying to hit ramp.
Right.
Everyone in the chat now. Yes, we are fixing it.
Yeah,
there was Mickey D. There was a 5-0-3 and a 4-0-4. I was so enamored by the 4-0-4, I didn't even notice the 5-0.
I mean, that's a lot of draws. What deck was that? Was that Bosk or Kira? Do you know?
Probably. I'm not sure.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe Trench.
All right. So sorry. 3 undefeated players at the event. My bad. Sorry, Michael. You're in a lot of company. All right. So both players mull. Let's see what we got here.
I see a Walker in Tada's hands. Tada is, we've had him on stream plenty at various things, but he is one that will often tip his hand for the viewer, which we appreciate. If you are on the feature table at something like this, it helps our coverage be a little bit.
Yeah, Tada is an old hat at this game. He's been playing cards on stream for a couple decades now.
Right. Yeah, in fact, I ran into my opponent at the Chicago PQ, knew him from a different game, and told me that it's often John F. Tada for
okay.
Reasons that were there.
Yep. Darn it, I have to play Tada. Depressing fun fact, I'm older than John Tada. All right, looks like both players passed. It's a pass game. No one wants to tip their hand. I think that when you're Quinlan, though, you generally don't want to pass into a deck with a more robust endgame than you, especially if you're going to try and do things like discard. Wait, did they pass again? They're on 4 resources now. He's leading with Kira. So now this is tough. I don't know if
both
the Logan Mull was just so bad.
It might have bricked.
Both players mulled, so it's possibly the Mull bricked, right?
Yeah.
But look at that hand. How do you Can you imagine being the Quinlan player and be like, I guess I got to fight through all those?
Yeah, and then
but he
if
does
I
get to
discard
name
him,
resupply here.
there's 2 cards in there that can actually bring it back. So that's awesome.
Yeah, 3 Bothans have win-ins. Good luck, Lego Pizza, to your boys in the chat there. This is one of my teammates is already in, and Tada is playing to be the second KTOD member in top 8.
Secret got through with the only undefeated and untied deck. I suppose the draw is a tie too, but I mean that is to be expected with him and Alex. There,
so
I think
pretty
Josh
wild
Everly is secret too. So the Quinlan playing the Sabine is a secret player. So the top team's doing well, which is what you expect. Kira flips. Kira on Kira violence.
Tada's
likely.
first action of the game, non-pass action of the game, is to simply flip.
And then gets immediately Kira on Kira violence. So sad.
Yep.
They're all killing each other over there.
The only person that can defeat Akira is Akira.
But I mean this is not at all what Quinlan wants. That's jam. So that's a great card into Kira. It's going to be able to get barrage or Pelp return.
Yeah, well, you can't take the Pelp's return, right? In this situation where you have 2 of the same card and one of another, you might as well just fight through the one that you can't stop.
Right.
So he takes the barrage correctly. And yeah, jam is good, but the thing about Kira is it's a lot of unit-based control.
It is.
So when jam isn't combined with things like Spark and K2 and Ahsoka,
right,
it doesn't get as oppressive.
But yeah,
I think we're in for a long one though.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure how. It depends how much Quinlan can hold up here. I mean, the leader gets taken out by Maul. No overwhelm. Ahsoka's going to hit the hand. That's a good development. He's probably going to drop a unit in there because he can play the units out of his discard pile.
Exactly. Yeah, Devastator's just going to sit there. So I wonder what he boarded out, because I think I probably would have boarded out at least one Devastator.
Right. Force throw?
So here's just all the hand discard. Yep. And
Raj.
We're gonna see if all of that passing is gonna pay off and who it's gonna pay off for. Yeah, and T-Town's still active for Quinlan. But I have to imagine we're seeing Maul come right back, even though the T-Town is live. There was an opportunity, perhaps, because Todd is not under any pressure at all, to have waited on the Maul so that he could shield it and draw that Tarkin Town out in a way that's not going to be harmful. But he's still got 2 Palps returned in his hand. And this is something I talked about last game, but I think Todd was thinking about not resourcing there, which I think is perfectly valid. But it looks like he has Vader. Yep. So now he can shield him. You definitely want to, as the control player in one of these situations, is to take one turn to not resource and build your hand back up when your opponent is hitting you like that. and usually around 7 or 8, right? Because of things like Vader, Maul, and Reinforcement Walker, and the Star Destroyers are always good, so they can come online a little bit later.
All right, and Vader is able to bring 2 units, which is real strong.
Yeah, this go wide strategy is great. I'm always hesitant to play Hillabon against something that's not like Sabine, but he should be in such a commanding lead here, and I would imagine he actually shields the Hillabon in this scenario, that he's looking to turn the corner.
And, I mean, so Hillabon 2 for Quinlan. Quinlan leader is dead. So, I mean, it's not the case that Quinlan decks tend to run a ton of 1-drops. So, I mean, it's pretty safe.
So that shield isn't going to get pinged off.
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. But no shortage of Ahsokas here.
Mama Ahsoka is a great card for Quinlan. Absolutely. I mean...
Oh, and another Vader. So there's Vader, Maul, Devastator in the discard pile, and Tada is probably clutching those 2 Palps returns very tightly.
And he does, in fact, shield the Hylabon, which I really like that play. Tada's deck looks to be mostly or exclusively hyperspace.
Wild call from Tobias. I don't know what the luck factor is here. He didn't play anything for the first 4 turns of the game. But all 3 force throws from Quinlan, I think that guy should play a lottery ticket just as much. I mean, you always want to draw all 3 force throws as your as any deck. What deck wouldn't you want to draw all 3 of your force?
It doesn't exist. I mean, even stuff where you're not using it for removal. I mean, if it's like hard
Will
control,
they ban force throw with the next set? Who's to say?
Oh man, no. Only your decks get banned.
No comment.
Don't get mine. Don't get mine.
No comment. We're about to talk to Ron. No comment. All right, let's see. What can Quinlan do? I mean, the fighting through the 2 Palps return's tough, but if he gets another jam here, like, and we're gonna see Tada is gonna go right into the Palps return. He's just gonna get the value out of him as soon as he can because he knows they could get discarded at any time. It's possible that Logan has pillage even. So like your hand, now that he's been hit so many times, 2 Ahsokas, 3 force throws. His hand is never safe, so he's going to be more aggressive playing the cards out of his hand and not sit back on things the way you would expect a control player to. Yeah, Eekfoil, sometimes we throw those packs on the ground. Don't worry, Seth Felker, I won't play any cards with force throw. So we get a Pershing out off of this Vader and another Hillabon. Those Hillabons have been straight gas here. And yeah, this does seem like an untenable position now. Even though Quinlan still has Tarkentown, even though there's no damage on his base, he's down 5 units to 0. And now Kira has a card engine online, a card drawing engine online. And now we see the 3rd Ahsoka. And if we ever get a chance to hear from Logan, I wonder if his mull was just no turn 1 or turn 2 plays.
I think he bricked, which makes me sad. And I mean, actually,
yeah, it's a bummer.
Rebels Quinlan should be a little bit less susceptible to brick than kind of the bigger ones too. But that is, and Star Wars Unlimited is a lot better than certain games that require specific cards for resources. At having big matches be decided by, just really bad variants, but it still happens. Any deck can brick.
For sure. And it could be a matter of sideboarding, right? Like you change the complexity of your deck when you sideboard. And sometimes you end up, I mean, I know I've been in this position where I'm like, why didn't I draw 2 drops? And I look in my sideboard, I'm like, oh, I definitely sideboarded wrong here. Yep. That's why I always try and prioritize what I'm taking out. And when I do coaching and stuff, I always tell people when people ask for sideboarding help, like, only focus on what you want to take out and then focus on what you want to bring in, because you can do a lot more damage to your deck by taking out the wrong cards than you can putting in cards that you think is good.
That's great advice. I've mentioned this a couple of times. I thought you had an excellent video last week on putting people in check too, which is an important concept that we've been talking about today.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, and it seems so basic, right? But like, it's not always the way we think about things. We don't always contextualize the game in the same way as others. So anytime I can like get someone to think about the game a little bit differently, I'm happy to make like a more widely educational video.
And Justin did a great deck neutral video last week too on bases that I thought was really
Yeah,
good.
that's our stuff. Like, I really would love to never have to make a deck tech video ever again. But it's what people like, so
Yep.
sometimes you got to.
Isn't that funny how like some of the videos that are actually the best are the least watched, because of just I guess preferences of people.
Yeah,
what
and
they
it's tough to
search.
get someone to be like, I want to do homework.
Right.
Trust me, as a high school teacher, it is tough to get people to do homework. So
Absolutely.
they don't want to do it. Yeah. So here's another mall, and we see Logan putting up the good fight, but he, at this point, I mean, Tada can just go face completely with these Hillabonds, and Pershing is powering them up. Oh, I thought we already saw 3 force throws, but there's the third one.
Yeah, and I mean he had great force throws, in the game. It's just you can't. I mean, he needed those first couple of turns to try to get some damage in on Kira.
Yeah,
and it just wasn't.
Speaking
there.
of great SWU content, think about like the "Who's the Beatdown," which is a classic Magic sort of idiom. Thinking about like who has to put the pressure on, and Towernumbernine did a great article version of that. And my brother did a great Know Your Role video about that. But like Quinlan can't out control and out top end Kira, so it has to play the beatdown. It has to be aggressive. Lightsaber Larry, I teach high school English, and it's Professor Sapphire. No, just kidding.
It's Dr. Sapphire in a couple of years. Maybe at CCGs.
No, I stopped. A doctorate in CCGs would be cool. I was looking at doctorates, and then I started making Star Wars content, and I got too busy.
My dad and my sister are teachers. It's evident that you are from
awesome.
Some of your videos. So shout out to them. Shout out to my captain Poem, who's actually not doing a bunch right now because he's getting his master's and moving to, be a principal. God bless
administration, that guy. My enemy.
Yeah, my
no,
dad's
administration
as
is important too.
Get him started on he was a tech school
I'm sure
teacher.
your dad and I would get along. Hey, again, we've talked about this because I teach at a tech school.
Yep. So, he's a tech school teacher, but he actually was teaching like half of the classes in the entire department, and then he retired, and he was able to get more money, and then also his pension the next year because of the way that the system worked, because they didn't have people to teach his classes, so.
Amazing. Tom Moot, teachers in Massachusetts get paid well, thankfully, but I know that's not the case in everywhere.
Yeah, it is not, but, very
right,
important. Nothing's more important than that.
I know. I feel like we're filling air, but this I don't see, like, if we're getting to casting, like, I just don't see a situation where Quinlan can come back here, and we see the Avenger here.
It's Logan. I've been in this situation. You've been in this situation where
same.
It's there, and you know what your deck is, but you're round 12 of winning in. You play it out. You never know what's going to happen. So
absolutely
I feel that, and. Shout out for an excellent run, and I want to find this guy after. He is running a list that, look at this. He's winning in on Quinlan. He probably has been doing very well against Kira throughout the tournament. I'd be shocked if he wasn't, because, I do think that the extra oomph from Wing Leader can be important in a lot of matches. And I'd love to see some Jins.
And to answer a couple questions in the chat, because I think that's helpful. The order of the discard pile doesn't matter, and it's not in the rules that it has to stay the same. Mm-hmm. Can we talk about the game and not our life? Sure. What would you like us to say about the game? The Quinlan is playing one card at a time. Kira is going to be able to kill every card that Quinlan plays, and then attack base with the rest of the damage. And so, like, if you want to truly know that's how we know the game is over, because Quinlan is going to lose every single unit it plays as soon as it's played, and is at such a high life total, 30 HP remaining, that no amount of damage Quinlan can do will put any pressure on the Kira player. So he will just be able to infinitely ignore everything Quinlan does if it wants.
Quinlan choosing to remove a Turtle 4, just get some value.
Yep, and that's where to speak more about the game, if you're the Kira player and Quinlan is removing your units instead of attacking your base, like, there's no pressure. And going back to who's the beatdown, Quinlan is never going to out control Kira because of things like Palp's Return, Devastator, Avenger.
There's not in Quinlanless, Avenger is an 8/8. I mean, nothing can really kill it except for a force throw related thing, and force throw by definition requires you to play a force unit. He's used all three, among other things. But I think that really this game was decided by the brick. That's what it is, and it had to have been a brick.
It had to have been a terrible hand for them to not make any play until the 4 resource turn.
Waylay the Avenger, which delays things a little bit. It's going to be probably Vader.
Yeah, you got to imagine he's putting a Vader out to rebuild the board. I mean, I'll say this: Quinlan is doing a great job at protecting his life total. I think Tada is probably working a little too hard to not take any damage.
Right.
Just because he has 30 life left.
Yeah, I'd go so far as saying that Wu probably would have turned the corner right now. As Kiro.
Wow, daggers to Tada. I mean, look at that hand.
Is that's Avenger, right? Yeah.
There we go.
So Logan concedes. Yeah. So, great match. Cool. Shout out to Logan, who.
Hey, great run, Logan, with Quinlan Rebels. Incredible. And then congratulations to John for making top 8 at a sector qualifier. It's a huge accomplishment. Really proud of him.
All right, absolutely. Let me see, what we got in the waiting room as we're going here.
Yeah, now we can get some interviews going for everybody. Oh, Drew just messaged me.
Uh-oh. Invite him to late night Discord. But Sonny/Michael, if you are listening right now, you can feel free to unmute. We hopefully have Michael from Secret. I'm going to go to the deck list standing screen. Actually, why don't I show?
All right, so Phoenix from Arrowbrook did win. Will O'Neill did 1 over Everly. So we can start to think about what's in this top cut. So we've got Michael on Quinlan, Alex on Han Green, Phoenix from Arrowbrook on Anakin Colossus, Will O'Neill on Sabine. Looks like Crawl lost, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Tyler's still playing Mephisto.
Yep, I'm going to see if we can get a game 3 if that happens. Just message SCG.
So right now we've got 2 Quinlans locked in, 2 Hans locked in, 1 green, 1 yellow, 1 Sabine, Tada on Kira, Kyle on Anakin, and then the winner of this Mephisto Tyler matchup, which is either going to be another Han Green or the Cad Tarkentown.
Who's the Han yellow, RT?
It is John Morris.
Cool. Congrats to Han Yellow. That's great. Gonna just go through the chat while you're kind of working on things. Why'd they change the Vader 10 card no shuffle? They didn't. You still shuffle. Yep, I would scoop after seeing that hand too. You can. I'm sure that cut was not physical, but like verbal. Oftentimes, as a TDR player myself, I'll say like, "Do you want to cut this?" And then if they say no, I say, all right, I'm not going to offer any more. But if you do want to cut the bottom 7 cards, I can always like just repeal them off the bottom, right? Like it's not that big a deal.
And on the other hand, I will typically tell them if I don't want to cut, affirmatively too, which I very rarely do unless I thought somebody was really looking at their Vader pile in a weird way and didn't shuffle. I'll just not. No, I do think it's very important to look at and try to remember what you just put on the bottom of your deck. As the Vader
I've player. Never asked to cut anyone's Vader or TDR cards. And very rarely has anyone asked to do mine.
I think it was once that I recall that I did that. But
if I thought someone was like truthfully trying to churn through their deck, then like maybe I would. But it's pretty rare when you get to loop your cards back.
Mm. But knowing what's not coming up, is actually probably the more important of it if you're trying to remember what you just saw with Vader. And it also matters too what else you got. If you had TDR and Vader, now I'm going back to Moff Gideon stuff, sometimes actually you got quite a bit of information.
Yeah, Donovan, and I'm sure a lot of tournament players are never going to not offer. It's just verbal and it's quick, right? Like especially when we're playing control, right? We're trying to like save time, not waste time with things like that necessarily.
All right.
So I can't do invites if you did want to ask Drew, but
that surprises
I don't know if you've got I know we've got a couple interviews popping up.
Yeah, we do. I think that we're going to have Michael from Team Secret on here. We're looking for Ron Longy. He should be expecting to be on between the last round of Swiss and top 8, which we're almost to. I do not know if the match on table 6 is going to go to game 3. I did ask if it is going to game 3 to try to get it on the feature table, which would be cool because Mephisto.
That would be cool.
He's a great guy and a great player. I know he's a looper.
It is stressful as someone who had to do it in Denver. It is stressful for like you to go to game 3 and the judge comes over and it's like, do you guys want to, can you move to the stream table? You're like, geez. All right. So now I've got to be broadcast. Everyone's going to watch me lose on the broadcast.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you doing it anyway, because I know that we saw you play a couple of rounds in Denver, and really actually calling some of Stevie's games was excellent. He topped with Luke. And that match with Yoda, really was a banger right at the end of day 1 of Denver, which should be going up on a VOD pretty soon. All right, we're going to go to a break screen for just a sec, try to reload some graphics, and go from there. What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and we are back, and we are joined on the horn live from Richmond with Michael and Sonny from Team Secret. And Michael was the last undefeated player till he drew in the last round. We've had him on stream several times. Great run, dude. How you feeling right now going into top 8?
Thanks, man. Yeah, I feel it's hard not to feel good right now, but no, it's been an awesome weekend. So I feel great.
Yep, stay focused. You got 3 more to go, but congratulations. Insane run. It was great watching you play. We get to hang out and test a little bit on Tuesday. I get to watch you play test, and I was really impressed with your list. And I thought every time the main deck Fangs came out, I was like, damn, that's so good. He's getting so many people with that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was playing main deck Fang because Sonny beats me with Chewy so often, and I didn't play
exactly
a single on green all weekend. Yeah.
Oh, is that true? That's too funny. Well, I'm sure the Fang still did work. I think I saw him blow up like a Dark Saber or something from time to time.
Yeah, no, it's still really good, it's funny, yeah.
Yeah, and and
the funny thing is, Michael was about to play Alex the last round, but they drew, right? And that would have been the Han Green he played.
Right. Yeah. Well, always great to just like go undefeated and get to drop the last round. Go get some lunch or something. Chill out. Relax.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, great job. You earned it.
So tell us about how you teched for this event, because I remember actually telling a different Quinlan player that, if it was Richmond in particular, and in large part because of Sonny and then Alex Blandon, and the decks I knew they were on, that I would be main decking Fangs. But tell us how you kind of went and prepared your exact list for this sector.
Yeah, so I think the only quote unquote questionable cards I'm playing is I'm on 2 main deck Bamboozles and 2 main deck Fang Fighters. I was really not trying to lose to the pilot decks. And then I'm playing Gorilla Soldier as like my 3-drop of choice. And I think it helps the Sabine and the Kira matchup a lot. And it's worse into the mirror, but somehow I dodged that all weekend so far.
All right, very good.
Yeah, and those cards were great for you when you played Vader, right? The Vader pilot deck came in really handy, and that ended up being even tighter than I think a lot of us thought it would be, considering you had the main deck Fangs and Bamboozles.
Yeah, I think that matchup's actually kind of tough for Quinlan because you have so few space units that they can get out of control quickly. It just was like in general. But I think for this field where I didn't know exactly what the breakdown would be, just being proactive with the Gorilla Soldier like did very well for me.
How have you been able to get over all the Kiras that have topped? We saw you, I think, play a very good round into a Kira vault. But tell us about those lines for Quinlan.
Yeah, I think I only played the one on stream, so I mean, you can watch that back. But I think in general, that deck is skewing more towards the hard control side. So they have a hard time stabilizing the board without the Kira flip. I think you can kind of get ahead and then just keep them off barrage. And then in the late game, you have to both play your discard and kind of hope they don't draw super well a little bit. I mean, it gets dicey, but as long as you can answer that Kira flip, they don't really have a catch-up mechanic until the Vaders and the Mauls come out.
All right, so either one of you answered this. Tell me a little bit about Team Secret. I was excited to see kind of its emergence, and that Sunny D is somebody that was doing master classes long before that, but tell us about your team.
Yeah, sure. So this is Sunny. So Team Secret is a team that we formed back in the December time period. And it was a group of players in the DMV area that have done quite well in the PQ season of set 2, and then we had a bunch do well in PQ set of season 3. And we ended up going to Seattle for the team event. So that's when we started really playtesting as a group, and we sent 2 teams. But I think what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to create a community in Discord and produce some YouTube content to give back and share our insights from just like a competitive angle. So we did a deck tech this past week, and you should all check out that video from Michael on Quinlan cards preparing for this event. And obviously he did very, very well with exactly what he mentioned in the deck tech, right? So stuff like that is what you can expect.
So,
can you give me like a way to find your YouTube, because I have searched with the correct spelling of your team and it does not pop up, and I would love to be able to share it in the chat with everyone right now. So if you could like find a way to get me
I'll send you the link.
Yeah, great. I will post it in the chat because I've been scrolling and trying to find it, but I can't find it. And I think everyone would really benefit. I've really enjoyed the podcast episodes you did. And I just, I'm excited to see other competitive teams like really break into content because I love competitive content and I just always need more of it.
And
Sweet. Yeah, I'm sending you over the link.
And I see Team Secret at 137 subscribers right now. I'll make the same offer I made. I have a pack of Carbonite I can give away if we can double their subscriber count right now. So there are close to 1,000 people watching live. Everybody go subscribe to Team Secret. Watch Michael's deck tech video. Quinlan card Voss choices. Quinlan Voss card choices.
Oh, Loopy, I have news. I just won the Carbonite pack.
There you go. We're, commentators are excluded from participation.
That
you got to
helps
read
a
the
lot.
fine print, my friend.
Yeah, I just posted it in the stream chat for everybody on YouTube, on the late night YouTube channel. So please go check it out. They're really putting out some great content to launch their channel. So I think everyone should really take advantage of that.
Absolutely. Tell me about the name. It's pronounced Secret, but it's spelled differently?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you any more than that. It is, in fact, a secret.
It's a secret, man. Come on.
It is a secret.
Don't
oh,
ask
man.
people secrets. That's not cool.
All right.
So hey, we do have the final match. Mephisto beat Tyler from McClunky, so Cad Tarkentown will be the 8th deck into the top 8 here.
Yeah. So shout
Wow,
out,
wow.
shout out to Tyler. You know, we had the ability to see him on stream playing some really good Han Green, making Sonny happy. Mephisto holding up Cad and is able to advance into the single elimination bracket that's going to be next. All right. Well, Michael, you got some work to do. Sonny,
Yep. Good luck, brother.
thanks for making this happen. Any last words for all the Team Secret fans and soon-to-be Team Secret fans out there?
No. Just thank you all for tuning into both this stream and then subscribing to us on YouTube, joining the Secret Discord community, and following the tournament runs we're having.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you, and good luck, Michael. Can't say
luck.
I'm not rooting for Quinlan's now that my last Vader's eliminated.
I can say I'm not rooting for Quinlan's, but I hope everyone has a great time in the top 8.
All right, thanks for having us on.
Later, guys.
We're gonna take
Congrats.
quick break and more after this.
Hey, we don't serve their kind here. I'll show you the dark side.
Rebellions are built on hope.
ever ruled with fear. I intend to rule with respect.
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? This is the way.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy at Late Night Gaming, and we are here for the top 8, and I am putting this over to two of the best commentators in the business, Josh from Next Gen Gaming, thanks for joining us, and Bobbysapphire. So go at it, guys.
All right, appreciate you having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Got Bobby alongside of me. This is going to be great. We're down to the top 8. It's go time now.
This is it. This is why we play.
Yep.
Top 8 match. This is actually, I'm sure Loopy will be updating the overlay in a minute, but we have Phoenix, ABG Phoenix, Kyle Warren from Arrowbrook Gaming. I'm sure he's about to get yelled at for not using an official Star Wars Unlimited map, but there we have it. And then we've got Han Yellow, John Morris in the bottom.
All right, so Kyle versus John. And this should be interesting because, you know, these are two decks that I think Anakin was kind of on the radar after the suspensions hit a couple weeks ago. I think that Anakin Colossus was certainly on the radar, but I think there was a lot of talk in the community about this Han Yellow deck kind of, you know, losing a bit of its power with DJ out of the picture. And here we see Han making a run. John bringing it all the way to the top 8. What are your thoughts on that, Bobby?
I mean, it's still a great deck. It's well positioned against a lot of good decks. One matchup that went from like near 100% win rate is Anakin for Han. That used to be basically an auto win for Han Yellow, but without DJ. I put this more at 50-50, but I will say, having gotten a chance to look at Kyle's list right before we went live here, he is not playing European-style Stila Guerrera control Anakin Colossus. He's playing more along the lines of an aggressive lightsaber bravado Anakin in a Colossus shell with the droid package for the early game to get the hand rebuilt.
That is awesome. Super exciting stuff. Anakin's a deck that I really like. I actually just brought that deck to a store showdown yesterday. Ended up second. It was a really fun deck to play. I played a little bit more of the control version. So very excited to see this version that Kyle's running.
Yeah, Kyle's list is a little bit more how I prefer to run it, but with a 30-point base,
Right.
just because I think that it's really tough to fall behind. And I think that's one of the things that I want to look out for here in this matchup is that this Anakin, because it's not playing the control package, it really can't afford to miss the early drops. So if Kyle can't find the droid package to refill his hand, he could just be on the back foot and never have a stabilizing presence. That 33 life is really going to pad it. But, you know, I mentioned Lego Pizza, who's a Han Yellow aficionado, say Anakin super favored without DJ. But this is not the Anakin that I think a lot of people are expecting.
Right. Well, it's going to be exciting to see for sure. It has been a great weekend so far. This is the largest Star Wars Unlimited tournament to date. Almost 600 players. I believe 596 was the number. And so, you know, big tournament, biggest one to date. And of course, a lot on the line here. These top 8 players have all secured a spot in day 2 of the Galactic Championship, which is exciting. And I know there were several PQ winners, I believe, that made the top 8 here. So they already had their buys, but all these players getting a buy into day 2. And the winner and runner-up of this tournament will have their travel and entry fee covered to the Galactic Championship. So certainly a lot to play for here today.
Absolutely. And because buys pass down, we're going to see possibly even down to like 14th, 15th place get buys, because I know that there's 4 people with buys in the top cut, and then you know, even a couple more in the 8 through 10 spot. So it's going to pass down pretty far.
Yeah, that's awesome. Great to see it. Now these players, of course, exchanging deck lists. We're here in the top 8. Deck lists are now open. We get to review the lists and kind of come up with a game plan for how we want to attack this matchup.
This should be 3 minutes. So Loopy, I don't know if you're there, but I wonder if we can get the lists we have up on the screen, because they should be reviewing these for about 3 minutes. Cool. That Loopy is in my ear telling me that, yes, we are going to get those.
Get the deck list on the screen. That'll be great.
Yeah, and this is an interesting part. So like when I'm going through this stage of the tournament and I'm swapping deck lists with somebody, I'm looking at specifically their sideboard. and
Right.
like the count of how many things they have. Like if I'm John here, I'm noting that there's only one covering the wing in Anakin. And there's 2 bravado, 2 lightsaber. Things that I need to play around. There we go. Things that I need to play around throughout the game. Things that I have to keep conscious of throughout the game. And we can see a judge has busted out their phone so that John can read Tranquility. John, where are your PQ top 16 foils of Tranquility? You should have those on hand.
Now, was he asking about Tranquility, or was it the Resolute? It might have been
was it the
was
Resolute?
it? I think it was Resolute.
Oh, it's Resolute. You're right. It is Resolute.
Tranquility is another great one for sure, though.
Yeah, Tranquility's great. I guess I'm just scarred from all the Tranquility foils.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Cool. So we've got the Resolute. Yeah, that's Resolute. Thank you. So it's me flashing in between these two.
What's the big standout here to you, Bobby, in the main deck?
So I think the big thing is the Outer Rim Outlaw over Yoda. Oh no, sorry, the full complement of Outer Rim Outlaw over the full complement of Yoda. That shielded 3/3 means that he can Anakin attack into 2 things and kill it. I like the Outer Rim Outlaws, but I also just like the covering the wing to shield up something else even more, because you get to play into the space arena while shielding up the ground arena. So that's one thing that really jumps out to me. But Cham Syndulla being able to ramp Anakin at any moment following a Han resource ability means that Anakin could sneak out early. And that's one of the things that I love about Cham. Cham, I think, is one of the best and underrated cards in Jump to Lightspeed. And there's a lot of good Jump to Lightspeed cards in here. Outer Rim Outlaws, Covering the Wing, Cham Syndulla, Red Squadron X-Wing, all excellent cards from the new set.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Cham's the big standout here for me because, again, going against Han's going to be ramping, right? And you're going to get Cham out and surprise your opponent, get Anakin out early as well, which could really swing the board in Anakin's favor. So I love the Cham for sure.
And John will be looking to make sure he can draw actions out, and that's one thing the Han does really well, being able to take a lot of actions with the smaller units, being able to rip the hand with things like Bodhi and Spark of Rebellion and see what's there. So he can see if the Cham is coming,
Right.
and things like Kira can protect against it, which is really nice. And I'm really excited for the Mandalorian in the Han deck.
Yeah, Mandalorian's such a great unit for sure. Can be a huge tempo swing.
And a lot of 2-ofs in that list, meaning that he's got a lot more diversity of cards. There's so many 2-ofs there, gives him a little bit of action in a lot of different venues with being able to do 2 Kira or 2 Ahsoka.
So it looks like we are ready to go. Fist bump given. And we are underway in the top cut here at the Richmond Sector Qualifier L3, coming out for John to start the game. And we're going to see a ground arena follow-up from Phoenix with Sabine.
Yeah, Sabine being the absolute best counterplay to so many 2-drops in the game, but L3 being one of them. Just any shielded unit gets hit by the ping and then dies to Sabine.
Now, I do believe John does have the initiative here, so let's see if he has any way to answer that. Sabine, he does. He's going to play Surprise Strike into L3, attacking and defeating Sabine with the additional 3 power. Shield removed, but Sabine off the board.
Yeah, Sabine is off the board, but I don't think Kyle is going to be too sad about that. He basically got a card for free out of John, and then now is playing a shielded unit that is going to be able to just value trade out that L3. And Han Yellow didn't build its board at all there. So I think if I'm Kyle, I'm excited that a Surprise Strike was burned just to keep an L3 alive.
Yeah, certainly an important tool used here early. And as you mentioned, the Outer Rim Outlaws so good, 3/3 shielded. They are, of course, even better with Anakin's ability. And with the initiative, John is going to go 2 damage into Colossus with L337.
Yeah, and before DJ got banned, like Outer Rim Outlaws was a card that I had put in my Anakin because that 3/3 shielded can trade into a 3/5 without dying back, and it can in fact trade into two 3/5s or tech with the Anakin ability. So really not a card that John wanted to see an Anakin player play across from him. I'm sure he'd much rather be facing the control version than seeing these Outer Rim Outlaws.
Yeah, I think you're spot on that. Now we're going to get the red 5 in the space arena for Kyle.
Another great JTL card.
Absolutely. And here comes Ahsoka.
Ooh.
Ahsoka's going to force a discard from Kyle's hand, and he discards Open Fire. And now the Outer Rim Outlaws, as we talked about, with Anakin's ability, attacking 2 damage to Colossus, +2 power, as Outer Rim Outlaws goes into Ahsoka, taking out Ahsoka, and just losing that shield token.
Yep, and still going to be able to kill that L3. Kyle very successfully kept an event in his hand, and even though he's playing a card down because of Colossus, he hasn't had the opportunity to draw an extra card yet. He's still making the most of his hand. He's got a board, and John doesn't.
Yeah, great spot right now for Kyle. Really good start in this game. L3 is going to get in for a couple damage.
Yep, that's the only thing he can really do is take the damage with the L3 while he can, because that L3 isn't going to live long.
No, that L3 will not be around long for sure. C3PO coming out for Kyle. And it looks like he misses on the call here.
Yeah, I would imagine he's generally calling 3. The Anakin decks usually play a lot of 3-cost cards to make the 3PO hit more likely.
Right.
All right, so we got the ramp here. Now so this is that opportunity we talked about. Like, there's no 4 resources, so Han is safe to put a resource down.
Yep, safe from Cham here this round. Yoda coming out, so the ground arena built up now for Kyle. And let's see, Han is going to be deployed. So we're going to see that 5, 6, 7 here. Outer Rim Outlaws going into Han.
Yep, and now anything on Kyle's board will kill Han.
So Han will get at least 1 attack in here, which will bring John up to 7 resources. And of course, that's where we see the big plays.
Oh, actually, the red 5 will be able to finish Han here. Likely before John can do anything about it. He might. I don't know if he can keep his Han alive in any possible way, but he might be thinking of something like a Cunning or a Waylay. But I think he should probably just get to the 7 resources if he has a Han or an Opus Nest.
Yeah,
Han
definitely
being on 7 resources for a couple turns is really, really important.
Has to get to 7 resources here for sure. Has to make a big play before Han is taken off the board, and it looks like he is going to trade with Yoda, so he'll get an extra ready resource from the top of his deck. Yoda defeated. That's going to give Kyle an extra card.
Yep,
and
so
now
Kyle
red
has a
5
card
will
back in
come
hand
through.
now. All right, so Kyle's tapped out, so he can't do anything. We'll see what 7-drop John's going to bring to the table here, or what he's going to do with all these resources.
Playing Kira, just 1 card in hand, it looks like for Kyle, and that is Cham Syndulla, I believe.
Yeah, that's Cham. I wonder what he calls here. I would imagine he's calling something like Luke, something that's going to turn, like, put him in a position that he can't come back from.
Right. Yeah, not sure what the call is, but Luke would definitely make sense. Luke is the powerhouse in this Anakin deck. We do see Millennium Falcon coming out, the piece of junk entering play ready. An extra 3 damage onto Colossus. And we've got 11 damage on Kyle's base here, just 3 damage on John's base. But of course,
and
now, Bobby, we're getting to the Anakin flip turn here.
Right. This is where Kyle's going to look to turn the corner. Hopefully, he's going to hope to have drawn a lightsaber. Han Yellow, classically kind of a dog to lightsaber. You only have so many cunnings to tap down a leader with a lightsaber. And that 10 HP with a lightsabered up Anakin is really just something that Han Yellow does not want to have to deal with.
Yeah, would be so difficult to get Anakin off the board at that point.
Shout out to Eekfoil in the chat, who is a a very good Han yellow player mentioned that with Han dying that turn, Han will be able to get back up to 7 resources this turn if he has a 7 drop to play.
Yeah, that is a great point. He's got the Han action ability ready if he wants to use it. First action will be on Kyle. He's got the initiative.
Yeah, I gotta imagine he wants to draw that card with 3PO, possibly even hitting into the L3 to set up a ping kill with red 5.
Several different options here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and take out Millennium Falcon. Anakin's action ability used. And red 5 getting that 2 additional power into Millennium Falcon. Falcon defeated. 3 damage back onto red 5.
Yeah, that's a great play. You don't have to use the ping just because it's there. Clearing the Falcon before it can get piloted up or something is something that was a priority for Kyle there.
Yeah, I do love that line, protecting a little bit from the potential pilot.
And he still has a lot of life. He just has to make sure that he doesn't get bombarded with damage to the point where he can't stabilize. He's got a nice stable board right here, but only 2 cards in hand. And you know, this deck classically doesn't have a ton of good smuggle targets, so
Right.
Anakin is really going to try and control the board with their flip here. And anytime 3PO hits will just be massive for the Anakin deck.
Yeah, we haven't seen C-3PO hit so far in this first game, but it is huge value when it does. And we're going to see tech being smuggled into play for John. Still leaving him with 2 ready resources.
Yeah, tech makes the smuggle, like, obviously puts all the smuggle on, like, ooh, that was a big
look at
hit.
that. He hits it, so he called 3, and I believe that was the Jedi lightsaber.
So with 2 resources up, Han still representing Bamboozle without having to discard a card.
Right.
You know, with sharing deck lists, Phoenix knows that John is running main deck Bamboozles, so kind of precarious to put the lightsaber on Anakin. It's not a death knell because you have so much life that, like, all it does is exhaust for 1 turn and put the lightsaber back. So you have time to put it back down. But it's definitely not something Kyle wants to waste resources on early, and while he's still trying to stabilize.
Great point for sure, the Bamboozle.
And if I was Kyle, I might even consider something like killing a unit on the board and then playing the lightsaber after the hit to make sure he's a little inoculated against a counterattack. But the Han unit being able to, you know, give essentially first strike damage makes putting any damage on Anakin kind of scary.
So now John just going to continue to pressure a little bit. L3 going into base for 2.
And that's a great way to protect against Han unit.
Yeah, that's huge. Village Protectors coming in for Kyle. And it looks like
chat
Kira
saying there's
quickly removing the shield.
one bamboozle already in the discard pile too. So that's 1 fewer bamboozle that Kyle has to worry about.
Excellent point. So Anakin is deployed. Here comes the Jedi lightsaber. That is a massive Anakin Skywalker right now. He is attacking for 10, I believe, right?
Yeah, he's going to be attacking for 10. And because of the way the triggers work, Anakin, the lightsaber -2/-2 goes into effect, and then Anakin tramples over after. The attack is already completed, so Anakin can attack that L337, for example, and do the full 10 damage to base.
That's absolutely madness. So much overwhelm damage coming through. He did choose to go into tech, so of course tech getting the -2/-2, 3 HP remaining, so a total of 7 overwhelm damage going through to John's base. And this ground arena absolutely disgusting right now for Kyle with Anakin wielding the lightsaber. Kira is going to attack and defeat the Village Protectors.
Yep. Now every single attack in this board that
massive.
Kyle makes, the full 10 is going to go through. It's going to kill the opposing unit, and Anakin takes no damage back. So he is not threatened by Han unit or essentially anything that John has at all.
And we do see it, L3 being the target this time around, 10 damage to Han's base, and it looks like John is scooping it up. Kyle taking game one here in the top 8 feature match.
That lightsaber call and hit with the 3PO changed that game from possibly going maybe 2, 3, 4 turns longer to just ending on the spot because of the 10 damage hits.
Right.
Even after just 2 hits, John was in check, and there was no way to stop that 10 damage for John.
Yeah, we definitely saw the
Cool. We're going to take a look at the deck lists again to see some sideboard options. If we're thinking about yellow first, the other Bamboozle, Leia, Spark of Rebellion, the other Ahsoka, Gamorrean Guards, all cards you might consider here. What's coming?
Do you
out?
think he just kind of brings in all of that hand hate?
It's tough because what do you cut, right? Like I talked about this a little bit last round. I try and prioritize what I'm cutting. All those small units with the shields, they get eaten by Sabine, but Kyle's starting with a smaller hand and might not find those Sabines. It's really about what kind of game plan you want to enact. If he wants to be the beatdown, he might consider cutting things like the big Millennium Falcon and trying to get a little bit more aggressive. I would imagine everything's tough because he might cut the Sparks. He might keep the Bodhies. The Bodhies still can get rid of lightsabers. This being the unit version of Anakin is going to be just really tough because of the that 3/3 unit we talked about, the Outer Rim Outlaws, doesn't really have anything good for that. Everything he puts on the table in the mid part of the game just dies to that card.
Right.
And then
So now looking at Anakin,
Mhm.
what helps coming out of the board? I mean, obviously the third Cham would probably be a nice include here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of perfect situation from him, especially if they get into some of this like posturing. There aren't a lot of cards that I want to cut here, and you don't need things like Fang Fighter. They pop a shield off a 2-drop, but that's not really doing anything. Han
Right.
really doesn't want you to play. Han doesn't care if you play Conquer Dawn Protectors because they don't hit hard enough. So I think Kyle's main deck is actually like really well positioned, and we might just see the Open Fire and the Cham come in.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Open Fire, of course, great against the Falcon early in the game.
Right. And we might just see the Resolute come out. I mean, I still don't know what Resolute does. Someone can feel free to post the text in the chat. And then, Fel the Dragon, not amazing in this matchup because there's so few cards that it targets. So those are just a couple opportunities. And you could bring in the Rivals Falls for that instead because Han is a problematic card when you can't deal with them. But again, I just think that Kyle's unit package in this deck it's
strong.
It's really strong in this matchup. And the only thing holding Kyle back, in my opinion, is playing the Colossus and starting with that smaller hand.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's where if John can find a way to get that hand hate in the deck from the sideboard, if he can find some good cuts to potentially make, obviously Anakin starting with one less card, the hand destruction could certainly be a valid strategy here in this particular matchup.
Yeah,
so
and there's that hand hate you talked about.
Game 2, opening it up right away with Spark of Rebellion. We see Outer Rim Outlaws, Poe Dameron, and Anakin's spaceship there.
And after seeing that featured Resolute, that's going to stay in. That thing's crazy. Why aren't I playing that? And also, I just got 3 DMs of what Resolute does, which is great. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Rebel Trader. So amazing call with that. Just getting rid of that 3/3. We've talked about it so much already. It's so good. And he elected to do that over taking away Kyle's turn 1 play. That's how good Outer Rim Outlaws is in this matchup.
Yeah, just creates so much value, so much tempo for Kyle. And we do see the Anakin's Interceptor coming out. And here we've got Ezra Bridger coming out for John, and Village Protectors, or the Stick Ladies, coming out for Kyle.
Angry Stick Ladies.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we could see some great card advantage here with Ezra. The Ezra hit. This is like he gets to live, so you get to do his trigger.
See if he
And
gets
just
some value.
praying for a force throw. I always think if they're not thinking about it, it's not a force throw. I mean, if they're thinking about it, it's not a force throw.
Looks like he's just going to keep that card on top. And Village Protectors going into John's base.
Yeah, which is interesting. He's relying on the defensive side.
Well, here
can't see
comes
those
Kira.
cards.
I think the one on the right, is it Cham? It looks like 5 power, but I may be wrong.
I think it's Cham.
Is it Cham there? And then I'm not sure what's on the left.
It's another unit. I wanna. Yeah, I don't know. The glare's rough. Oh, it was another Outer Rim Outlaws.
Okay. All right. So
Yep.
Anakin's Interceptor getting in for 2. The question is, what was the call with Kira?
Well, we'll know when he plays one of them.
There it is. Outer Rim Outlaws coming out. So Cham shut down potentially by Kira here.
This is really lined up super well for ABG Phoenix here. Being able to not, like, when you start with a smaller hand and still don't get bricked by Kira, and you still get to play the card that he sparked turn 1, this can't be what John wanted to see. And that Outer Rim Outlaws is going to be able to stop Kira immediately anyway.
So Kira, with John seeing the writing on the wall, going to quickly take out the Village Protectors with Kira.
Yep. So now Kyle's deciding, is he going to kill Kira so he can play Cham, or is he going to kill Ezra to stop the free card?
And it looks like Kyle wants to open up the Cham play. Kira defeated by the Outer Rim Outlaws. And here comes Ezra. 3 damage into Colossus, and we'll see what kind of value we get this time.
Not a force throw. I'm willing to bet it.
A force throw on top. Believe in the heart of the cards, John. Looks like, once again, just leaving it on top. So he likes what he's seeing, but it's just not something that he's able to play at the moment.
Yeah, and because this is the Han potential flip turn, that's a card that's going to go into Han's resource row when if Han attacks.
There you go.
But he's got to be. I mean, I can't imagine that's what he wants. Oh, he's discarding.
He's discarding.
Okay, so he's thinking it's liberated slaves. He's probably deciding that he can't flip Han here because he's got to get Kyle, ABG Phoenix, to spend that resource.
Right.
Otherwise, he gets chammed and Anakin will flip immediately.
Yeah. No, this is what we were talking about. Cham's just so good against Han because you can immediately match that resource. And the great thing is, it's not a temporary resource.
He's going to do it. I mean, he can't play scared, right? He's going to just say, like, all right, I'm not going to win the game not playing my game plan. But I don't know how he's going to deal with this Anakin as it comes out.
So look at this. So we see Han deployed, and then Kyle just going to use the Anakin action ability here just to put that extra 2 damage on base, which is going to give Anakin that additional power.
Yep, so Anakin will be powered up to 5.
Han will attack and defeat Cham, getting that extra resource now. So John up to 7 total resources. Let's see if he has one of those big plays.
Yeah, it's possible that John wants Anakin to flip here and attack to kill one of his things to stabilize. And if he's able to follow up with a Anakin kill using the Han unit,
right?
I will really like the spot that he's in.
So let's see. Anakin is deployed. And Han's going to come out and take out the Outer Rim Outlaws.
Okay, so this is cool because now Han's just out there. And now, like, it's almost like Anakin can't do anything except go to base and hit 5. That makes... this is some interesting posturing by John. I love the kind of posturing Anakin Yellow can do. And now, like, if John is holding Cunnings and he's got Kyle, ABG Phoenix, playing off his back foot, this game could end pretty quickly because of the amount of damage represented that John has on the board right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough spot. for ABG Phoenix or Kyle?
Yep. And again, we talked about this last game, but Han dying now on the turn he flipped means his ability is going to be active next round, and John will be able to go back up to 7 resources and play, either 2 things or an Emphas Nest or something that can even further push his board.
And of course, with Han Solo, reluctant hero sitting there, Anakin certainly not going to be alive much longer.
No, absolutely not. I mean, that's the trade that Phoenix had to decide whether or not he was going to take. Like when you play Anakin, as you know, like when you lose Anakin, it becomes much tougher to win. And because Kyle is playing with such a small hand because of Colossus, and we've seen this hand a couple times, those Lukes are just a little bit more buried. It's just like one card deeper you had to go to find your Luke.
So here we go. First action on John. He's got Ezra Bridger and Han in the ground arena, and quickly Han Solo, reluctant hero, taking out Anakin. No damage
now,
back.
Is the Luke there or not?
There it is. Yeah, Luke is the big response in these situations. I think he's got it. Absolutely. Luke Skywalker giving Han -6/-6, defeating Han. That's a great response for Phoenix here.
Yep, great draw by Phoenix. That is absolutely not what John was hoping to see. Anything but Luke.
Anything. That's right.
In the game.
Any other card in that deck, but he has Luke. Ezra puts 3 damage onto Luke. A couple damage coming through from the
other Han coming.
Interceptor.
The other Han is
he's
coming.
Got
this
it.
Is a crazy game.
Han Solo, reluctant hero ×2, John says. And Luke Skywalker off the table.
Still got a lot of damage to go, but that's a major hurdle for John because Kyle hasn't drawn a single extra card this game. That's something that's why things like Red Squadron X-Wing are in the deck. That's why 3PO's in the deck with R2. He's got to keep the pressure up and not lose that pressure before Kyle stabilizes further.
What a great match so far here in Game 2. Phoenix, the 1-game lead, looking to close it out, but John fighting hard here in Game 2, trying to send this match to a deciding Game 3, opening up this turn. Anakin's Interceptor getting in for a couple damage.
So with 3 resources off to the side, I'm thinking possibly we're going to see a blaster here. Obviously, John is a little worried about Fel the Dragon, but there's not much we can do about it from that side. All right, so very anemic hand.
Yes, not a great hand at all right now for Phoenix. As we see the hand with Bodhi Rook, C-3PO coming down. Phoenix hopes for a hit here, and he does find it. He calls 3, and he hits open fire, so that is at least something here.
Yep, and John knows that he can't let 3PO continue to draw cards.
No, absolutely not. So Han quickly attacking and defeating the droid.
And then I think if we're John, we're hoping techs in the row, and we can smuggle the tech out with the other 4, and essentially play with a 10-card hand for the rest of the game. Presuming we keep the ground clear, that open fire can't finish off a tech.
Now Cassian does get smuggled into play. So Cassian is ready. L337 also smuggled into play. And Cassian is just going to go into John's base. 3 more damage. John's base up to 19 damage in total. Just 5 damage on Colossus. But right now, of course, John does have the favorable board presence.
Yeah, Kyle looking to keep the pressure on. He knows that anything he plays to the ground is just going to get eaten by Han. And he hasn't taken enough damage that he has to worry about killing that Bodhi for free. Simply because it would get cleaned up by the L3. And because he's the aggressor, right? He has to finish the game out.
Once again, John has the initiative.
All right, looks like Anakin's at 9 resources. Han stayed at 8.
Anakin certainly has been the aggressor here. 11 more damage is what ABG Phoenix Kyle has to find.
And as long
close
as
out this match,
As long as he keeps making that Han unit kill his units, Phoenix will keep the damage off the board and off his Colossus rather, and he's kind of like free to continue to pour damage in and do that last
Right.
11.
And it looks like, is it Waylay? Yes, Waylay.
Yeah, it was a Waylay
coming
on
out,
Cassian.
bouncing the Cassian Andor, and now the action back over to Kyle.
Yeah, so because Han could otherwise kill that Cassian, and now Phoenix can just put that resource back down and resmuggle it. That tells me that John wants to start hitting base, sort of getting at what I was just saying, that Kyle wants the damage to stay off his base, and John is saying, no, I got to start trying to end this game.
So we're going to trade some damage here. Anakin's Interceptor gets in for 2. Bodhi Rook into Colossus for 3, and now Kyle's going to continue to pressure the space arena. That Anakin's Interceptor has done a ton of damage in this game and continues to do so each turn. But now, of course, John able to push some damage in the ground arena, trying to even things back up a bit. Oh, perilous position, exhausting Han Solo, giving him -2/-2. That certainly mitigates some damage here on this turn.
Yeah, and when you do something like the Waylay, because you want to start swinging face with the Han, it's possible that Han maybe should have just gone to face with the 6 if he wanted to get that damage in. But the tech here is going to be huge.
Yeah, tech's certainly going to open up all kinds of options. And then open fire after the tech that we saw open fire being pulled to hand from C3PO. Open fire finishing off Han Solo, cleaning up the ground arena just a bit. So
Han might be on 21.
Damage, 10 damage.
Guys, so it should be 21, but guys, a lot of times in the top 8 and high level players are keeping track on a pad, and the damage tokens are strictly for the stream. So I'm sure that a judge is on it, or I hope so. But I would imagine that they've got it.
Yeah, that is a good point. The Anakin's Interceptor did attack for 2 last round. Oh, look at this. Cunning. It's the first time we've seen Cunning played here in this match. Cunning is going to exhaust both of the space units, and it looks like giving +4. I think he pointed to L337 here.
Yeah, it looks like that was the
card?
gesture. I don't know if he has the time to discard a card, but it's possible. So just like thinking about, like, if we're doing our systems check, yeah, he's doing the +4.
Yeah, it's +4. Gotcha.
So it's 11 damage. That only puts him to 21. That would still leave him plenty of damage short, and as the space fleet grows.
Yeah, the space fleet grows. Double restored arc over there. And those restored arc, I mean, hey, that's something, because they're bringing a 3 damage swing with that 2 power and restore 1.
Yeah, but with tech on the board and still a ton of resources left, like we could see several cards to close this gap, including another Cunning.
Yeah, that is very true. So 6 damage coming through with the Cunning buff on L337. Cassian smuggled in. He's ready. Kyle threatening another 3 damage in the ground arena.
Let's see if it's another Cunning bounce +4.
What's the play here? Looking through the resource row, of course, options because of tech. Essentially, when tech is in play, the resource row becomes a part of your hand.
Yeah, and that's sort of what makes the Han decks, go to that next level in a control matchup, or a long matchup like this. You just get so many resources and so much opportunity to play as many cards as you can. So it looks like the chat can finally be appeased. The 2 damage has been put on.
The damage is there. 21 damage on John's base, 16 damage on Kyle's base. ABG Phoenix rocking the 35 HP Colossus base.
Yeah, luckily the judges are watching, and our producers do have access to SCG, so everything gets caught eventually, which is great.
That is great indeed. And now John thinking through this next play. He's got something he wants to play.
Be a pivotal one. Yeah,
this is a big one for sure.
Yeah, he's up against it. Phoenix is representing lethal now, and each damage he takes just makes that check come quicker.
So another Waylay bouncing Cassian once again with Waylay, and now Kyle's going to play Yoda.
Yeah, so now not only is Kyle representing lethal with 11 damage on the board, he's also restoring 4, which makes this race really untenable for John. And yeah, that decision on the very first action of the game, where John sparked and did not take that interceptor and instead took the turn 2 play, has led to 16 damage, from the interceptor.
Yeah, the interceptor has been massive here in game 2. Has dealt a ton of damage. So Kyle's going to get the initiative here. And it looks like Tech and Bodhi Rook going into Colossus, bringing the damage total up to 21.
And with 4 units on the board for Phoenix, a cunning no longer stops everything with the double exhaust. So, and having to use double exhaust bounce to stay alive means you don't get to put the +4/+0 on L3, which makes closing the gap, that 14 damage gap that he's still facing, even rougher.
Great point for sure. Yeah, cunning.
And
may
shout out
not
to
be
Symbiode
quite enough.
in the chat for being the guy who's watching the damage. He said he's going to tell people between rounds.
There we go.
To let them concentrate. So that's great.
So Kyle with the initiative. Massive space arena. Anakin's interceptor is hitting for 4 right now. He's got Yoda in the ground arena. And he's going to start with Yoda. 2 to base, restoring 2 from his own. So Colossus back down to just 19 damage on, and that's 23 damage on John's base. Just 7 HP remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for John to close the gap. He essentially has to have a cunning here, or else I don't know how he can really stop it all. An Emphas Nest costs too many resources for you, and you can only stop one thing.
Well,
but he's going to play.
Nest, there it is.
Yeah, I guess he does still have 4 resources left, so it's possible. Let's see.
So Emphas Nest bouncing Anakin's interceptor. That saves 4 damage, but here comes Restored Art. 25 damage on John's base. Colossus down to 18.
And John isn't anywhere near. Yeah, John isn't anywhere near 35 damage, and just 5 left. All right, what can John do here? He's got to kill all these units, and Phoenix still has 11 resources up. 10 resources up.
That's exactly right. ABG Phoenix, Kyle still 3 cards in hand. He hasn't spent any resources. Things looking good here.
Yeah, and L3 having to put 2 damage into the Yoda is really tough there.
So Tech is going to attack and defeat Yoda. That's going to give Kyle another card here. He's up to 4 cards in hand. The Restored Arc getting in. Should be.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Kyle slams here. With all those resources. Oh, he's just going to keep bringing the Cassian out. That's the trouble with waylaying Cassian, right?
Yep.
It's I still have all these Cassians, and with 10 resources, he can play 2 Cassians.
So Hot Shot, DL-44 blaster smuggled in. Bodhi attacking and taking out Cassian. Oh, there's another Cassian Andor smuggled in. He had 2 of them in his resources. And ABG Phoenix, Kyle with Anakin Colossus is advancing on to the quarterfinals here in Richmond.
Yeah, that was a wild game. We had some wild stabilization, but in the end, Anakin's units were just too well positioned against Han's, and there was nothing John could do to stay in that game. Well played by both players. I thought Kyle navigated that really, really well, and I think we are seeing the Anakin list that a lot of people were down on, after day 1 with the low conversion rate, pushing itself to top 4 and possibly being in a position to win this whole thing.
Yeah, huge. Love to see it. I personally really like that deck, and it's really great to see it advancing on here. Great run for both of these players. Congrats to John and the great run that he had all the way to the top 8. with Han Yellow. Guys, I think we are going to step away for a short break, but we're going to come back with a special interview here very shortly. Thanks so much for tuning in. Stay tuned for more from Richmond.
Josh is so good.
Are we muted?
Where is Padme? Is she safe? Is she all right? the way.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? We have Ron at FFG on the line for an interview, but what happened is they started getting to the match, and we're never going to miss gameplay, no matter who we're interviewing. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the interview with Ron from FFG after the final. We'll probably do try to grab the champ of the event, and then we'll do an interview with Ron after that we have prepped. And in the meantime, this round is going to be by two of the best in the business, Josh from Next Gen Gaming and Rebel Trader. So take us away, guys.
Hey, so we've got, I think, Alex from KTOD here playing against, do we have a name for Will, who I think is on a team called Across the Galaxy, based in the Northeast, so should be a good one here. Our other top 4 match is Kyle from the last round playing Anakin up against, who's he up against? I think a Quinlan. I'm not sure which Quinlan, but it's a Quinlan because the other match was a mirror. So 4 different decks in the top 4. I'm excited to see that. Really diverse compared to what we had before, at least. As to this matchup specifically, I think Han is generally very favored into Sabine, just because it's able to go over the top of them in a lot of ways. If Sabine opens to space. Sorry? Oh, yeah. So, the Han Green is and this version of it specifically is very aggro. So Han in some cases can actually go faster than Sabine.
Josh may still be going through. I'm going to fill in for just a moment here. We will get the deck list up as soon as we can, but we were just about to start the interview, and what happened is the players sat down and they're giving ourselves a hearty handshake. Both of these are well-seasoned guy. I'll update the overlay as I can, but we'll call the action right now. This is game 1 of the semifinal of the 582 player Richmond Sector Qualifier. It's Loopy at Late Night Gaming right now. The rest of the match is going to be called by Josh at Next Gen Gaming, joined by my friend and co-collaborator, partner in coverage, Rebel Trader of Take the Initiative. I think both players mulliganed there.
Yeah, looks like it. Someone said, what matchups are bad for Han Green? I would say Kira can be a rough one. I generally feel pretty good about it as Kira. Harder control sometimes, but sometimes it's able to get out aggro, though. Hard control.
Yeah. I mean, big ramp barrage decks can do good. I mean, I think Vader's decent into Han Green. For the same reason it was decent into Boba Green back in the day, which was a very, very strong deck till it got suspended. So this. All
right, Josh, are you back?
I am back in. Sorry about that.
So you're picking up the play-by-play. I'm going to update the overlay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Loopy. So here we are, Rebel Trader. So good to be here with you.
Yeah, you too.
Top 4 semifinal match of the Richmond Sector Qualifier. Largest Star Wars Unlimited tournament to date. We've got Alex Blandon at the top of your screen on Han Green and William O'Neill on Sabine ECL. And it looks like Alex with the initiative starting out the game with the Han action ability going up to 3, and he is going to be aggressive. The Millennium Falcon coming out, hitting for 3. And we see Luke in the ground arena start for William.
William's definitely glad he went to the ground there. If he had gone to space, anything he played would have gotten eaten by that Falcon right away.
Yeah, absolutely. That Falcon on turn 1 is so good. And really, that's one of the best ways for this Han deck to just race Sabine. But look at this. Sabine's
Sabine.
masterpiece. Absolutely big play. ECL. Sabine's masterpiece getting that token with Luke in play and taking out the Falcon.
And the ECL allows it to, the experience token allows it to survive.
Yeah, that is a fantastic turn 2 play for William.
Yeah.
William
Let's
left.
see.
Oh,
Alex
look
is
at
just going to
that.
waylay it. No other way
Waylay
to
it
deal with
right
that.
back. 3 damage to Alex's base with Luke.
And then, yeah, we see the Sabine ping there. That's often something that you only do when your opponent takes initiative.
Yeah, I think if you're William, being able to take out the Falcon, you've got Luke in play, Sabine's masterpiece, of course, back in hand. Feel pretty good about this start and pretty safe to use that Sabine action ability.
Yeah, you've got to. But the board state is not, that favorable for William. So Alex wins by surviving here. Later this game goes, the more favored he is.
So now on turn 3, Alex starting out with Kira. Double K2SO, Poe Dameron, Rebel Assault, and Sabine's masterpiece. RT, what do you think might be the call here?
It's either going to be K2 or Poe, I think. Poe's a bigger problem, but he's not going to be a problem until next turn.
Right.
If you take K2, you still have to deal with Sabine's masterpiece this turn. So, it really could be either one. I'm not sure.
It's tough. Yeah, which threat impacts the board more is the question. K2SO or Sabine's masterpiece. Luke is going to get in for another 3. That's 7 damage on Alex's base.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we know which one was called, but I will say, without ECL being live, Poe is a bit less of a threat. Someone said Alex called masterpiece. That would be
Symbiode
surprising.
giving us the update. Thank you very much for that. Masterpiece called. K2SO played, so the swarm of the ground arena for Sabine here on the Sabine flip turn. As Sabine comes out, another 3 damage to base.
1 second, my
damage.
audio is being weird.
So Alex will start with the initiative, but staring down quite a ground arena on William's side of the table. The Sabine's masterpiece on turn 2 off of the energy conversion lab was certainly a big tempo play for William. And he has seemed to be a bit ahead ever since that play. Now, just looking at the board, of course, Kira is an immediate answer to the Luke Skywalker, and that is where Kira is going to go. So Luke defeated.
All right, I'm back. Fixed the audio thing. All right.
Oh, look at this Darksaber coming out. Sabine buffed up big time here. Will hit for 7 if she can attack the base. Does Alex have a response?
Swing. Is that
was Han? I think it was Han, right?
Oh,
the new Han Solo?
The new Han, yeah.
Yeah, the new Han coming in, ambushing and defeating K2SO. William choosing to deal 3 damage to Alex's base on the when defeated trigger. 14 damage, and that is going to leave the door open for Sabine. Sabine is going to get in for at least 7 here. And that will bring the damage total up to 21.
21 means 1 more hit plus a copy of Forecast is lethal.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Han, action ability used, Han deployed. 4 damage into William's base, and then with the extra resource, Phoenix Squadron coming out.
All right. Yeah, I guess he might not have had a card like that, which might be why he called Sabine's masterpiece. Because if you have, some way to kill it with like a Phoenix,
right?
It's not a big threat, but
And here we go, William. Once again, Sabine getting in for another 7. 28 damage. Does he have For a Cause?
Yeah, I mean, if he does, that's going to be it.
3
let's see.
damage coming through. What does William have in his hand?
So Alex has 14 damage on board right now. Or 11 left after that, and he's done 12.
Yeah.
So he's just shy of lethal.
And it looks like timely intervention into K2SO, and that's going to do it.
And that does it.
The overwhelm damage will get through to finish the game, with Kira having some damage as well as the Han having damage. And game 1 going to Sabine and William O'Neill. William with a great performance here in game 1 after a big turn 1 Millennium Falcon start for Alex. That Sabine's masterpiece just completely flipped that game.
Yeah. The ECL is often saved, until the later game for things like Poe or Wrecker. But in a match where your opponent's also being aggressive, it can be really beneficial for you to use it early on in places like that with the masterpiece there. Or all right.
So
we're now looking at the bracket. So yeah, like I said, the other match is going to be that Anakin versus Quinlan.
And was it Michael or Ben that won in the Quinlan match?
I'm not sure. But
very curious because I know that Michael was undefeated going into the top 8, right?
Yeah.
So he was the only undefeated player going into the top 8.
All right. If anyone in chat knows who won the Quinlan mirror, that would be helpful.
So, Rebel Trader, talk to me a little bit about what you've got going on at Take the Initiative. It seems like there's always something brewing over there.
Yeah. So at Take the Initiative, we run an online league with players from all over the world competing. We're closing up the most recent season right now. I actually just popped out of for Swiss for a little bit to go record commentary for one of the top 4 matches in our league. So that should be going up later today. And then every league starts on the 1st of the month. So it's free to join. No prizes, just eternal glory. Just join the Take the Initiative Discord and you can play as much as you want.
There you go. No, that's awesome. I mean, I'm always seeing things about Take the Initiative. I'm subscribed to the channel. I've seen many great matches there that you guys have had in your league, and yeah, I think it's a great place for people to go and play. And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you guys usually offer some of the first tournaments with the new sets?
Usually, yeah, because
right.
we basically adopt it as legal as soon as everything is spoiled.
Right.
So our preview.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. So it's a great way for players to kind of get familiar with the new meta.
All right. So I guess we're now looking at the Han list. And this is, like we were saying, a pretty aggressive one. Also, got a decent amount of pilots in there. Traitorous in the sideboard probably is coming in there for Sabine. But what are you taking out if you're Alex here?
That's a good question. I mean, is the resupply too slow here against Sabine? I know there's a lot of questions, right? Sometimes resupply, it's a little bit slow against Sabine. So that of course could be a card you think about here. But it's tough, right? You need to make sure that you have answers to the board early. You want to put as much pressure on as you can. Obviously, the Falcons early are super important. Into a pilot would be critical.
All right. On the Sabine side, this is also like a pretty, I think, standard Sabine list. Although I'm not sure all the Sabines are running Sabine's Masterpiece. Not but it's really good, especially with ECL and when you have a green unit out like we saw in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, that was huge. So I mean, you've got a couple ways or 3 ways to do that, right? You've got 3 Battlefield Marine, 3 Luke Skywalker, 3 Phoenix Squadron to get the Sabine ECL with the experience token. That's a huge play. Looking at the sideboard, is there anything that might be brought in here? The Bright Hope, I guess, could be impactful if you run into one of those Falcons with a pilot just to kind of slow things down, maybe?
Definitely could be. Sundari Peacekeeper, I think, plays a similar role where if the Han is trying to aggro you, it might be nice to have that.
Yeah.
Confiscates. Heroic Sax also probably coming in. Confiscates might be there if he's worried about Chewie.
So here we go. Looks like we're already underway in game 2. We've got some damage on the base. It looks like 6 quick damage with what appears to be another turn 1 Falcon for Alex. So 2 turns of Falcon getting into Williams' base, Sabine in the ground arena, and we are going to once again see a Sabine's Masterpiece coming in and ambushing and defeating the Falcon, but this time off of timely intervention.
Yeah. So if I'm having to guess what happened, it looks like Alex probably went Falcon turn 1 attack base. William plays Masterpiece. Actually, I'm not sure. He might have
because it looks like he already used the energy conversion lab, right? We've got the token there.
Oh, maybe
on the conversion lab early.
Maybe it was like Falcon attack base, ECL Masterpiece into Falcon. Play another Falcon attack base, then you have timely Masterpiece.
Well, there's the answer to the question. Alex does not believe resupply is too slow for this matchup. He just played it, and he's going to use the Han action ability. So we are going to see Han coming out here. Sabine gets in for 3. Now the Sabine leader unit is deployed. Han deployed as well.
I typically don't think resupply is too slow even into Sabine. Especially because it enables you to get to these plays faster, which helps you eliminate Sabine's units quicker.
So Alex cleaning up the ground arena a little bit. Han attacking and defeating the 2-cost Sabine unit. And a total of 12 damage now on Alex's base.
Yeah. Alex doesn't, because he spent all his resources on that resupply. Looks like he doesn't have any kind of follow-up play, which, I mean, the sports state is already pretty favorable for him, so he doesn't necessarily need one.
Now, here's an interesting question for you, RT. Which token is the initiative token? You got a couple tokens out there.
I think it might be this big circular one that's on Alex's side.
Okay. So Alex defeating a couple resources there after using the Han action ability and the on attack ability. You get the extra resources, the extra ready resources, but of course they're only temporary. And look at this start.
Looks like whatever the token is. William has it, actually.
There you go. Yep. So I guess William with the initiative, bringing out the Darksaber right away. Back-to-back games, we've seen Sabine with the Darksaber.
Now we'll see if Alex has one of his answers to it. He's on Bamboozles, right? If he has, like, that would be something big to have.
No, I don't think he doesn't have Bamboozle in his list.
He's not. Yeah, you're right.
He's got Confiscate, but no Bamboozle.
Yeah.
We are going to load up Han as well. Hotshot Blaster smuggled into play. Han attacking into William's base for 12 damage on William's base. But William will quickly change the numbers here in the damage race. As Sabine is going to go in for 7.
That should bring Alex to 19. I think it was Salvage.
All right, Salvage coming in. bringing Millennium Falcon. Piece of jump back into play. Falcon, of course, enters play ready, keeping the pressure on. That'll be 15 damage on William's base.
Yeah, that means so Alex has lethal next turn if he has a pump. That is like Surprise Strike or another Hot Shot Blaster. And William has lethal this turn if he's got like 4 cause or like an ECL, or not ECL, timely plus a unit to play that does damage.
So he's going to start with Fleet Lieutenant, attacking with Sabine, an
Is that just
additional
lethal?
2 power.
No, it's
That's
not.
going to be 9 total, I believe. Right?
Yeah, so
8
he's,
total power, then 1 with the
so
on
it's too
attack
short.
ability.
Yeah.
Wow, 28 damage on Alex's base. 2 away, and look at this. William has 3 ready resources for a cause. Is it there?
Does he believe in it?
Will Sabine ECL be the first deck advancing on to the finals? Action back over to Alex.
All right. Alex
So
is
I
looking at
think-
his resources. Hits for 6.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the
And
for a
there it
cause.
It's possible
see-
that he whiffs.
Oh, he's
but
got it.
no.
That's it.
Big game.
4 damage going through. William takes the match in 2 games. Sabine ECL absolutely running right through Han
Wow.
in the semifinals. Incredible.
I think really both those games came down to Darksaber.
Yeah,
Alex just
Darksaber.
didn't have an out.
Darksaber was huge. And
All
I
right,
think I was going to say, I think another thing that was really important was each game being able to give the Sabine's Masterpiece ambush was critical, right? You had it with Energy Conversion Lab in game 1, and then you had it with Timely Intervention in game 2, being able to take out that Falcon right away, because the Falcon is the way that Alex was really putting on the pressure in the early game. And with that Falcon taken out pretty quickly, it just really seemed to turn the tide in Williams' favor.
All right. And it looks like we're about to get the other match. I'm not sure exactly what game they're on. This one was pretty quick, so they could be on game 3. They could still be on game 2. But we should be getting that one pretty quick, I think.
Awesome. Yeah, no, that is great to hear. If we'll be able to see the other top 4 match. Yeah, both of these players fantastic. Alex Blandon, William O'Neill. Look, Alex, a multiple planetary qualifier winner. He has had so many big runs at big tournaments. I kind of joked about it. Alex was like the Energizer Bunny last PQ season. If there was a PQ on the East Coast, it was like Alex Blandon was there. He had a huge run last season. And William, a fantastic player as well. William, some good success in planetary qualifiers, and he also had a really big run at SCG Baltimore last year, where I was able to do a little bit of coverage and got to meet William playing Sabine there. So really cool to see William and Alex with another great run, and William advancing on to the finals of the largest SWU tournament to date. Great stuff for William, both of these players, and look forward to seeing who he's going to face off against in the finals. Of course, we've got the Quinlan Tarkentown, Michael Conroe from Team Secret. Undefeated right now. Yeah, he's undefeated facing off against Phoenix on Anakin Colossus. What are your thoughts initially about that particular matchup?
I think this is the kind of matchup that Phoenix's deck seems to be tailored towards in some ways. He certainly got some cards that seem very good in that matchup, like those Outer Rim Outlaws, the 3/3 shielded that, if you Anakin it can kill 3/5. He's got ships that you can Anakin and kill Falcons with. So the Anakin just lets you trade so well with your units. And if anyone in the chat knows what game these players are on. Okay, actually, we just received word. This is game 2, and Michael got game 1.
Awesome. Okay, so Michael with the early lead here in this semifinal match on the other side of the bracket. Really good that we're able to get the conclusion of this match as well. You know, the one thing that worries me about being on Anakin Colossus here against this Quinlan deck, the Quinlan deck is so heavy on the hand hate, right? And already starting with one less card for Anakin, it just feels like you're almost giving Quinlan an early advantage against you if Quinlan can find some of that hand disruption and that hand hate. I think it could be a tough day if Quinlan finds all those pieces.
Absolutely. And someone said that these players played in Swiss and the Quinlan won 2-0. So
okay,
that wouldn't necessarily say. I just lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're good. No, I mean, maybe that's how it played out, right? I mean, if Michael and Quinlan was able to take that match 2-0, I think that the one less card is just potentially detrimental in this particular matchup, but we'll see. We've got Michael with the early lead, and Phoenix will look to claw his way back in here and force a game 3. But up to this point, 0-3 against Michael today, and it looks like we're going to have an early mulligan here for both players.
Have you ever played Colossus at a tournament? Because I'm worried that if I did, I would be drawn 6 cards all the time.
So it's interesting that you asked me that question, because I actually did yesterday. I went to a local store showdown with this exact deck. The deck was very different, the cards that I was running, but I was running Anakin Colossus, and I almost made the mistake once where I started to draw 6, and I was like, oh, wait, I put it right back on top. But yes, it is definitely something that you have to get used to when you are running Colossus for sure. It can happen quite a bit.
All right. And I know we talked about this a bit last round, but this Anakin is running is I think a bit lower to the ground than you might expect. It's running some pretty aggressive units.
Yeah, some aggressive units, some notable units. It's got the Outer Rim Outlaws in here, which is really nice. The 3/3 shielded came in really big in the quarterfinal match against Han. So game 2 looks like Michael with the initiative. He is going to start with L337.
All right. The other thing that could matter a lot in this match is card draw. If Phoenix can get to his things like Red Squadron X-Wing, I think, is the one that lets you draw a card. Yoda, C-3PO, these are going to be the important cards.
Absolutely. Phoenix is going to want to mitigate the card. He's already down with Colossus, and you know there will be some hand destruction coming soon. So any card draw that Phoenix can find will be very important here. And on this turn, L337 getting in for 2 right away, and Phoenix will call that 2 damage and restore 1 with Restored Arc 170.
The Arc is definitely a good thing to have here, just for restore purposes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we've got the first space unit coming out for Michael, and then Red 5 following up the Green Squadron A-Wing.
If you're Michael, do you use your target time here? I think he might. Looks like he doesn't.
It looks like he just claims. Yeah, just claims the initiative, opting to pass on Tarkin Town here. Now, I do want to shout out Michael from Team Secret. Of course, the only undefeated player right now in the field, the only undefeated player going into the top 8, but he had a huge run at the Philly PQ, winning out until he got to the finals. I mean, he's just been on a tear lately. Michael has absolutely been killing it. And just on another big run today, looking to close the deal here and get to the finals in game 2. See what Phoenix can do.
So Michael's got a couple options here. I mean, he's probably got a couple 4-drops in hand. but he also has the ability to sneakily kill this Restored Arc without having to use his target town. And if he does that, he allows Red 5 to kill it for free. But that's probably not that big of a deal because you weren't like 1 damage to the Red 3 or Red 5. Sorry, it doesn't matter all that much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, good point for sure. Green Squadron A-Wing going to take out the Restored Arc.
Yep.
So, and here comes the Red 5, 3 to base on attack ability, dealing 2 damage to the damaged Green Squadron A-Wing, taking out the A-Wing just like you mentioned, RT. And here comes the hand hate. Spark of Rebellion early. We see open fire, Jedi Lightsaber, and Sabine.
This is interesting. Jedi Lightsaber, I mean, it doesn't have a target right now, but if it gets one, like, it could be a force. For sure.
That's great. Yep.
Open fire is just generically good. Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be the open fire.
So open fire discarded. Sabine coming out. And it's Sabine versus Sabine here.
Yeah.
But that was a big play though. So Sabine for Phoenix comes out, and then Sabine for Michael coming in. Quinlan ability pinging Sabine, and then L337 with the shield taking out Phoenix's Sabine, and L3 still on the board.
Michael's done a great job of clearing this board without using his targeting town. So it's still alive if he wants to do anything with it.
Yeah, as we get into the late game, that could be important against some of the bigger units. We see Phoenix playing C3PO. And I did miss it, RT. Did you see, did he hit off the C3PO?
He did. He picked up a Cassian.
Okay. Nice. All right. So getting that extra card, very important. Quinlan deployed. Outer Rim Outlaws coming out for Phoenix.
If any of you are unfamiliar with Aerobrick Gaming, which is the map Phoenix is displaying, they were one of the top teams in Destiny back in the day. And they took down a couple of events, and Phoenix was one of the players on that team.
That's awesome. So back here in Star Wars Unlimited, great run for Phoenix and this team. Red 5 getting in for 3.
Yeah, Phoenix is actually starting to put the pressure on Michael's base, and he's only taken 1 himself. And that could be important as the game goes on.
And that force throw, taking out the Cassian. Cassian was discarded, so that's where you see the 3 damage onto Red 5. With Quinlan out on the board for Michael, controlling the force unit. The force throw dealing damage equal to the cost of the card discarded.
Force throw is certainly one of the more powerful cards in this game.
Absolutely. And it's only going to get better, right? With the next set.
Oh, yeah.
And all the force stuff. So Sabine attacking into C3PO, trading some damage here. 3 onto C3PO, 1 back onto Sabine.
And now if Michael has any unit in hand, he can kill that 3PO.
That's absolutely right. Oh, no, look at this. Tarkin Town used here, defeating Red 5.
Finally getting used there. Makes a lot of sense.
And here comes, is it the Gorilla Soldier?
Ooh, that's interesting.
Believe so.
So he's gonna Quinlan ping the shield on the outer rim. And it looks like Phoenix is just saying, come to my base.
Yeah, all 3 indirect damage going to base there, so the soldier's ready. Quinlan taking out the Outer Rim Outlaws. C3PO defeated by L337, and then 2 extra damage to Colossus with Guerrilla Soldiers. And this is quite a threatening ground arena. Michael has cleaned up the board on Phoenix's side, and he is holding on to major board presence.
All right. We are at 6 resources, which means Phoenix can flip his Anakin. If he wants. I'm looking at
Phoenix is
his deck list
certainly-
and seeing what else he might have.
Yeah, Phoenix
But-
is going to need Anakin to really put in some work. Playing
it's
the
real
Red
difficult
Squadron X-Wing,
to-
getting a card here.
Okay, yeah. Pick up another card. But it's real difficult to stabilize against a Quinlan board like this without Barrage.
Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, this Anakin Colossus deck doesn't have any type of effects that can remove multiple units at once, like a Barrage or a Super Laser Blast, things like that.
Yeah.
And he's also not running Bombing Run, right? That would potentially be an option to clean up the ground arena, but that is not in Phoenix's deck.
Yeah.
So Michael will start with the assault of his ground arena. 3 damage from Quinlan. Restored
All
Arc
right.
coming out.
Phoenix is just playing things in space.
That is one thing right now that
Yeah.
Michael isn't contesting.
Yeah.
But Michael still has all of his resources to play with here.
Michael also has to be careful about making the Anakin too big. Because right now Anakin is flipping and he's only a 5, but if one more damage, even just one more damage comes into the base, he'll be swinging for 6.
That is a good
And
point.
if all these units hit, that's going to be, what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? He'll be swinging for 7, 8, right?
Yeah.
Plus 4.
Great point. And now that we have Cassian smuggled into play, just one resource left open for Michael, so we know that Anakin's not going to be hit
Anakin
or
just
damaged
putting
by something
2
like
damage.
a Plo Koon. Just putting the damage on his base.
You
I
can do
love it.
that. That's
Yeah,
allowed.
absolutely. Yeah, using the action ability, going up to 11. L3 sends Colossus up to 13 damage on. Phoenix
So
wanting the
Anakin-
additional power.
Flipping, he's going to be hitting for 6.
And Michael's going to put some damage on Anakin right away. Sabine attacking Anakin, all 3 damage, the 2 power, and on attack going to Anakin. And now Anakin 6 damage to Tarkin Town. And, you know, with Tarkin Town only having 25 HP, Michael certainly has to be careful here. Oh, here comes another force throw, discarding Ahsoka from Michael's hand. He force throws himself, defeating Anakin.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst thing to see someone force throw themselves because they are giving up 2 cards for 1. But, I mean, if it gets rid of an Anakin, it's a powerful play.
You know, and force throwing himself was the only option there, I believe. I don't think that Phoenix had any cards left in hand.
Oh, you might be right.
I don't think he did. Maybe he had 1. So starting out, Phoenix has the initiative. We're going to go 3 to base with Red Squadron X-Wing. So bringing the damage total up to, I believe, 17.
Yeah, it should be 17.
L3 getting in 20 damage on Colossus. So we have 8 HP remaining on Michael's base. 15 remaining on Phoenix's base with that 35 HP Colossus.
Phoenix is... he's close to establishing a 1-turn clock here. If he can play any other unit out, he's got the 1-turn clock.
Yeah, the Space Arena doing some work here. And Tech is going to be smuggled into play.
Into the Space Arena.
Quinlan Ping dealing the last damage needed to defeat the Red Squadron X-Wing. And another space unit. Is that another Red 5?
Yeah, looks like Red 5.
Okay.
Now, losing the X-Wing there is pretty big because it definitely reduces the clock. Phoenix
So
still needs to
now
get one
Phoenix,
more.
yeah, he's showing what, 5 damage.
Yep.
He's 6 damage shy right now. We're going to see Hotshot DL44 Blaster smuggled into play on Quinlan. Quinlan is going to attack for 5. That should be 24 damage
Yep.
on
and then he's gonna be able
Colossus.
to get 5 more. So that's a one-turn
Wow.
clock for Michael for sure.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
Phoenix
29.
probably took initiative. It doesn't look like he had any follow-up
So here we
plays
go.
there.
This could be, very well will be the last turn of this game 2. Can Phoenix find a way to force game 3, or will Michael remain undefeated here in Richmond and head to the finals?
Whoever does get there, I think definitely likes to see Sabine. Both these decks have pretty good matchups there.
I believe we've actually seen Michael face a Sabine on stream this weekend. Maybe I was wrong. I know he's been on stream at least a couple times, but open fire for Phoenix with the first action, taking out Quinlan.
All right.
Does Michael have another pump here?
Phoenix has a couple other plays here. The Restored Arc's going to get him 1 heal. The Red 5 can take out the L3 if it doesn't attack right away.
There it is. Surprise
Oh, he
strike
just got
onto Cassian
The
from
tech
the
out
row
Red
with
Strike.
tech in play. Big time stuff from Michael. He's still undefeated. He's heading to the finals.
Good game.
What a fantastic game. This is just, I think ultimately this is just not a good matchup for Phoenix here, especially being on Colossus. It just feels so rough because you're not playing with many cards, right? I mean,
Yeah.
between the one less card that you're drawing from Colossus and the Force Throw, the Spark of Rebellion, the Curas, the Ahsoka, there's just so many ways for Michael to attack the hand. And he has done it. What a performance for both of these players. It's great to see Phoenix from Arrowbrook Gaming here all the way in the semifinals with Anakin Colossus. Do love that deck. Congrats to Phoenix, but a huge congrats to Michael Conroe from Team Secret advancing on to the finals of the largest Star Wars Unlimited tournament. It has to feel good, and he is doing it in dominant fashion, as again, he has yet to lose a match this weekend.
All right. So, here we have the bracket. Michael taking down this side of the bracket, winning a mirror, winning the Anakin match. 2 hero decks now facing off against a 3rd hero deck in the finals.
Yeah.
This Sabine, which has fought through. The Sabine's fought through a couple tough matches against Cad and Han Green. Now facing another one in Quinlan.
Yeah, so Quinlan Tarkentown versus Sabine ECL. 2 decks that I believe a lot of people really believed they were going to be 2 of the most popular decks coming into this weekend. And I do believe Sabine was the most popular deck at 10% of the field on day 1. Quinlan was certainly up there as well. And we are going to have a showdown between Quinlan and Sabine. The old tried and true aggro deck of Star Wars Unlimited, Sabine ECL. She's been around for a while, and she's got a chance to take down quite a large tournament.
What a match, you guys. I mean,
oh, man.
What about that
Definitely.
semifinal? Both
Yeah, it was-
William, really getting over a tough matchup and taking care of Han, very quick fashion in the end, which allowed us to see the stunning conclusion of Quinlan Tarkentown versus Anakin. And, shout out to Phoenix at ABG and Alex at KTOD. They both had excellent matches, and both of them, Alex certainly already had a bye, but Phoenix actually might have just earned one. And both of them should be proud of their work at Richmond. Absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Great run for both of these players. Of course, getting their bye if they don't already have it. We'll probably have some buys passed down, but like we mentioned earlier, I mean, getting your travel and entry fee covered to the Galactic Championship, that has to feel good.
Absolutely. So we are going to have the final. If this goes to form, there is not going to be much time at all between now in the final. So I'm going to be calling this along with both of you guys. So we're going to have both me and RT on color commentary and Josh doing the play-by-play for the final. Josh, while we have a quick second here, do you want to give us an update on Next Gen Gaming and what you got going on? Thanks for coming and joining us today last minute. I know you were planning to stream with McClunky, and I'm glad we were able to get you in for a little bit of casting today.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure. I love casting this game. It's so much fun with the back and forth actions. It's a joy to do play-by-play commentary on this game. I love it. I do have a YouTube channel, Next Gen Gaming SC. What the channel was primarily focused on was tournament coverage for Star Wars, and we've got a lot of tournament coverage from the last few sets. Haven't done anything yet for Jump to Lightspeed, but hopefully we'll get some more coverage out there soon. But thank you to everyone for all the support. It's been a lot of fun, and love to be here casting.
All right, absolutely. And the players are true to fashion getting down on the board. Here we have Michael, the undefeated Quinlan Tarkentown, going up against a William who's been working hard with Sabine ECL all day. I'm going to try to get these deck lists for you and update the overlay. If you want to kind of tell us what you think about the matchups. It's two decks I know very well.
Yeah, so Quinlan, I believe, is generally favored into this matchup. Because it's able to go just a little bit over the top of Sabine, answer its plays, early, and then play its own aggressive things going into the later game. William has faced two decks that do the same thing, and he's managed to beat them both in this top cut. And the way we saw him do it in top 4 was with Darksaber. So I imagine that's going to be also a key piece of this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and
I think so.
If it's maybe an edge one way or the other, but it's anybody's game depending on what the cards are. I mean, Quinlan needs to get enough pressure that he doesn't get overwhelmed by Wrecker, literally and figuratively,
right?
While not having enough damage on, not having enough health to stay out of check. Whereas, Sabine, some of the things that happened set 4 probably has evened. This. I felt much more comfortable into Sabine during set 3 as Quinlan than I do during set 4 as Quinlan, particularly if I'm not running Rebels, which is maybe just a little bit more able to pressure Sabine early than a kind of good card list like Michael's running today. But Michael has certainly been putting on a clinic on good Quinlan play throughout this Richmond sector.
Yes, he has. He really
so
has.
The plan is we're going to do the finals here. We are going to hopefully get the champion on for a quick interview after that, and then we'll probably wrap up with Ron Longy of FFG, who has been patiently standing by as our excellent TOs at Star City Games really move this fast, as we're going throughout today. I mean, we're in the final already. It's about 3:00 Eastern, so they're trying to get everybody through. So maybe they can play some side events. Maybe they can do some prize wall stuff. But a lot of people, got to get on their way and back to their lives too.
Absolutely. I do want to share kind of another interesting little story about Michael. So we talked about, the run that he's been on lately. It started with the Philly PQ where he went undefeated up into the finals. He lost in the finals. And then he actually went to the Bothan Invitational in Atlanta last month. And in the team event, Team Secret, he was a part of Team Secret. They ended up finishing 3rd, handing the champs of the tournament, the KTOD team, their only loss of the tournament. And then in the individual tournament, once again, Michael was undefeated through Swiss. He was going in as the top seed into the top cut, but he had to leave because it was his wife's birthday on Sunday, so he couldn't participate in the top cut. And now we see him here once again undefeated. So this run is just really unheard of.
Wow.
But he's got a fantastic Sabine ECL player on the opposite side of the table. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, one of you guys or someone in chat, Sabine has really been the main focus of William for quite some time, right? I mean, William has been on Sabine and crafting with this deck for many months.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but we've received word. Michael only lost 3 games all weekend. No matches, just 3 games.
Wow.
And one of those was to William in round
Okay.
10.
All right. So that means their previous match went the distance. So hopefully we'll get another treat here. Another great 3-game match would certainly be something amazing to witness here in the finals at the Richmond Sector Qualifier. It is a beautiful day in Richmond. It's a little over 70 degrees outside, but here inside the Richmond Convention Center, it is heating up as we get set for the finals.
Poetic. All right. I was talking earlier about Darksaber, and then I looked at Michael's list, and he's got 2 main deck Bamboozles and 2 main deck Fang Fighters, which are going to be very important if the Darksaber does come down.
Yeah, that is a great point for sure. Those main deck Fang Fighters and Bamboozle could certainly swing tempo very heavily in Michael's favor. So we'll see how William plays around that. Certainly don't want to get blown out.
I'm just showing very quickly the 2 lists there. If you want to see more of these, hop in the late night Discord or probably take the initiative or whatever your favorite community is. But we do have images made of these. We'll work on some of the other decks throughout the tournament. Before I saw George posted his no hucks given list on the late night Discord a little bit ago too, so you can get to that invite in the comments. And if you haven't subbed to Next Gen Gaming and take the initiative, please do. As well as KTOD.
Spark or Million.
We had to release Bobby before we got to mention that, but we're very grateful to him for providing such excellent commentary. I really enjoyed the round that you and he did, Josh.
Oh, it was a blast. It was great to do some casting with Bobby for sure. Yeah, but as you mentioned, RT, turn 1, Spark of Rebellion hitting that Sabine's Masterpiece, which we know is a very strong play for this Sabine ECL deck.
It is definitely less strong without a T-drop, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You miss a turn 1 play. That is not really what we're looking for here.
Ooh,
so Sabine Pink.
Guerrilla Soldiers, that's the ideal situation for that happening. We're on the gun.
Yep.
You can do 3 damage to base with the indirect and then also ready.
Although
ECL.
Michael did know that William has this in hand.
Yep. So he restores 2. He did burn ECL, which is very important. When we talk about pressuring base so that Sabine has to ECL, that's exactly what we mean. Because he decided to nip it in the bud, get a little bit of restore from the excellent Sundari Peacekeeper, and to stabilize a little bit so that he wasn't going into the Sabine flip way down on damage.
So very early in this game, both of the rare bases have their epic actions used. The boards are clear. Sabine action used right away here on turn 3. And now Kira right out of the gate for Michael.
I guess his K2 was called there.
Sabine deployed. 3 damage to Michael's base. And here comes For a Cause. Yeah, I think you're right. K2SO may very well have been the call there. So it is going to be 4 damage.
The players playing with some pace. They are using a late night initiative token now, which we appreciate. If you see a late night member at an event, ask for one of the tokens. If you are in the Discord and recognize one of us, we hand them out for free and have been since Destiny days. The last final of that game at Worlds, both players were using them, and we like providing that for our fans.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love to hear that. I'm going to have to get me one at some point.
Well, not at this point. It's well owed. It's just a matter of there. I mean, we'll have to see what happens. Are you coming to Mini?
I don't know for sure yet, but I would certainly love to. But look at this. Look at this. Hotshot Blaster coming out. Smuggled onto Kira. 5 damage into Williams' base.
Is hot.
Absolutely.
5 damage into Williams Sabine.
Oh, you're right. Yes, absolutely. Big, yep. Definitely
is
not
able
the
to
base
clear
there.
the leader.
Sabine
with Kira
off
with
the
the
board.
gun.
Yeah, that's big.
All right, now Masterpiece plus A-Wing established for William. That's pretty impressive.
We are in the first game. Quinlan is not up around. The tally was from the last. But we're in the first game of the final. We have 1,345 people watching live SWU. If we pick up another 55, we'll have cracked the record for most concurrence for coverage. And we're looking to build on that from Minnesota. We got some exciting stuff that probably is going to involve multiple teams, multiple tables, and some March Madness type action for you. So we're really looking forward to the big U.S. regional coming ahead.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic event for sure.
North America regional, I should say. Otherwise, Viktor will get me.
So here comes Wrecker for William, and that is going to deal 5 damage to Kira's. So Kira defeated. $10 damage currently on Michael's base, 7 damage on William's base.
But Michael's got a problem in the space arena, and he finds the problem solver. That is exactly the card you needed to see right now with Falcon. And he chooses to ping the A-Wing instead of the thing. Now, Quinlan, when deployed, is allowed to actually ping any unit that is less cost. It doesn't have to be the same. If Quinlan was not deployed, the only choice would have been the Sabine Masterpiece, which costs 3 just like a Falcon. The Sabine Masterpiece you see, if maybe you're here for another game, we've had some non-SWU people. We're doing well enough on this stream that we're popping into other games. But Sabine's Masterpiece pictured as a prestige, which is something new with set 4, and I've really enjoyed them, but that is a special art in Carbonite packs.
All right, I think William is debating whether or not to kill this Falcon with the Masterpiece or whether to punch base.
Right. And he does kill it, which requires the on attack from the red unit.
So cleaning up the space arena a little bit. Falcon and Masterpiece off the board. Still have 2 ready units in the ground arena for Michael, but of course Wrecker showing quite a bit of damage, so we'll see if he can answer Wrecker, if he's just going to be aggressive here. He's going to be aggressive with Sabine. 10 damage on base. And William's going to call that 3 damage with 3 damage from Green Squadron A-Wing right back over to Michael's base.
Michael's got to have some way to deal with this Wrecker.
Wrecker
is force throw here.
Is a threat. Yeah, force throw is one of them.
Yeah.
Yep. And he throws Watch for Flying Hans, as we've had in multiple matches from Michael. You can select yourself with force throw, and that is it doesn't help your anti-card advantage plan, but that's not what Sabine is about. Sabine is about protecting yourself as you do damage to her 25-point base, and that was a huge swing in the game. I mean, Wrecker represented a lot of damage the next turn.
Big momentum play for Michael there, force throwing himself, defeating Wrecker. He needed the answer, he had it, and he was able to be aggressive. 13 damage on each base. Williams starts things out here, but losing Wrecker certainly hurts.
All right, Michael down to 16, just 9 more left.
It looks like another Cura. Quinlan Ping defeating A-Wing.
That A-Wing was pinged 3 separate times by Quinlan, and I just added up.
And we take a look at Williams' hand. We've got Foracaws, I believe in, K2SO, and Green Squadron A-Wing. He could play either the Foracaws or Green Squadron A-Wing through the Cura increase in cost, but the K2SO could not be played. What do we think the call may be in this situation?
Well, we'll see if the players indicate it.
I would probably call K2 if I were Michael.
Yeah. Because Sabine has to catch up, right? I mean, he has 16 damage on base, so even 2 Foracaws isn't enough. Though, I mean, if you call the K2, you're going to get Foracaws and an A-Wind, is what's going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Michael has to do. They're using other dice. that are translucent. It looks like it's 13 on Sabine's base, so he has to do another 12. There is only 6 represented on board right now by Michael. And he caused 4.
So he's got the 2-turn clock.
There we go. Okay, so for a cause will cost a total of 6, which William does have. Oh, he's actually going to timely intervention.
And
the K2.
Smuggled
that's
in.
one of the main reasons why I would have called K2 there.
Yep.
K2 smuggle or with ambush takes out Sabine. That's 1 damage overwhelm to Michael's base.
Right. And William, and I've been a proponent of this for a long time, has been playing timelies again and again to great effect through Sabine. And we just saw one there with the K2 overwhelm to do something this turn. Because otherwise K2 doesn't do anything immediately. Might get waylaid, you never know. And I think that timely play was very strong.
Now, Michael's clock is still the same either way. He's going to win next turn if William can't do it first.
Yeah, the Falcon was important there with that
William
extra 3
opportunity
damage.
to do it first.
Yeah, and I don't know if he has any main deck heroic sacrifice, but that with K2 is a monster.
He has main deck Fleet Lieutenant, doesn't he?
He does. So it is...
That
doesn't have a pump here. Goes in for 4 right away with K2SO, so that's 23 damage.
Yeah,
Too shy.
Quinlan's got to find a discard right now because For a Cause is still in hand. Kira increase across. I mean, he can cast it for 6.
And it looks like no pumps on the other side either.
Michael sets up lethal. Does William have it?
Here's For a Cause.
Oh, it's a miss?
That's 1 miss.
Oh, one miss.
Oh, but he got it anyway. Good game.
All right. So
we're going to go there. I'm going to put the lists up as we go, and why don't you guys talk about the sideboard decisions here?
Or wait, was he... Wait, I'm not sure. Who got that one?
Did Quinlan actually take it? Because I thought he was on 19, and then I thought K2SO put him on 23. Was he only on 17 and go to 21? Did I miscount the tokens there?
I mean, it looked to me like they needed 2 more damage, right? So, I mean, there was 2 damage
out
of
of
that For a Clause. Right. So, as far as I know, let's pop in. These are things that I've sideboarded. I just have to get to the right slides. This is the bracket right now. This is Michael's Quinlan list. The Shadow Tanks are definitely coming in from the board.
Yeah. Oh, that's the first thing I was going to mention for sure.
That is the in there because of Sabine. It is a 5/3 Sentinel. It is really tough for Sabine to get over that. Would not surprise me to see Open Fire or Greedos. I don't recall if Sabine played any 1-drops. Any other thoughts on sideboard for Quinlan, you guys?
I don't believe Sabine runs any 1-drops. The only one that they would be on is R2 usually, I think, and I don't believe William was on that. The other thing is, like, do you keep in the Bamboozles and the Fang Fighters?
So you got to respect Darksaber, and it is open lists at this point.
But you also have to know that if they're on Darksaber, they have to respect Bamboozle. So do you just say,
right?
I think you're going to side these out, so I'm going to side mine out.
Yeah, and that is definitely mind games that happen as you do sideboarding with these decks.
Right.
I mean, he didn't play a Bamboozle, but it's mine. But if you have, the Darksabers in, you want your upgrade hate in. If you have the Darksabers out, you want your upgrade out. Yeah, it was a 3-point. It was a 3-point For a Cause. So, chat's saying that Quinlan was at 21, so that was 1 short. Would have been.
Okay, so he must have had 17 on base and not 19 when the attack went through. So yeah, For a Cause missing in that case by just 1. Wow, what a great first game then. I guess Michael taking it 1 damage shy for William as we go to game 2. And that's kind of, and that's what I'm seeing in the chat. Quinn was at 19, K2 attacked, and then he was at 21. That's what I thought. I thought there was a 10 and 3 threes.
23 if K2 attacked.
right? That's what I thought. I thought it was a 10 and
I'm
3
asking,
threes, but maybe
our feet on the ground are going to answer this very shortly. That can actually hear the players going back
Cool.
and forth. Sometimes
Awesome.
as you get towards the end of the game and you get a fist bump, it is difficult because the damage might not track as quickly.
Right.
So we will do that.
there could have been something else on the pads. Maybe
Yeah.
it was off on the count of the tokens. Not sure.
I mean, I thought that he had 19 on base when K2 attacked as well. So
Right.
that would have been to 23. Yeah. So it was that Quinlan only had 21 on base. Fasibi did 3. So the first game went to Michael from Team Secret playing Quinlan.
Ah,
There we
I
go.
gotta
Okay.
check this then. 'Cause I was
So
sure he
Right,
was
so
One of the most important people to making this coverage happen, maybe the most important person, is Symbiode, who's Master Means, a friend of Late Night for a long time, and he is the one that is by the side of the players and actually brought the camera equipment and increased our quality and all of those things. Shout out to him, and one of the nicest people, both in Star Wars community and otherwise.
And look at this start for Michael. A couple early Sabine pings. No plays on turn 1. And then here comes the Gorilla Soldier on the open board. 3 damage to Williams' base. Gorilla Soldier's ready. Cassian coming out. And Michael is ready to go. Being aggressive. 7 damage on Williams' base. 2 turns in. This is absolutely the start that Michael is looking for.
It is absolutely the start that we want to looking for. And yes, Chad, everybody thinks Symbiode. This doesn't happen without him. Absolutely. But Fleet Lieutenant comes back and responds.
Yeah, Fleet Lieutenant allowing Cassian to come in and
that was
attack
ECL.
for 5, and then ECL with Fleet Lieutenant takes out the Gorilla Soldier. So a nice ECL there, being able to clear the board and put pressure on Michael's base at the same time.
And the other thing I like about Williams' play from the Sabine side of things is that the Tarkentown Fleet Lieutenant is not a big deal. In fact, you're kind of baiting a Tarkentown out of the Fleet Lieutenant. If I'm Michael, I'm considering looking for a 3-drop instead. Yep. And saving my
there he
Tarkentown,
is.
which is exactly what he
it.
does.
Yep. Cassian Andor on Michael's side. Quinlan Ping defeating Fleet Lieutenant. And here comes Sabine and Greedo coming out from Michael. But another 3 damage from Sabine. 10 damage on Michael's base. So the big energy conversion lab play on that turn certainly seems to shift the momentum a little bit over to Williams' side.
If I'm Michael, I'm looking for a blaster here
Yep.
to try and take out this either Sabine or Cassian. They're effectively the same in terms of damage. So
And we do see the Greedos coming in for Michael. Sabine certainly can be winning run drops, but also just a very aggressive unit there. And he runs Greedo into Cassian. Does it hit? It does not, and it takes a Plo Koon.
Oh, that's brutal. Plo Koon discarded there. And here comes Rebel Assault in response. That's going to be 8 total damage going into Michael's base, up to 18, just 7 HP remaining.
Huge play. Huge
That is
play. Set up by that.
that's
set
a
up by that
big
Fleet
swing.
Lieutenant ECL is what that did. But he's turned this game around. I thought that Michael was in very commanding position, and a couple of big, really heavy hitter plays. Rebel Assault is very important for a matchup against a tempo deck, and Michael's why. He shows a 4 cause.
Yeah,
1,
here comes
2,
4 cause. Is it going to
3,
hit for
4,
4?
all 4,
making it up, all 4.
Yeah.
and a medal ceremony.
Not missing this time around.
We might have to play the medal fair ceremony song.
21 damage.
No disputing it this time. 21.
21 will be the new total.
And Michael's on the
I know
ropes.
Michael's in a tough spot.
Michael's on the
Yeah,
ropes.
he is on a
I guess we're disputing it to
very
22.
difficult spot.
You can even
3
see
damage from Quinlan.
you can see
yeah,
the
no, it
players
totally is 22.
with their actual. At this level of play, oftentimes players are doing their pads is a more official-ish type things. Does get the tank. He does find the tank. That's big.
That at least protects Michael from Sabine just swinging in right away for game. Sabine will have to
Right.
get through the Sentinel first.
Yeah.
If William's any good of a Sabine player, he's got the other Forakas in hand.
That's right.
I wasn't gonna drop the lead. I think Williams Wrecker takes care of the Sentinel.
Okay.
All right, so Sentinel defeated. Sabine showing Fatal.
Is there any kind
And
of pump?
I believe Michael needs a pump to take it out. Because
Yep,
Sabine
she's
has
only
4
up again.
HP remaining. Cassian and Quinlan both only have 3 power, so Michael would need a hotshot DL44 blaster or surprise strike here to take out Sabine with one of those units. Of course, Plo Koon could also do it, but we saw Plo Koon get discarded not long ago, so we don't know if he has one in hand.
Yeah, shout out to Dios and Unplayable. I was trying to get J-Trash on to join us for guests, but we've had SCG putting one match after the other. They know what the players want and what the community wants with this kind of event. So we've had very little time for interviews, but they're part of the Unplayable channel, which is a great Star Wars Unlimited channel. We're going into probably the last turn of this game.
And their name is a bit deceiving.
Unplayable?
Yeah.
Bamboozle. Okay, Bamboozle will at least stop William from winning here on this turn.
And Quinlan has done 13 damage. It's there.
And
That's going to do it. He's
Yeah,
going to scoop
that's
it up.
even. We're going to game 3,
Bamboozle
folks.
is on that.
We're going to game 3.
Love to see it.
But he's going
The
to bamboozle
finals
you
here
first.
at the Richmond Sector Qualifier. Yeah, absolutely. Going to the finals, game 3, going the distance. That's what we wanted to see. These two players met up earlier in the tournament. I believe you said it was round 10.
It
They
is
went
round
the
10.
distance, and now they're going to do it again.
And we have
Once again, going to game 3.
all right, and I've just looked at Restream. We are up we're at 1,500 plus people watching. So thanks everybody for joining us coverage. We've worked really hard to get this to you. This is not just late night gaming. This is not just Take the Initiative, though you're watching here. We've had people from KTOD, multiple. We had Wu on before. Thanks Josh from Next Gen Gaming. Thanks Tower, your partner in commentary, very often. Thanks my teammates, Platt and McBobber, both called matches. Jeff and Jonathan from the Bothan Network. Can't forget Symbiode, the most important guy of all, who brought the camo equipment and made things happen. This doesn't happen without that whole family. So SWU community is the best community, and thanks all for joining us. Gandork called around and does judge stuff. I'm sure I'm forgetting people, but we really appreciate the opportunity to do this, and we hope you enjoyed the coverage. We're going to go into a decisive match here.
Yeah, it's been great coverage. Thank you for all the hard work you've done, Loopy, and everyone else involved. It's been great to be a part of it and great to see the coverage throughout the weekend. And we couldn't ask for anything more. 2 fantastic players here in the finals going to game 3 of this largest Star Wars Unlimited tournament so far. Now that could quickly change, right? I mean, isn't there is a big regional coming up early in May in Lille, correct?
Absolutely.
Over in France.
And
So
you can
those
watch
numbers,
that.
right? We could have
You can watch
even
that
a bigger
on
turnout there.
Yep, you can watch that on Fanfinity. So that might actually break the record for largest event for SWU. And then we're going to be looking back to Minnesota to try to top it. Probably Galactics will exceed them all.
Right.
But we're looking forward to that on France. As far as why there's not base damage on the overlay, the dials that we typically use for late night are more than visible enough. They did not arrive, so you can thank your U.S. Postal Service for that. Guaranteed delivery aside.
are totally visible, though. I don't think we've had a problem.
Yep,
all
and
tournament.
there's no reason for a timer in a Quinlan Voss final. They have 75 minutes to complete a best of 3, guys. So I'd like.
Yeah, these.
I do hope to get in the tournament controller an official timer that we can capture, but because trying to guess is problematic too. But we're doing the best we can, and we try to improve a little bit. If you have constructive feedback, always happy to hear that. You can hit us up on Discord or DM me or whatever you want to do.
So here we go. Game
Here we
3. Sabine action ability.
Yep.
1 damage to each base. Once again, no plays from either player in terms of units on turn 1. And William starting out just the same. Another Sabine action ability, and look at this. It's a mirror so far of game 2. Now the Gorilla Soldier's coming out.
Yep.
Yeah,
5
almost
damage.
exactly.
And look at that, the quick ECL.
Doesn't even mark
Cassian
the damage on
ambushed.
Cassian because it was getting targeted down. They know what they're going to do. I knew when
Look at that.
I knew when Michael, played as he did, that he probably had Gorilla Soldier. And Symbiode, thank you. Golden Dice Podcast supplied the big laser gaming tokens that made all of this happen too. So shout out to Just Jack, who not only did this, I mean, he made a deep run. He probably got a buy for this because there are a lot of pass downs going on.
All
So
right,
Sabine
second
deployed.
Gorilla.
Yeah, another Gorilla Soldiers here. Where's that indirect damage going? So 3 indirect damage. If any damage dealt to Williams' base, the Gorilla Soldier would ready. And all 3 going to Sabine, and then Sabine's going to get in for 3. So we're all tied up at 5 damage apiece on each base.
No Darksaber for William. Hasn't had it any of these 3 games.
So Michael just claims, and William going to push some board presence here. Green Squadron A-Wing and the 2-cost Sabine unit coming in. Michael with the first action. He is going to take out Sabine with the Gorilla Soldiers.
Yeah,
Sabine
that
defeated.
was the downside of putting all the damage on Sabine.
Right.
So now the 2-cost Sabine getting in for 3. Putting William just ahead in the race here.
The card itself is the OP variant of Sabine with the foil. One of my favorite OP variants.
Yeah, great artwork on that card indeed.
Right. And cool that they give it away. If you go to a Star Wars Unlimited event, just a local, your store will hand you an OP pack and you could get a nice foil card like that. In set 4, you can get a legendary. You can get Han Solo in foil. My wife, Diana, pulled one last week, which we're excited about.
That's awesome. So Michael playing his own 2-cost Sabine. Quinlan trigger, 1 damage to Green Squadron A-Wing. The A-Wing was able to get in for 3 damage earlier this turn. So Michael's sitting at 11 damage on his base. Here
Another
comes timely
timely
intervention being smuggled in.
Ooh, for
Sundari
Sundari.
Peacekeeper will ambush and defeat Sabine. That's restoring 2 from Williams' base.
The restore matters a lot.
It sure does.
Absolutely. William back down to just 3 damage on his base. Now Michael does follow up with his own Green Squadron A-Wing. Quinlan ping once again, 2 damage on the A-Wing.
Yeah, and that Sundari must answer here. Clearly gonna deal with it.
Yeah, the Sundari offers such a big swing in the race, so Michael happy to get that off the board. And can you guys tell what the other ground unit was that Michael followed up with at the end of the turn? Was it another Sabine?
It had to be something that cost 2 or 3. I think it might be a Cassian.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's a glare spot there. Unfortunately, our diffuser was in with our Ments and dials. So, if he shades his hand for a second, we might be able to get it.
Yeah. we almost caught a glimpse for a split second. So William with the initiative.
Yep. And having done 11 damage to Quinlan's base, we're hearing Greedo from
Greedo. Okay, there we
from
go.
Mickey
So
D.
Greedo in.
Oh, that would make sense, yeah.
Yep. Sabine.
Oh, and
hits.
here comes
Rebel
a
Assault is
big
massive
Rebel
here.
Assault.
Oh, Rebel Assault again.
That's going to be 8 damage going on to Michael's base with Sabine and Green Squadron A-Wing. You get to attack with 2 Rebel units. They both get +1 power. 19 damage on Michael's base.
And now Michael is
And
feeling
Williams
it.
only taking 3.
Maybe for the first time this tournament, has not been beaten twice in a match.
That's right. 2 damage to base with the Gorilla Soldier. This is trouble for Michael. undefeated,
Cassian
coming into the finals.
could be Cassian. He's picking up his row.
See.
Cassian's good right now. Greedo has to get lucky to kill it in one action. Plo could.
Another
A
timely
timely
being smuggled. What does he have?
That is Sabine's
Sabine's
masterpiece.
masterpiece.
That is big. He's able to clear the A-wing.
Taking
He's
out
able
the
to do one
A-wing.
damage to Greedo. Removing
Oh,
Michael's
that's so
board.
big.
Oh,
That's big.
excellent play. Excellent use of timely intervention for William. Playing Sabine ECL,
that is
trying to
great.
seal the deal against the currently undefeated Michael, the 1 seed going into the bracket.
So now 2 threats over in the space arena. Now the A-Wing does have 2 damage, so very likely that Michael could ping off the A-Wing rather easily here with Quinlan still being on the board.
If you look at the bottom of William's board, the bottom right corner, that is the Death Star token. I believe that's KTOD that gives that away to their Patreons.
Yeah, those things look so good. We've got a couple local players here that have those.
I've got one just off camera.
And they're nice and heavy, too. I don't know who makes those. Maybe if Mike's still watching, he can tell us. But, really quality product there. Oh, Cassian. Cassian's good. Cassian's able to clear that A-Wing. Reduce some of the threats.
Yeah, for sure. Quinlan Ping taking out that A-Wing, and now with Cassian ready, that does present an answer to Sabine in the ground arena that William has. The question
Doesn't
now
change
does...
the clock, though.
Yep.
He does do the Sabine action ability. That's 20 damage on Michael's base, 6 damage on William's base. So next turn, potentially, for a cause plus ping, Sabine's masterpiece plus for a cause. There's several ways that William could find fatal next turn. So 3 more damage to William's base with Quinlan. Cassian takes out Sabine.
I'm hearing that those are metal fab made, which are great supporters of SWU. They make a cool line of tokens. They make some dice that we've seen before. Force throw would be good. Whoever said that in the chat. Force throw is always good for Quinlan. You really always kind of want that.
Oh,
And
heroic
it is
sacrifice
for a cause.
on a
Heroic
Sabine's
sacrifice.
masterpiece.
Good
That's game. 5 damage, exact lethal. William has done it. He has handed Michael his first loss of the tournament here in the finals to take it in game 3.
What do you
Sabine's masterpiece. Just absolutely the masterpiece of this match.
Absolutely. And timely intervention. I mean, the use of timely there. I mean, you had one match where he actually was able to use a timely from hand and actually keep his ECL up there. We see the Kylo champion card being laid out for William. The chat is going wild.
Absolutely awesome.
And we are not quite...
Sabine ECL, wow.
Yep, we are not quite done. We're going to try to get a post-match interview from William. If you want to hear about his path, if he's willing to do it, we will make that happen. And then we're going to actually hear from Fantasy Flight Ron, who's there, getting feedback from this event. So we're going to try to do this before we wrap up and sign off for the day. But what did you think about that match, Rebel Trader?
I think it was incredible. That both of the first 2 games were really, really close. Third one less so, but even at the end, like Michael had a chance. If William didn't have that heroic sacrifice, there's a good chance he could have fought his way back into it that round.
Yeah, there was just, that was an incredible match. You're right, RT. I mean, there was, even in that final match, there was certainly ways that, Michael could have clawed his way back in, but the big deal in that final game, of course, Rebel Assault was massive, right? It felt like, in the 2 games that Michael won, Rebel Assault was so impactful and a huge part of that victory. But then those timely interventions, 2 timely interventions being smuggled in, and they were critical as well. I think Timely's, maybe you could argue, the MVP there in that match.
You make the argument that a lot of these cards were MVPs.
Yeah, it is true. It's hard to decide which one was the true MVP, the one that mattered most of all. But that was so fun to witness. And William, the champion of the Richmond Sector Qualifier, Sabine ECL, a deck that, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sabine ECL had been so close in a lot of big tournaments and a lot of big major tournaments, but this, I think, might be the first one that Sabine ECL was finally able to close and win at this kind of level. Very cool to see.
Yeah, definitely the first sector won by Sabine, because the prior sectors, 2 of them were run by Django, and then 1 was run by Boss Blue, and you have Sabine kind of on the other side of that spectrum, being a strong ECL aggro deck. I think it's a great deck. I mean, I did not expect it to be the most represented deck at the event, but it was. It actually topped both Quinlan and Han. And in the end, I mean, there's nothing particularly tricky about what Sabine's going to do. Everybody knows the game plan that's going to happen. It's just hard to stop. It is hard to stop.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a good, consistent deck.
And Will played it very well. He built it so that he knew exactly what he was going to do into every matchup. People were trying to kill his units, control him all tournament long, and he found ways around all of it.
All right, we're going to set up the next thing here. I'm yet to see whether we can grab William for a winner's interview. If he was willing to do it, we're going to try to get him, and then we're going to hear from Rong Langi as we go. If you haven't subscribed to Next Gen Gaming, please do. If you haven't subscribed to Rebel Trader and Take the Initiative, check it out. You can see their season popping now. All of these subscribe links to the channels are in the description of this, and you'll be able to ready to do that. And we also appreciate it for late night gaming. That's share button, that like button, the comments, they all actually help our algorithm. And it was really cool seeing some people throughout the chat, being pulled in from other CCGs. I think Star Wars is very well designed. I know people that haven't seen a Star Wars movie that play this game. So, would love to see it. Deck lists are now live on Melee, is what we're hearing, now that they've gone through. We have the images of all of the deck lists that Rebel Trader made on the Late Night Discord, and I presume TTI. And we'll be back.
Are they in the TTI Discord yet? They should be.
They should be.
Maybe
that's a hint, my friend. All right, we're gonna go to a break. Let's listen to Metal Ceremony from Chrono. I mean, I can't think of anything more appropriate for hold music, and we're gonna be setting right back up after this to wrap up our coverage of the Richmond sector. We just saw Sabine, piloted by William, take the sector championship, win all the goodies, beating the prior undefeated Michael of Team Secret, who played a heck of a match and should be absolutely proud of himself and how he's played. We'll be back in a flash.
Tattooing stars, the stakes were high, the air was thick with fate. A rebel played his hand, and fortunes did await. A medal in his pocket, gleaming in the dark, a token of experience, igniting a rebel spark. Open whispered wisdom like echoes from the force, guiding every movement, altering the course. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. The game's an endless struggle, a mix of luck and skill. Each card a secret weapon, each move a test of will. The Emperor's shadow loomed, but hope flared out the new. In every smuggler's smile and every Jedi's view. Tokens on the table, starships in the black. Victory and honor won't let you turn back. With every play, a chapter penned in rebellion's lore. Every win a testament to battles fought before. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. In a dim cantina, furrowed brows they dealt the cards. A game on dusty tables under Tatooine stars. The stakes were high, the air was thick with fate. A rebel played his hand, and fortunes did await. A medal in his pocket, gleaming in the dark. A token of experience, igniting a rebel spark. Open whispered wisdom like echoes from the Force, guiding every movement, altering the course. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. The game's an endless struggle, a mix of luck and skill. Each card a secret weapon, each move a test of will. The Emperor's shadow loomed, but hope flared out the new. In every smuggler's smile and every Jedi's view. Tokens on the table, starships in the black. Victory and honor won't let you turn back. With every play, a chapter penned in rebellion's lore. Every win a testament to battles fought before. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. In a dim cantina, furrowed brows they dealt the cards. A game on dusty tables under Tatooine stars. The stakes were high, the air was thick with fate. rebel played his hand, and fortunes did await. A medal in his pocket, gleaming in the dark, a token of experience, igniting a rebel spark. Open whispered wisdom like echoes from the force, guiding every movement, altering the course. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. The game's an endless struggle, a mix of luck and skill. Each card a secret weapon, each move a test of will. The Emperor's shadow loomed, but hope flared out the new. In every smuggler's smile and every Jedi's view. Tokens on the table, starships in the black. Victory and honor won't let you turn back. With every play, a chapter penned in rebellion's lore. Every win a testament to battles fought before. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. In a dim cantina, furrowed brows they dealt the cards. A game on dusty tables under Tatooine stars. The stakes were high, the air was thick with fate. A rebel played his hand, and fortunes did await. A medal in his pocket, gleaming in the dark. A token of experience, igniting a rebel spark. Open whispered wisdom like echoes from the force, guiding every movement, altering the course. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. The game's an endless struggle, a mix of luck and skill. Each card a secret weapon, each move a test of will. The Emperor's shadow loomed, but hope flared out the new. In every smuggler's smile and every Jedi's view. Tokens on the table, starships in the black. Victory and honor won't let you turn back. With every play, a chapter penned in rebellion's lore. Every win a testament to battles fought before. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase, let the galaxy see. In a dim cantina, furrowed brows they dealt the cards. A game on dusty tables under tattooing stars. The stakes were high, the air was thick with fate. A rebel played his hand, and fortunes did await. A medal in his pocket, gleaming in the dark. A token of experience, igniting a rebel spark. Open whispered wisdom like echoes from the force, guiding every movement, altering the course. Equip your rebels, let them go and face the night. The metal changes math, turns wrong into right. They'll live through OB, where once they fold or flee. Win the race, embrace the chase.
What's up, Star Wars Unlimited fans? Loopy here at Late Night Gaming. And let me just stop studio mode. We are here with Will, the newly christened champion of the Richmond sector. How you doing, man? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's unreal. I feel real good right now.
So, do you think Timely Intervention is a good card for Sabine?
That card's amazing. I don't know why people were off of it. I've been on it. I want to. I always want to. I love it.
Absolutely.
I'll at least yell as many times as they'll let me.
All right. So tell us about that last match. I don't know if you knew this, but Michael had only lost 3 games going into the entire final throughout. One of them to you. But tell me about what the final was like.
So, and it should have been 2 of them to me. I think. I mean, after talking to some of my teammates after the match that were watching me play, and I had a line where I could have taken that match from him. Then Quinlan was a matchup that I was already kind of concerned about, but because I was concerned about it, I was ready for it. This last match, I don't know. He's a great player. It was tough. I had to push every point of damage I could, and then got there in the end. I mean, heroic sacrifice was great. Just push those last points of damage through.
Absolutely. So how do you think Sabine is positioned into the meta right now? I mean, is that what you would have run before the Django suspension? Let me ask the question that way.
Yeah. All right. So I was going to play Sabine from the start. There was no way I wasn't going to play Sabine. That was the decision that was made long before this tournament. You know what I mean? I've been playing Sabine since that one. It's my favorite deck. I think it's the best aggro leader. I want to be playing aggro. Like, it does all the things that I want it to be doing. But into today's field, it was even better. There was a lot of Kira Data Vault. There's a lot of things that we had game into. You know what I mean? Into the open field, people can't really hedge towards Sabine quite as much. And it just leaves the opportunity open. Just play your good cards, put them in front of your opponents, and make them have an answer.
Absolutely. Tell us about the Kira matches. Kira was one of the stories of certainly the conversion rate today too, but they really thinned out as we got to the top 8. But how do you attack Kira as
the reason? So I think the reason it had such a good conversion rate was so many good players switched to Kira. So I think it was underrepresented day one for where it should have been, and then those good players converted because they're good players, and it showed high. I like the deck. My teammate was on it. We tested a lot, played it a lot. I feel favored into the matchup. It's not going to be easy, especially when only great players are playing it. But you can push enough damage early that you can get them in range for a cause or something, just really closing the door on them before they get a chance to reinforcement walker and stabilize on you.
Absolutely. And I'm showing the final bracket for everybody watching at home. We're joined by William, the champion of Richmond. mentioned a couple of times your team. Can you give a shout out to your
Yeah.
testing team? Now
So,
that you've taken down the biggest SWU event to date.
Yeah, against the Galaxy. It's me and some guys from Albany, New York. We've been jamming super hard. My buddy Nicky won a PQ. Nick came real close to day 2. Mike made day 2 with Sabine. He was the only teammate that was on Sabine. And then we got one buddy back home who wasn't able to make the trip, but Eric was every bit a part of the testing process too.
Yep.
We played a lot. We talked a lot. We got ahead of the game and felt good.
Yep. Tell me about preparing your list and tweaking to get you to what you actually brought today. And at this point, the lists are open. They're available out there. But tell me how you got to what you did.
I mean, I don't think that there's too many decision points from building this Sabine deck. I'm lower on. I only ran 2 Chewbacca's, where I think a lot of people put 3 in. Same with Darksaber. The upgrade stuff is just an easy way to kind of get blown out. And I was hedging. Those cards are great in the mirror, and they're worse into the field. And I felt like I was good enough into the mirror that I would be okay making that slight hedge towards everything else. I snuck 2 Metal Ceremonies into the deck, squeezed them in like kind of the last cards, 59 and 60. I thought that would help me against Quinlan, against Force Throw, against Ahsoka. Really try to minimize the value there. And then sometimes you just throw a bunch of counters on something and start racing. You just go wide, and going wide is kind of more so my plan with Sabine. I think that's better into this current field.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what about the sector itself? I mean, we've heard from quite a people there. Did you obviously didn't get a chance to play any side events, yet, but what was the energy like at the event?
I had a great time. A lot of people had a great time. One of my buddies finished 65th. He had a little bit of a tougher time, right? So
you're friends with Sauce? He did a masterclass with us.
Yeah, no. He's a good dude. I was hanging out with him a lot on the SEG circuit earlier on, when that was pretty much all the tournaments we had. There was a couple of times, but yeah, the top 64 cut was a little bit rough. I'm going to be honest, I was very distracted. I didn't take a loss till late, and I was kind of on cloud 9 this whole time. Everybody around me was very happy, but that's a little bit of a biased opinion. I think overall it was definitely successful. People were happier. The prize wall was better. They were more generous with the tickets. It was a step in the right direction for sure.
Yeah,
from at least what I heard about Denver.
I think so too, and we're going to actually have Ron, who's been working hard at FFG, getting feedback there, probably on next.
Yeah.
So Bobbysapphire actually knew you from somewhere and shouted out your team.
Yeah. Nikki goes way back with him to, I guess, the Destiny days, and maybe even before that. The Northeast is a tough region, and we got a lot of good players. So kind of it ends up being one of those everybody knows everybody thing, just because we're all hanging out around the top tables together. And
I bet so. It's
a lot of good people you want to bump ideas off of.
If you're in that part of the country, you got to deal with my boy Wu too. Who's okay at this game.
He's somebody who huge fan of his content. I've never met him personally, but we'll see him in Vegas, I suppose.
I suppose you will, and I will see you in Vegas. Are you going to come to the regional?
I will not be at the regional. It just didn't line up with my schedule. Really. What was it?
Not too much to play for if you win the sector already, but
yeah, that's true. I mean, it's always a good time. I'll come out for a big tournament, and I mean, I go back playing Magic for a while. I'll travel to play the tournament. It's just a matter of getting time off work and setting time aside, and really want to get prepped for Vegas, especially now.
All right. Well, expertly done. Do you go by William or
Thank
Bill
you.
in real life?
Will.
Yeah, expertly done, Will. From one Sabine player to another, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed seeing the timelies, throughout, because I feel like the lone man screaming off a cliff, that we need that card sometimes.
Well, now our voice is getting amplified a little bit, huh?
Absolutely. And well done throughout. We do need to figure out a way to update decks that already has a masterclass, but maybe we'll be hearing for you more if we can get there. And absolutely, across the galaxy it was, right? The team?
Yep. Against the Galaxy.
Against the Galaxy. All right. So everybody check them out. If you're out east, you probably know all about these guys already, but we're hearing more from Will as it goes.
We're working on content now, especially now we got some pressure. I got to put some stuff out, get some eyes on us, because we're doing some good work here. I'd like to share it.
Well, shoot me a friend request. We got some stuff I want to talk to you about too, but I got to get there, and I'm going to try to interview FFG here. So I'm going to hang up the call. Thanks for joining us.
Hey,
and
sounds good.
Have a safe ride back
Thanks so much.
to your place.
All right, man. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to hop on the other channel and see if I can hear Ron now. Ron, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, you are live. Sorry to do that so abruptly, but I just got done finishing an interview with Will, the expert Sabine player, who, despite it being
who won?
Yep, he was managed to win it against a previously undefeated Michael. But tell me about Richmond first. You've been at the event the whole time.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time. I have been participating in as many events and trying to talk to as many people as possible, kind of get the vibe. Very, very happy with Richmond so far in many, many ways. First, the venue. I like the venue better. There was we had a really good vendor set up. There was food in the room. Just the whole vibe. The chairs were a little nicer. And the side events were popping. Side events were going all day the last 2 days. Lots of participation. And even now, after the event's over, there's still probably 50 people here playing in side events.
All right.
So
yeah, I figured when I couldn't see you that you were probably drafting, because I know you, and I do have your video on for everybody now.
Yeah.
As well, I was able to.
Yeah, sure. I literally was in a draft. I just dropped to do the interview. I drafted heroism. I drafted yellow heroism for the first time ever. I've never done that archetype before. My deck was probably okay. It was not great, but it was definitely serviceable. It might have been a 3-0er, but c'est la vie. Those are no big deal.
And I myself am looking to get revenge at the next Pastimes Limited event, which I hear they're rescheduling off a regional weekend, so that's good, because what happened is Derek and I, both pivoted exactly at the same time at the first one you did, and we both screwed each other because we were sitting next to each other.
You pivoted in packs.
So.
Yeah. I try not. So I love drafting this game. Pivoting and from a color mid draft is really difficult. It's not as easy as you can do like in Magic or something. But yeah, I love drafting this game. There's so many more benefits that I don't care. So yeah, I'm actually going to do an SRR draft this tonight with some other judges that want to draft.
Which is my favorite set to draft, for sure.
It's funny. I've only ever drafted it twice. Once at that event and one other time.
Yeah, followed by set 4.
So I've done.
My second favorite is set 4.
Yeah.
The new set, I think, is a really good draft set that I like.
I don't know what I like the most. Maybe set 2. But I like them all, to be honest with you. They're all really good. They all have their own niche, and all of them work really well. So yeah.
All right. Well,
other than that, lots of great feedback about Richmond. So most of the feedback's really positive. People seemed really happy with the prize wall. I loved at the end of the main event, day 2, there was a sea of maybe 60, 70 people all hitting the prize wall, all trying to cash in their tickets. And there was 6 or 7 Star City Games people all handing out, like, just giving out tickets or getting everyone their prizes. And we brought in all the GameGenic product on the prize wall this time. We were able to pay that import duty and get that here. And so yeah, lots of good changes. And we're getting more feedback, and like always, it's a continuous improvement. So the next event will improve again, and hopefully we'll get at a point where there's only nothing but positive feedback.
All right, so I actually got some pictures from Ryan. If you remember Ryan, the Sabine pilot from Michigan, he sent me some pictures of
Warner?
the prize wall. Terpstra, I think is his last name. So I'm going to actually hide your video for a second and show kind of the prize wall of Richmond, what I saw.
Yeah.
But for those that don't know you, I know you a little bit, but how long have you been in the gaming industry before working from FFG? As we look at these cool prizes,
so total industry has really started, I would say, 2005. So it's been 20 years. It'll be 20 years this year. I started working as a contractor doing events for the Star Wars miniatures game, which was done by Wizard of the Coast, and I was doing regional championships for them. And then I got much heavier into the organized play thing with when FFG got the license for Star Wars, and I did the FFG flight crew. I did lots of judging. I did tournament organization. I started Gold Squadron. I was one of the founding members of the Gold Squadron podcast. And for those who don't know, Gold Squadron was basically like a group of Chicagoland people that just played Star Wars related board games, tabletop games, and we ran the whole gamut of games made by Fantasy Flight Games. So, and then I head judge a lot of the World Championship events for FFG, and I was working part time at Pastimes that whole time doing tournament organization until I left my primary field and got hired by Pastimes full time. And then within this last 3 months, I started at FFG.
And shout out to Pastimes. You ran a heck of an event. Annika seems like she's just picked up with right where you left off, and I'm happy to be able to say
that was the goal.
We will have live coverage of the Pastimes PQ in Chicago on May 10th, as well as the Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm gonna show up for that as well. I know Annika will probably be doing some side events too, so I'm gonna show up. I'll try to get some side events in, and again, I'll be there to take feedback, see how people think about the game, and give access. So
as someone who's run a lot of events, what makes a CCG event good or great, in your opinion?
For me, my philosophy is, especially with these kinds of things, we're all fans of the CCG. So the whole concept is fans first. Are the people walking away happy? Do they want to play the game more? And are they trying to get others to play the game with them because they're so passionate about it? So my thing is, if our events are getting people excited to play more of the game and introduce others, that is a success.
So we covered with the whole team. It was not late night's coverage. It was the community's coverage. We covered the main event of Richmond. What else was going on there for, the 500 some people who weren't in the top 8?
So the first event this morning was the 9 a.m. promo event. It was a competitive side event. So basically everyone who was not in day 2 probably participated in that event. The participation rewards are pretty awesome. So you sign up for this event. I don't know the exact cost because I think it changed and got lowered. And if anyone is curious, because I don't know if it was really announced, many of the events, the cost to join the events were lowered for Richmond, and a lot of the prize payout has increased. So participation in every single event, every event you played in got you a participation prize, and the overall cost of many of the events had been lowered. Nothing had been increased. And then also more items of the prize wall got lowered. So most people were playing in that promo event, which got you a full one each of all the promos available at the Sector Championships just for participating. And then you got a participation prize wall ticket, and then additional prize wall tickets for each match that you won.
All right. So I can say, at least from my chair, and pulling no punches, the reception of the community to some of the prizing from Denver was initially negative, going to slightly positive, going to significantly positive for Richmond. So tell me about the feedback you got and the adjustments you made. As FFG.
So yeah,
FFG, man.
yeah, for sure. So the feedback was that the events were too expensive, and that the prize wall tickets were not being given out at a good rate. So like many of the prizes were also priced too high. So it was you were paying too much for the event. You weren't able to earn enough tickets in each event you played in, and that the prizes were too expensive on the prize wall. So we addressed all three of those things, lowered the price to enter an event, made sure participation prizes and prizes were more attainable in each event you played, and then lowered the cost of items on the prize wall. We also added items to the prize wall as well. So did a little bit of everything, and like I said, I've seen that prize wall area was many times busier this weekend than it was in Denver.
Absolutely. So we've talked a little bit about feedback. How can people submit feedback? What kind of ways does FFG listen to feedback? Let me put the question that way.
Oh, sure. So the easiest way is to email. If you can't meet us in person, you can email unlimited at fantasyflightgames.com. That's the easiest way to get feedback. And if you describe like where it's going, like if it's like, this is feedback about organized play, that email will come to someone on the organized play team. If it's general feedback, they'll basically, there's a filtering process when you hit that unlimited at Fantasy Flight Games. And so anything that is organized play related, I usually see it, unless it's like a little more specific, like let's say it's a PQ issue, then it might be Madeline or Remy based on where that PQ issue is happening. But generally, any organized play stuff, I usually see.
All right. So, and I put that email address there. That's the same thing Alicia told me last time I interviewed her.
Yep.
And I know.
Yep.
I know there.
And there's a lot more capacity around that email, as that email was really tough. When that email was created, it was a little tough for on capacity to respond to that because the OP team was only 2 people. But now the OP team is, we're at 6 people now. We just hired another, and there's 2 more open positions, so the team is growing. So the capacity is tripled to be able to respond to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I think that every event gets better. I mean, FFG is not primarily a CCG company. At
Correct.
least from I know, that was a board.
This is their first. This is technically their first CCG. Destiny was kind of a CCG, but not really. I don't really consider it a CCG. It was a collectible carded dice game.
And though I really like the guy, I mean, the OP head, on release basically had to change. So, I mean, the events, it's not what you start with, it's how you get better and whether you get better, every time.
Right.
And I've liked to see the growth, and I'm really was happy to hear that FFG had hired you, having seen how you run the events at Pastimes.
Oh, thanks, yeah.
And so far, the feedback has been good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I mean, being hired was a decision that some of the higher up people at FFG made. Is they wanted to make sure that they hired someone that they understood the history of Fantasy Flight Games, understood the fans of Star Wars, people that play Star Wars games, and also someone with a large back history in competitive play, tournament organization, the whole gambit. So it really worked out for me that's basically what I've been doing for 20 years.
Okay, last question on sectors. Deckless integration is new, and Melee GG.
Yes.
From your estimation, how has that gone?
I have not heard really any negative about it. So I can tell you my experience. I first time using it today for the event. I had 4 minutes to register for the event this morning at 9 a.m. And I was able to sign up and add my deck list in under 4 minutes, and I had never used it before ever. So I think it's pretty easy. It's obviously not the final version, but it's the version we started with so that we can have it ready for all these events.
Yep, and I mean, I will say from the coverage position, I mean, the integration and the ability to staff, I mean, you can tell that people that do CCGs are in charge of it. And, Brad, you're interviewed along with Alicia at FFG. Brad Nelson is a big Magic guy, is my understanding. And
oh yeah,
Steve, I know
Brad knows CCGs.
Owned my one of my locals, Misty Mountain, before Brian did. And Steve's been around forever. Yeah. So I mean, I'm excited to see them improve. I mean, I was shocked to hear Melee was 4 years old when we were doing that interview, and I think that they're getting better every time as we are, and the tools for coverage are great. So I'm very grateful for them.
The thing is, Melee has the same vision of us, is about continuous growth, continuous improvement in their platform, and supporting us as a tool. And we're in a constant dance with them to improve it, and they are very helpful. They are working with us. I have nothing but good things to say about Melee. And now just having deck lists is so great. It's good for the players. It's good for the streamers. Now it's so easy to find who played what deck list. You can look at their matchups. You can say there's so much awesome data for the players and for even us that it's nothing but an improvement, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm not the most technical guy, but some of our family of Swoop people are, and the API we were able to use for the first time for some basic stuff here, but the basic stuff is going to become some very robust tools that are going to help everybody cover SWU a little bit better, which is something that's close to my heart, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's move on. Are you excited for Minnesota, the regional?
I'm very excited for Minnesota. So all the positives from this show are going to transfer right to Minnesota. We'll gather all the feedback that we got from this show. Our team will then look at what we can do to improve, and we're not going to be shy about making changes to improve things. Every event is great, but every event could be better, and it is that mindset that we always want to improve. We always want to put on the best event, and knowing that we will do that is really important.
Absolutely. Any idea what current registration is?
I actually don't. There is some spreadsheet online that I would have to
hold on,
get on, turn on a password, and all kinds of stuff to find it. I don't.
I think I got you using Melee. I can probably get a good idea, though I don't know if they dumped.
I know that registration for Lille is greater than registration for Minneapolis, but I'm hoping that with all the great success of this event and all the positives, that we're going to get a nice surge in registrants for Minnesota, because Minnesota is going to be an awesome event. There are more prizes, there are more side events, there's more of everything, and like I said, everything went really smooth here. I'm also, I don't want to promise this, but I am also working on some additional prizes for the prize wall. But please understand when I tell you this is a Hail Mary. It's a Hail Mary if I can get it done. So if I can get it, there might be a prize, a little surprise for you. If I can't, c'est la vie. But I'm always trying.
Well,
so we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Consider the community titillated, for what might be coming, up Ron's sleeve, from Minnesota.
If I can make it happen, I can make it happen. But global logistics is still a challenge. So when I tell you this is a Hail Mary.
Yep. So, and that's there, and I know that Ron and Nico and all the rest of your team are doing it. I mean, there are definitely some challenge that has nothing to do with even gaming industry that are happening, like tariffs.
Correct.
I heard you guys got jacked up with those, frankly, which is unfortunate.
There was. A simple thing like getting game genic product was not simple. It's a continuous challenge. We just appreciate people's patience and understanding that, if there's some prize missing, like the initiative token or something like that, trust that we'll make you whole at some point. You know what I mean? We are working through the logistics challenges as best as we can. and we have not forgotten about anyone.
Absolutely. All right. So, any final thoughts before we wrap this up? And I'll wrap this up during this interview. But any final thoughts about your game plan making organized play a success in the community?
Final thoughts. I'm very excited for the work that's being completed on season 1. So I know people have been asking about it. That message should be coming soon. A lot of the final details are being put on that. And I think people will be. It's not a thing. I know people will be excited for the things that are released in season 1. There is a lot of improvement across the board. Prizes are increased at a lot of these events, like sectors, regionals, and whatnot. There's the point system to look forward to when we will be revealing that. But honestly, like, I don't want to look too much forward into season 1 because we still have the Galactic Championship, which I cannot stress to people enough how much time, how much money, how much love has been put into that event, and how much it'll be worth it for people to come, even if you're not a competitive player. Like, yes, the World Championship is at the GC. Yes, it's the most amount of prizes that we've ever offered to this date. But all of the side events, all of the prize wall has all been configured with the casual player in mind. So if you're someone that just really likes this game and doesn't want to miss out on essentially a Star Wars Unlimited convention, do not miss the GC.
Absolutely.
I don't want the feel bads of I missed out on these events. I didn't think they would be that cool. They're going to be pretty cool.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ron. And as it goes for Galactics, as you go forward, I mean, for every one player that can attend, there's probably 10 that might watch on YouTube. And I don't know what the coverage situation is, but that's something close to my heart and has been held closely guarded for everybody. But I hope sincerely that that's something that somebody at Fantasy Flight is looking at right now.
You're talking about coverage for the GC?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's taken care of, from my understanding. But if that's an issue, I will reach out to you and let you know.
I hope so. All right. Well, very much. Thank you for joining us, Ron. And this is actually going to be our wrap up. We've had 20 hours of coverage today. We smashed past the largest SWU event today, this weekend, and we smashed past the concurrent people watching Star Wars, as far as I know, by quite a bit, actually, during the final of Richmond. So I think it's a good day for Star Wars. I appreciate.
I think so too. Thanks for all your hard work, and hopefully we'll see all of you at the next 2 events.
Yeah, my wife and I will be in Chicago, so if you're going to be around for that at the PQ, we'll see you there. And then late night, we'll have live coverage of it from Pastimes in Niles, Illinois. All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Yep, Loopy signing off. If you watched this far, you're my hero.